सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो।
Medical electronics labs in various northeastern states, skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states, skill development in electronic system design. To its existing strengths while endeavoring to be the global leader in the area of electronics and IT, matching the pace with the latest technological advancements. NILET, serving the nation, empowering the citizens.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request those who are outside the hall, if you can please finish with your refreshments and come in and take your seats. Those inside, may I request you to kindly keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. We're just waiting for our Honorable Minister to be here, and we'll begin. So please be seated, get yourself a good viewpoint to be able to sit and see and hear everyone very beautifully. It's a fabulous morning, and we hope that you will have as interactive a session as possible. It's the first HT Education Summit, and we'd like to see as many faces inside the hall as we'd like the interaction to be as vivacious and as animated as possible. Please be seated, come in and take your seats. Keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first Hindustan Times Education Summit. My name is Rini Simon Khanna, and I'm happy to host this unique day-long education summit. HT Media is one of India's largest media conglomerates and has been relevant to the evolving idea of India from 1924 to now. Their ideas have influenced culture, their journalism has shaped public opinion, and our resources have played a key role in the life of evolving Indians. And the motto of Hindustan Times is first voice, last word. In keeping with the times, HT Media is proud to present today to you HT School, a one-stop solution to meet the extracurricular needs and assist in the holistic development of students today. The platform promotes a fun learning experience and instills a love for learning while exposing them to a whole new world of endless possibilities where they are the decision makers. HT School takes learning out of the four walls of the classroom into the virtual world where students can discover their real potential. And it provides a safe space where life skills matter more than rote skills. HT School, therefore, goes way beyond schooling, giving wings to students in ways that were earlier unimaginable. This Education Summit is a one-of-a-kind discussion forum that brings together leaders, policymakers, educators, and industry experts to drive conversations around the progress in India's education sector, the tech advancements in the sector, and globalization of India's higher education, and the importance of skill development at an early stage, among other topics. So you will agree that the education space underwent significant changes during the pandemic, which not only affected the stakeholders of this segment, but us as a society altogether. The new normal ushered in by the pandemic is characteristic or characterized by a highly tech-driven approach towards learning. So EdTech has become the defining buzzword in the education sector today, and HT School therefore felt that it was imperative that all stakeholders should come together now to discuss, analyze, and understand the wide-reaching impact of these changes. And so the Hindustan Times Education Summit 2022 revolves around the theme, Education Meets Innovation, Transforming Learning Through Technological Interventions. At this juncture, I'd also like to acknowledge the generous support that we've received from many quarters, and allow me to name a few of them. Our gratitude goes out to the governments of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, also goes out to EDSIL, the National Institute of Open Schooling, and the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you all for your guidance and support, and we look forward to your continued indulgence. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we move into our first session, a reminder to please keep mobile phones in the silent mode. We have 7 sessions today, 2 of which will be virtual, and we will break once for tea and refreshments and once for lunch. Our moderators will have engaging conversations with our guests in each session, and we will try to keep it as interactive as possible, keeping the limited time in mind. Our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, a medical practitioner by training, who's been Vice President BJP West Bengal twice. He was elected to the 17th Lok Sabha and is currently the Honorable Minister of State for Education. It is indeed an honor, sir, to have you with us to kickstart the first HT Education Summit, and we're all keen to hear from you. So I'd like to invite you to please make the opening remarks, and I request Sunetra Chaudhary to please accompany the Honorable Minister up on stage. Sir? Sunetra, as you know, is the HT political editor Yes, you can be seated here. We've got microphones for you on the side. So, Honorable Minister, sir, if you'd like to speak from there, you're most welcome. If you want to use the podium, you're most welcome. Thank you so much. Sunitra?
Namaskar, Vanakkam, Khurum Jari, Sat Sri Akal. Warm greetings to all. My dear friends, I am glad to be here at this education summit organized by the Hindustan Times. I must congratulate Hindustan Times for organizing this education summit when we are witnessing the era of National Education Policy 2020's implementation in a coordinated, concise, and concrete manner. I would like to start by sharing a slok from Ashtadash Adhyaya of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. This is Moksha Shanyaschuk. Sharvo Bhuteshu Yenaikam Bhavam Avvayam Ikshate Abhi Bhaktaim Vivakteshu Tajganam Vidvi Shatvi Kam. It means understanding that knowledge to be in the mode of goodness by which a person sees one undivided, imperishable reality within all diverse living beings. My dear friends, I am glad to be amongst all of you and deliver the keynote address. Let me talk briefly about theme of the summit, that is education meets innovation, transforming learning through technological intervention. This is a very important topic, and education should definitely inculcate the culture of innovation. As we discuss about innovation, let me tell you all about Smart India Hackathon 2022. It is a nationwide initiative to provide students a platform to solve the pressing problems of the government. I am again telling the pressing problems of the government, various ministries, departments, industries, and other organizations. It is a world's biggest innovation model, and it inculcates the culture of product innovation and problem solving among the students. Tomorrow morning, the finale will be inaugurated in both hardware and software fields, and in evening, our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, will interact with more than 2,000 team of young innovators across 75 nodal centers. Yes, this hackathon itself is an innovative step in the governance where the young minds are involved in solving some of the pressing challenges of our times. In future, these young minds will be leaders of tomorrow. Let us all strive to create a generation of leaders who will lead India in various fields and attain the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Moving ahead, the National Education Policy, that is NEP 2020, envisions an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. keeping the Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as the core and providing high quality education to all over the world, thereby making India a global knowledge superpower should be our collective aim. My dear friends, this year, in one of his address on the budget in the education sector, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji guided us on the vision of Atmanirbharata through the Amrita Mantra of digital education and dynamic skilling. This is very important. 5 aspects that were highlighted in the budget 2022 are like: first one, key decisions were taken for the universalization of quality education, that is, expansion of education with improved quality along with enhanced capabilities of the education sector. And the secondly, attention has been given to skill development. The focus is on creating a digital skill ecosystem, skill development as per industry demand, and better industry linkage. Third, the inclusion of India's ancient experience and knowledge of urban planning and designing in education is important. This is, again I am repeating, in our ancient system, there was a definitive knowledge on urban planning and designing. Fourth, the internationalization of education has been emphasized. This involves the arrival of world-class foreign universities and encouragement of institutions of Gift City getting fintech-related institutes. Fifth, focus on animation, visual effect, gaming, comics, where there is huge potential for employment and there is a big global market. Dear friends, the above mentioned initiatives have been taken by the government, which will also help in having larger numbers of international students studying in India and provide greater mobility to students in India who may wish to visit, study at, and also transfer their credits to, and also carry out research at institutions abroad, and vice versa. My dear friends, India will be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable costs, thereby helping to restore its role as Vishwaguru. If I talk about ancient India, our traditional knowledge system evolved over the ages with the contribution of teachers who helped students to evolve by inculcating human values, knowledge, and also the skills. We have a long history of teaching and learning, and some of the milestone institutions of learning in ancient India were, let us remind it. Again, we should recall and we should memorize. That is Takshashila, Nalanda, Vallavi, Pushpagiri, Vihara, Odantapuri, Vikramashila, Shomapura, Mahavihara, Vikrampura Vihara, Jagaddala Mahavihara, and many more. Let me talk about only Vallavi Vidyapith. It was founded by Maitraka dynasty of Saurashtra in 600 AD. Maitraka dynasty ruled Saurashtra from 475 to 776 AD with their capital in Vallavi. which is now Bhavnagar in Gujarat. During its golden day, it was considered to be parallel of Nalanda University. The university taught. What are the subjects? Yes, the subjects were science, wisdom, theology, economics, accounting, law, agriculture, etc. Graduates of Vallavi Vidyapith were employed by the king to assist the government. Yes, my dear friends, can it be called that is the campus placement during that era? Dear all, by following the vision of our ancestors and National Education Policy 2020, we must focus upon an education system rooted in Indian ethos and impart the modern education based on the latest development with the usage of modern technology. We must provide skill-based education of the international standards. And India has already achieved a tag of having skilled manpower nation. Look at the top CEOs of the most famous companies of the world: Microsoft, Google, IBM, etc. All of them are led by people who had their education in India and made it big in future course of their careers. Therefore, it is the correct time that we must think of creating our own Google, Microsoft, etc. And with the launch of Startup India, Make in India, Auto Incubation Centers, Auto Tinkering Labs, Auto Innovation Mission, etc., our government has sown the seeds and results are visible for everyone to see. Today, India is home to more than 100 plus unicorns. One unicorn means it is more than 1 billion. If we consider, if we go back to 6 to 7 years, what was that number? Now it has become more than 100, which was unthinkable a decade ago. But as they say, our government has made the required disruption, and soon India will become the world's startup capital. Moving ahead, courses and programs in subjects such as Indology, Indian languages, Ayush system of medicine, yoga, arts, music, history, culture, and modern India, internationally relevant curriculum in the sciences, social sciences, and beyond, meaningful opportunities for social engagement, quality residential facilities, and on-campus support, etc., will be fostered to attain this goal of global quality standards, attract greater number of international students, and achieve the goal of internationalization at home. In this line, the International Student Office at each higher educational institute hosting foreign students is being set up to coordinate all matters relating to welcoming and also supporting the students arriving from abroad. Also, high-performing Indian universities will be encouraged to set up campuses in other countries. And similarly, selected universities, those from among the top 100 universities in the world, will be facilitated to operate in India. Dear friends, research and teaching collaborations and faculty and student exchanges with high quality foreign institutions will be facilitated, and relevant mutually beneficial memorandum of understandings with foreign countries will be signed. A legislative framework, at the same time, a legislative framework facilitating such entry will be put in place, and such universities will be given special dispensation regarding regulatory, governance, and content norms on par with other autonomous institutions of India. My dear friends, India is among the highest contributors of students wanting to study in other countries. But as satellite campuses are growing and with the national education policy, international institutions will make India their home, with prestigious Indian institutions are looking to set up offshore campuses. I would also like to highlight that there is a demand for student mobility, not just in the form of outgoing students, but even in the form of incoming students. India is a popular study destination for students from SAARC, African, and Central Asian countries. In the line with the recommendations of the National Education Policy 2020, several measures have been initiated to strengthen internationalization of the higher education, such as, look at these things, this is very important. There is a guidelines of internationalization of higher education were notified by University Grant Commission in July 2021, which includes provisions like setting up of Office for International Affairs and Alumni Connect Cell. This is also very important. Alumni Connect Cell on the campus of universities hosting foreign students. 179 universities have established Office for International Affairs, and 158 universities have set up Alumni Connect Cells in order to foster academic collaboration between Indian higher education institutions and foreign higher education institutions. University Grant Commission, academic collaboration between India and foreign higher education institutions to offer twinning, joint degree, and dual degree programs. And that is the regulations 2022 have been notified on 2nd May 2022. World-class foreign universities and institutions will be allowed in the gift city Gujarat to offer courses in financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics free from domestic regulations except those by the International Financial Services Center Authority to facilitate the availability of high-end human resources for financial services and also the technology. UGC institutions of eminence deemed to be universities regulations have been amended to allow institutions of eminence to set up offshore campuses. The amendment to existing UGC institutions of eminence regulation delineates terms, conditions, and approval process for the establishment of offshore campus by institutions of eminences deemed to be universities. For the internationalization of education, the National Education Policy 2020 envisions that research collaboration and student exchange between Indian institutions and the global institutions will be promoted through special efforts. Yes, credits acquired in foreign universities will be permitted where appropriate as per the requirements of each higher education institutions to be counted for the award of a degree. Accordingly, the University Grant Commission has notified the UGC, that is the academic collaboration between India and foreign higher educational institutes, to offer again twinning, joint degree and dual degree programs. That is the regulation 2022. Again, the University Grant Commission had last year constituted a 16-member committee. This is very important. You can understand the government is how much serious. 16-member committee and headed by the chairman of the Standing Committee of IIT Council, K. Radhakrishnan, to prepare a framework for Indian universities to set up campuses abroad. The panel has already submitted its draft report. So far, IIT Delhi has submitted a proposal to set up its satellite campus in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and IIT Madras have expressed interest in establishing a campus in Tanzania. The center has requested IIT Delhi to explore the possibility of setting up a campus in the United Arab Emirates. The centers of request came after a trade deal was signed between India and UAE during a virtual summit attended by the leaders of the two countries in February this year. The great legacy of our rich traditions and culture encompasses the concepts, principles, and theories to guide people in having a meaningful and satisfying life. The main purpose of education is seeking liberation of self-realization. I will ask you to remember our Indian traditional knowledge, Indian knowledge system. In every subject, we had the adequate knowledge. If you started from alphabetically, starting from astronomy, algebra, everywhere, we have given the number 0. The first time we have told the path of earth is elliptical. But if we consider, if we remember the modern knowledge system, that if we consider that if Copernicus till 15th century he told that it was circular, and early 17th century Kepler told that it is elliptical. In everywhere, our knowledge system is really excellent. It was rightly observed that Sha Vidya Ya Vimuktai. Our aspiration has been beautifully expressed in the following mantra. Sarve Bhavantu Shakhina, Sarve Shantu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhaga Bhavit. I am sure that each one of you will contribute to fulfilling the dreams and aspirations of Atmanirbhar Bharat and a Viksit Bharat. Let me quote Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, the one who planted trees knowing that he will never sit in their shade has at least started to understand the meaning of life. If you are prepared to think big and act in time with conviction, you will be rewarded. My dear friends, you are the stewards of this nation and custodians the very much tradition of antiquity and modernization. Dear all, Gurudev believed that education was not merely a means for the growth and fulfillment of the individual. I wish this event a huge success to each one of you. I extend my wishes for your future endeavors in the field of education especially. Thank you all. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Sir, Dr. Sarkar, for your address and for really setting the tone for the road ahead. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the program. We've got the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, standing by. As you know, there are floods happening in Madhya Pradesh, and Mr. Shivraj Chauhan has very graciously agreed to change, or at least adjust to the change in our agenda and speak now. He will be engaged with Sunetra in conversation, so without any delay, I welcome Mr. Chauhan, who you can see on the screen already. Sunetra, please come up.
मुख्यमंत्री जी, हमारे हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स समिट में आप आए, थैंक यू सो मच। स्पेशली मैं जानती हूँ कि बाढ़ की वजह से आपको टूर पे भी जाना है, तो उसके पहले हमें आप संबोधित करना चाहते हैं। थैंक्स सो मच सर।
आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ, मैंने पहले बोलने की रिक्वेस्ट की थी आपसे, इसलिए कि मध्य प्रदेश में भयानक बाढ़ आई हुई है और इस समय मेरा धर्म है कि अपने बाढ़ पीड़ित भाई और बहनों के बीच मैं फिजिकली भी पहुंचूं और राहत के कामों में न केवल लीड करूं बल्कि खुद भी भाग लूं। इसलिए मैंने निवेदन किया था कि मैं थोड़ा जल्दी बोल के जाना चाहूँगा। आपको बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे पहले मौका दिया। सबसे पहले तो इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कि शिक्षा का जो उद्देश्य है, आदिगुरु शंकराचार्य जी महाराज ने बहुत पहले कहा था, सा विद्या या विमुक्तये। शिक्षा वो है जो मुक्ति दिलाए, इस लोक में भी और परलोक में भी। मैं मुक्ति की बात को केवल आध्यात्मिक रूप से नहीं कह रहा। इस लोक में मुक्ति का मतलब है कि वो इतना योग्य बना सके कि मनुष्य अपने जीवन को सफल और सार्थक बना सके, उसमें रोजी रोटी रोजगार सब आते हैं। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने भी कहा था कि शिक्षा वो है जो मनुष्य को मनुष्य बना सके। मैं मानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से भी, जितना मेरा अध्ययन है, कि शिक्षा के सामान्यतः 3 उद्देश्य होते हैं। एक, ज्ञान देना, दूसरा कौशल देना और तीसरा नागरिकता के संस्कार देना। ज्ञान देने से तात्पर्य हमारा कि जो पीढ़ियों द्वारा संचित ज्ञान है, इतिहास का हो, भूगोल का हो, विज्ञान का हो, अन्य हो, उसको अगली पीढ़ी को हम ट्रांसफर करते हैं। कौशल देने से मतलब यह है कि शिक्षा ऐसी हो कि पढ़ने के बाद रोजगार के लिए कम से कम इतना योग्य तो बन जाए कि आजीविका के लिए उसको भटकना ना पड़े। और नागरिकता के संस्कार मतलब देशभक्त, सचरित्र, ईमानदार, परिश्रमी, केवल अपने लिए नहीं बाकी के कल्याण की भी सोचने वाला, ऐसा नागरिक हम तैयार कर सकें। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है, प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने जो नई शिक्षा नीति देश को दी है, उसमें देश की माटी की खुशबू आती है। ये तीनों उद्देश्य हमारे पूरे होते हैं। सच्चे अर्थ में ज्ञान, कौशल और नागरिकता के संस्कार देने का त्रिवेणी संगम है ये शिक्षा नीति। और मध्य प्रदेश इसको पूरी तरह से लागू करने की दिशा में लगातार कदम उठा रहा है। नई शिक्षा नीति में मैं प्रमुख चीजें 5 मानता हूं। एक, सदियों पुरानी भारतीय ज्ञान और दर्शन की परंपरा को, संचित ज्ञान को नई पीढ़ियों के माध्यम से, पढ़ाई के माध्यम से सौंप देना। तोता रटंत नहीं, कंसेप्ट की समझ पर आधारित शिक्षा, शिक्षा को नंबर गेम और गला काट प्रतियोगिता से मुक्त कर ग्रेडिंग और स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा में परिवर्तित करना, शोध और अनुसंधान को बढ़ावा देना और एकांगी नहीं बल्कि बहुआयामी बनाना, ताकि विज्ञान का विद्यार्थी भाषा भी पढ़ सके और म्यूजिक का विद्यार्थी मैथ्स भी पढ़ सके। अब हमने कुल मिला के जो पीएम ने कहा था 5C, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, क्रिएटिविटी, कोलेबरेशन, यूरोसिटी, कम्युनिकेशन, हम इन 5 पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि मध्य प्रदेश में शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता बेहतर करने के लिए और इन तीनों उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति के लिए हमने सीएम राइज स्कूल प्रारंभ किए हैं। अक्सर हर एक गांव में ये मांग होती है कि मेरे गांव में भी स्कूल खोलो, मेरे गांव में भी स्कूल खोलो, और हर जगह हम स्कूल खोलते हैं तो शिक्षा के स्तर को मेंटेन करना इसलिए कठिन हो जाता है कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विज्ञान के, गणित के, कई बार या भाषा भी अंग्रेजी जैसी शिक्षक मिलना काफी कठिन हो जाते हैं। और इसलिए हमने ये सोचा कि हम 20-25 किलोमीटर के दायरे में एक स्कूल खोलेंगे और उस स्कूल को सर्व सुविधा युक्त हम बनाएंगे। मध्य प्रदेश की सड़कें काफी अच्छी है, हर गांव के बच्चों को स्कूल अगर आना है, परिवहन की व्यवस्था हमने उन स्कूलों में की है। बस सवेरे बच्चों को लेके स्कूल आएगी, शाम को गांव गांव से इकट्ठे करके गांव गांव में फिर वापस जाके छोड़ देगी। वो स्कूल, उनकी अधोसंरचना बहुत बेहतर है। उन स्कूल में स्मार्ट क्लासरूम, लैब, लाइब्रेरी, प्लेग्राउंड, अच्छे शिक्षक और स्मार्ट क्लास। इसका मतलब देश के या दुनिया के किसी भी शहर में बैठ के अलग अलग विद्वान हमारे विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षा दे सके। इस साल हमने 370 स्कूल खोले, प्रारंभ इसी साल किया है और हम लगातार ये प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता के जो हमारा उद्देश्य है उसको हम प्राप्त कर पाए। अगले साल फिर हम खोलेंगे, उसके बाद फिर हम लगातार खोलते चले जाएंगे। एक व्यवसायिक शिक्षा को प्रारंभ करने की बात नई शिक्षा नीति में कही गई है। क्लास 6 से ही हमने चिन्हित स्कूलों में व्यवसायिक शिक्षा के प्रारंभ को हमने प्रारंभ किया है। एक बात की तरफ मैं और आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहूंगा, नई शिक्षा नीति में एक बात और कही गई है, अपनी मातृभाषा में शिक्षा। मैं इसको बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। देखिए, मनुष्य के जो स्वाभाविक विचार है वो अपनी मातृभाषा में आते हैं। मैं गांव से आता हूं और इसलिए मैं अच्छी तरह ये जानता हूं कि कई विद्यार्थी प्रतिभा होने के बाद भी भाषा की कठिनाई के कारण, अंग्रेजी के कारण अपनी शिक्षा के, अपने अंदर की जो प्रतिभा उसका प्रकटीकरण नहीं कर पाते। और इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश में मातृभाषा में शिक्षा देने की दिशा में भी हमने क्रांति की है। मध्य प्रदेश पहला ऐसा राज्य होगा जहां मेडिकल की और इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई भी हम हिंदी में कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश के विद्यार्थियों की मातृभाषा हिंदी है। इस साल गांधी मेडिकल कॉलेज में, मध्य प्रदेश के भोपाल के गांधी मेडिकल कॉलेज में इसी सत्र से पढ़ाई हिंदी में प्रारंभ हो जाएगी। अलग अलग इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है जिसमें बीटेक पाठ्यक्रम और पॉलिटेक्निक में डिप्लोमा के लिए भी हम हिंदी में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं। हमारी क्षेत्रीय कई भाषाएं हैं जो अलग अलग समुदाय बोलता है, गोंडी, बेगानी, भीली, कोटकी, इनमें भी प्राथमिक स्तर पर अध्यापन के लिए हमने प्राइमर विकसित किए हैं। तो विद्यार्थियों को हम मातृभाषा में शिक्षा देने का काम करेंगे। शिक्षा का एक उद्देश्य है कौशल देना, उसलिए मुझे मध्य प्रदेश में बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि चिन्हित विद्यालयों में तो व्यावसायिक शिक्षा हम प्रारंभ कर रहे हैं, कृषि की शिक्षा भी हम प्रारंभ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ भोपाल में हम एक ग्लोबल स्किल पार्क बना रहे हैं। हर संभाग में हमने एक मॉडल ITI गठित करने का फैसला किया, जिस पर तेजी से काम चल रहा है, जहां विद्यार्थियों को अलग अलग ट्रेड के अंदर ऐसी शिक्षा जो शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के बाद उनको सीधे रोजगार से जोड़ सके, उनको रोजगार मिल सके, उस दिशा में हम तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। और ग्लोबल स्किल पार्क अपने आप में एक ऐसा उदाहरण होगा कि ये जहां शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के बाद सीधे प्लेसमेंट कर दिया जाएगा। ये मध्य प्रदेश का अपना एक बड़ा नवाचार है जो मध्य प्रदेश में हम करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक शिक्षा का विषय है शिक्षकों की भर्ती भी, ताकि पर्याप्त मात्रा में शिक्षक उपलब्ध हो, और दूसरे उनकी ठीक से ट्रेनिंग भी। हमने निष्ठा जैसे पोर्टल का भरपूर उपयोग करके ऑनलाइन अपने शिक्षकों का प्रशिक्षण का काम बड़े व्यापक पैमाने पर मध्य प्रदेश ने किया है। कोरोना काल में भी हमारे शिक्षकों को हम ऑनलाइन प्रशिक्षित करने के काम को लगातार करते रहे। 3 लाख से ज्यादा शिक्षकों को हमने प्रशिक्षित किया है, और उसका परिणाम ये है कि जो हमारे प्रशिक्षित शिक्षक हैं उन्होंने स्कूलों में कोविड के दौरान भी हमने बच्चों को ऑनलाइन भी शिक्षा दी। तो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कुल मिला के जो परिश्रम किया और प्रयास किया, उसके कारण आज मध्य प्रदेश में शिक्षा का स्तर, विशेषकर भारत सरकार जो सर्वे करती है उसमें हम काफी अच्छी स्थिति में है। 5वें स्थान पर मध्य प्रदेश आप है। उसमें और लगातार कैसे बढ़ोतरी हो, इस दिशा में हम लोग लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक और हमारा प्रयास है कि नागरिकता के संस्कार कैसे बच्चों में आए। एक नैतिक शिक्षा, महापुरुषों की जीवनियां, ऐसी शिक्षा जो विद्यार्थी को ठीक रास्ते पर ले जा सके। और इसलिए कहीं गीता जी के उद्धरण के द्वारा, कहीं हमारे बाकी जो धर्म ग्रंथ है उनके उद्धरण के द्वारा, महापुरुषों की जीवनियों के द्वारा हम विद्यार्थी को ठीक दिशा में संस्कार देने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमने ये भी कोशिश की है कि अनुशासन आए विद्यार्थियों में, कर्मठता आए, बेटियों के प्रति, महिलाओं के प्रति सम्मान का भाव आए। और इसलिए अनेकों प्रकार के पाठ्यक्रम हम लोगों ने अलग अलग क्लास के लिए तैयार किए हैं। फिर अनुशासित विद्यार्थी तैयार हो, इसलिए एनसीसी की शिक्षा को व्यापक पैमाने पर हम कैसे और बढ़ावा दें, इस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा टारगेट है कि अभी 1% बच्चे एनसीसी ज्वाइन करें, बाद में इनकी संख्या बढ़ के 3% तक पहुंच जाए। मैं एक बात का और उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा, शिक्षा प्राप्त करना हर विद्यार्थी का बुनियादी अधिकार है। अगर वो गरीब घर में भी पैदा हुआ है तो उसको शिक्षा से वंचित नहीं होना चाहिए। और इसलिए हमने, जो हमारे गरीब विद्यार्थी है लेकिन मेधावी है, वैसे तो हर विद्यार्थी को अगर बेटा बेटी किसी दूसरे गांव में पढ़ने जाएं तो पैदल नहीं जाते, साइकिल पर बैठ के जाते हैं। गांव की बेटी योजना, प्रतिभाकरण योजना हमने अलग से बनाई है। अगर वो 12वीं में प्रथम श्रेणी में बेटी पास होती है तो कॉलेज की पढ़ाई के लिए 5,000 रुपया उसको अलग मिलते हैं। प्रतिभाकरण योजना के अंतर्गत भी यही सुविधा हम अपने बच्चों को देते हैं, लेकिन अलग अलग स्तर पर स्कॉलरशिप, एक नहीं अनेकों प्रकार की स्कॉलरशिप। और स्कॉलरशिप हम अपने अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति, पिछड़ा वर्ग के बच्चों से लेके सामान्य वर्ग के गरीब विद्यार्थियों को भी देते हैं। लेकिन एक योजना मध्य प्रदेश की है प्रमुख, जिसका नाम है मेधावी, मुख्यमंत्री मेधावी विद्यार्थी प्रोत्साहन योजना। और उस योजना के अंतर्गत अगर कोई विद्यार्थी जिसमें टैलेंट है लेकिन गरीब परिवार से आता है तो केवल पैसे की कमी के कारण उसकी प्रतिभा कुंठित ना हो, और इसलिए हमने तय किया है उसकी शिक्षा की फीस का इंतजाम उसके मम्मी पापा को नहीं करना पड़ेगा, मामा कराएगा, मुख्यमंत्री कराएगा, राज्य सरकार कराएगी। और इसलिए मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है, हजारों विद्यार्थियों की सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया फीस, जिसमें मेडिकल की फीस भी हम भरते हैं, चिन्हित इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस की फीस भी भरते हैं, IIT IIM में एडमिशन हो जाए तो उसकी फीस भी भरते हैं, अगर किसी मैनेजमेंट के बेहतर कोर्स के वो कर रहा है तो उसकी फीस भरवाने का भी हम इंतजाम करते हैं। यहाँ तक कि अगर विदेशी यूनिवर्सिटी में भी, प्रतिष्ठित यूनिवर्सिटी में अपनी प्रतिभा के कारण उसको प्रवेश मिला है तो हम उसकी फीस भरने का भी काम करते हैं। मुख्यमंत्री मेधावी विद्यार्थी प्रोत्साहन योजना विद्यार्थियों की जिंदगी में एक नया प्रकाश लेके आई है, जिसके कारण धन के अभाव में उनकी शिक्षा नहीं रुकेगी। एक बात और मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, बेटियों को बेहतर शिक्षा मिले, इसके लिए हमने सदैव प्रयास किया है। मध्य प्रदेश में हमने एक योजना बनाई, लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना। मध्य प्रदेश में सेक्स रेशियो पहले 1000 बेटों पे केवल 912 बेटियां पैदा होती थी, बेटी बोझ मानी जाती थी। लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना ने चमत्कार किया, हमने उसको शिक्षा से भी जोड़ा कि बेटियां 5वीं पास करके 6वीं में जाएगी तो 2000, 8वीं पास करके जाएगी 9वीं में जाएगी तो 4000, 10वीं पास करके 11वीं में जाएगी तो 6000। और ऐसे ही लाडली लक्ष्मी बेटियां जब कॉलेज में एडमिशन लेगी तो 25,000 रुपया 2 किस्तों में उनको और दिए जाएंगे। और फिर मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग में अगर एडमिशन होगा या और किसी उच्च शिक्षण संस्थान में एडमिशन होगा तो उनकी फीस भी सरकार भरवाने का काम करेगी। और इसलिए बेटियों की शिक्षा का स्तर और प्रतिशत बड़ी तेजी से मध्य प्रदेश में बढ़ा है, और अब बेटियां शिक्षा प्राप्त करके कई बड़े पदों पर पहुंच रही है। एक योजना हमने और बनाई मध्य प्रदेश में कि हर एक विद्यार्थी उच्च शिक्षा से वंचित ना हो। अब हॉस्टल छात्रावास हमने काफी खोले, छात्रावास भी है, आश्रम शालाएं भी है, कन्या शिक्षा परिसर भी है। हमने विद्यार्थी जो गांव से शहर में पढ़ना चाहता है उनको वहां प्रवेश मिल जाए, इसकी कोशिश की। लेकिन एक योजना और, क्योंकि छात्रावास में भी अगर सीट कम होती है तो हर बच्चे का प्रवेश छात्रावास में नहीं हो पाता, और इसलिए हमने एक योजना और बनाई, मुख्यमंत्री छात्र गृह योजना। इस योजना के अंतर्गत अगर किराए पे कोई विद्यार्थी जो गरीब परिवार से आता है, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति से आता है, या सामान्य वर्ग का भी मेधावी विद्यार्थी पिछड़े वर्ग का है और उसको दिक्कत होती है, तो हम शहर में अगर वो कमरा किराए पे लेके रहेगा पढ़ाई के लिए, उस कमरे का किराया भी सरकार चुकाएगी, ताकि ऐसे बच्चों को रहने के स्थान के अभाव में अपनी पढ़ाई ना छोड़ना पड़े। और इसलिए ऐसे हमने अनेकों प्रयास किए हैं जिससे गरीब विद्यार्थी हो या सामान्य वर्ग का भी निर्धन हो, लोअर मिडिल क्लास का हो, वो शिक्षा से वंचित ना रह पाए। तो कुल मिला के शिक्षा के जितने आयाम हैं, उच्च शिक्षा का स्तर बेहतर हो, उस दिशा में हम लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। हमको सफलता भी मिल रही है, और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी नए नए विद्यालय और शिक्षण संस्थान आए, इसके लिए भी मध्य प्रदेश सरकार सचेष्ट है। तो शिक्षा के जितने आयाम हो सकते हैं उन सब पर हम बेहतर काम करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, और विशेषकर सीएम राज स्कूल शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता की दृष्टि से मध्य प्रदेश में क्रांति करेगा, उस दिशा में तेजी से काम प्रारंभ हो गया है। एक बार मैं फिर आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने मुझे बाढ़ पीड़ित क्षेत्र में जाना था, इसलिए पहले बोलने का अवसर दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
शिवराज जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं जानना चाहती हूँ कि अगर आपके पास समय हो तो एक दो फॉलो अप क्वेश्चंस आपने जो अपने भाषण में कहा, जैसे आपने
आप दो सवाल मैडम कर लीजिएगा, इसके बाद मुझे विदिशा, फिर पुरवाई और फिर भिंडोर, मुरैना, चंबल, कहरधारी वहां पहुंचना है।
सर, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती थी, आपने और सुभाष सरकार जी ने दोनों ने एनईपी के बारे में बात की, और कैसे यूज़ ऑफ मदर टंग और अपने भाषा में, चाहे वो इंजीनियरिंग हो या फिर मेडिसिन हो, और आपने मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसे जो इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं उनके बारे में बात की। बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ कि इसको आप लोगों के जो एस्पिरेशंस, बहुत सारे बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो अंग्रेज़ी भी सीखना चाहते हैं, तो उसको कैसे बैलेंस करेंगे सर? और हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में एक ऐसी रिपोर्ट भी छपी थी कि जो नए ऐसे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस खुले हैं जहाँ पर हिंदी में भी वो इंजीनियरिंग के कोर्सेज सिखा रहे हैं, उनमें एडमिशन या एनरोलमेंट काफ़ी कम है, तो उसको आप कैसे मैनेज या कैसे देखते हैं सर?
एक तो हम किसी भाषा के विरोधी नहीं है। जब हम सीएम राज स्कूल की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमने विज्ञान की शिक्षा भी, गणित की शिक्षा भी, अंग्रेजी भाषा में अंग्रेजी की शिक्षा भी हम दे रहे हैं। हम अंग्रेजी या किसी भाषा के विरोधी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आपको एक फीलिंग्स और बताना चाहता हूँ। लाखों की संख्या में ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो अंग्रेजी ना जानने के कारण कई बार एक अलग तरह के इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स से ग्रसित हो जाते हैं, और क्षमता और प्रतिभा होने के बावजूद भी वो उसको प्रकट ही नहीं कर पाते। अपनी मातृभाषा में शिक्षा उनके लिए वरदान होगी। मैं जो ये कॉम्प्लेक्स पैदा हो गया है कि अंग्रेजी जाने बिना काम ही नहीं चल सकता, हम कितने भी विद्वान हो, इसलिए बच्चों में भी ये बात आ गई कि अंग्रेजी सीखो, अंग्रेजी कैरियर की भाषा है, और इसलिए अंग्रेजी वो एक तड़प होती है कि मैं अंग्रेजी सीख जाऊं। कोशिश करने के बाद भी कई लोग उतने सफल नहीं हो पाते, इसलिए मातृभाषा में हमने शिक्षा देने का फैसला किया है। और मैं खुद ये कह सकता हूं कि मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई पे कॉन्फिडेंस, आपके अंदर जो स्वाभाविक प्रतिभा है वो भी आप प्रकट होगी, आप जल्दी सीखेंगे, अपने भाव को भी आप ठीक ढंग से प्रकट कर पाएंगे। लेकिन इस कुंठा के कारण कि मेरी अंग्रेजी कमजोर है, अंग्रेजी कमजोर है, मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, उस कुंठा को हम पूरी तरह से समाप्त करेंगे, और ऐसे विद्यार्थी हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ के दिखाएंगे। इसलिए हम अंग्रेजी की शिक्षा भी दे रहे हैं। हमने ये बिल्कुल नहीं कहा कि अगर कोई बच्चा अंग्रेजी पढ़ना चाहता तो अंग्रेजी ना पढ़े, बल्कि भाषा के रूप में अंग्रेजी जानना बेहतर है। हमारे मेडिकल में अगर हिंदी में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं तो अंग्रेजी ना जाने, ये हमारा कहना नहीं है, लेकिन स्वाभाविक रूप से वो हिंदी में पढ़ सके, इसलिए हमने ये व्यवस्था की। और आप जानते हैं कि दुनिया का हर एक देश अपनी भाषा पर गर्व करता है, जापान जापानी पे करता है, जर्मनी जर्मन पे करता है, रूस रूसी पे करता है। हमको अपनी भाषा पे गर्व, और केवल मैं हिंदी की बात नहीं करता, हमारी क्षेत्रीय भाषाएं कई, उनमें भी शिक्षा दी जानी चाहिए, दी जा रही है। लेकिन अंग्रेजी कोई सीखना चाहे तो सीएम राज स्कूल में भी हम अंग्रेजी पढ़ा रहे हैं।
दूसरा प्रश्न शिवराज जी आपसे ये था कि खबर हम कई बार हम लोगों ने भी रिपोर्ट किया था कि मध्य प्रदेश के स्कूल में आप हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम जो है ये एक सिलेबस का हिस्सा होगा, तो क्या ये दिल्ली सरकार ने भी ये काफ़ी इसके बारे में चर्चा करती है, तो क्या कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग दिल्ली सरकार से प्रेरित हैं?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश में शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता पर हम पहले से भी काम कर रहे हैं। एक जमाना था मध्य प्रदेश में जब शिक्षक ही पूरे नहीं होते थे, गुरुजी, शिक्षाकर्मी, इस नाम पे कई तरह के बहुत कम सैलरी पे, अब गुरुजी को 500 रुपया देते थे 2003 के पहले जब दिग्विजय सिंह जी की सरकार थी मध्य प्रदेश में। अब 500 रुपया में बच्चों को कोई पढ़ा सकता है क्या ढंग से? और इसलिए हमने रेगुलर शिक्षकों की भर्ती, जो गुरुजी और शिक्षाकर्मी थे उनको प्रशिक्षित करके शिक्षक बनाने का काम किया। मध्य प्रदेश में शिक्षा को तो पुरानी सरकार ने बिल्कुल गड्ढे में डाल दिया था, वहां से बढ़ा के हम आगे लेके आए। और मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि भारत की जो नई शिक्षा नीति है उसमें चीजें पुरानी जो मूल तत्व है, भारत की माटी की खुशबू है, उसमें जो 3 चीजें मैंने बताई, ज्ञान, कौशल और नागरिकता के संस्कार, उस पर आधारित शिक्षा देने का काम हमने पहले से ही प्रारंभ किया है। और इसलिए हमारी प्रेरणा भारत की संस्कृति, हमारे जीवन मूल्य, हमारी परंपराएं, आधार हमारा वो है। लेकिन दिमाग के दरवाजे और खिड़कियां खुली रखे हुए हैं विज्ञान की शिक्षा के लिए, बाकी टेक्नोलॉजी की शिक्षा के लिए। दुनिया से जो हमको बेहतर जहां से मिलता है उसको हम लेने का काम करते हैं। हमारे पास सब कुछ खराब है हम ये भी नहीं मानते, जो हमारा अच्छा है उसका हम उपयोग कर रहे हैं, और दुनिया से जो बेहतर लिया जा सकता है उसको लेके भी हम शिक्षा को पूर्ण बनाने का मध्य प्रदेश में प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
शिवराज जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने
आपको भी धन्यवाद, और आपने
इतने
मुझे पहले
बिजी शेड्यूल में समय निकाला।
मैं आभारी हूँ आपका, बहुत बहुत
धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, sir. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, why Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is such a popular Chief Minister. He's really a leader who's adored by the people of his state because of his simplicity and his humbleness and the connect that he has with the pulse of the people. So he's going to go to survey the flood-affected areas, and ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next part of our agenda. And I'm going to now introduce someone who is a very special person. I had promised to you as I started the summit that we will try and keep this as interactive as possible, and we had requested a very special person to join us to enliven the proceedings of the summit. He's known to many of you as the Radio Ka Bachchan. Does it register? Do you all listen to radio? Okay, so he's known to many of you as the Radio Ka Bachchan, someone who makes mornings jhakas, as they say. I don't know if you've guessed by now, because I gave you 2 clues who I'm talking of. Well, if not, his name is Piyush Singh Rana, and he's better known as RJ Piyush. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome him.
Well, thank you so much, Rini, for that introduction. Thank you so much. I plan to come from here to make it look more organic. Wow. Is it okay, Pooja? Where's Pooja? Pooja's gone. Well, hi, welcome, everybody. I'm not sure if you're listening to radio or tune into radio at 7. What is the school timing? 8. तो मतलब सुन लिया सबने, ठीक है. That's great for me. Wow, it's a wonderful gathering. Hi, everybody. I think we should have some more fun, because education without fun is a bit. By the way, where am I coming from? I'm coming from the Backbenchers Association of India. So you know. So you know what I mean. I'll be very honest with you, if I may say so. I was so scared. Had this evening been, this morning had been in the 90s, I would have shat my pants. Because kal sham ko, the first thing that after talking to Pooja that we're doing this and all the principals would be here, मेरे दिमाग में बहुत सारी तस्वीरें उभर आई थी. नहीं मैम, हाथ ऊपर करके खड़े होने वाली. Face the wall, on your knees, on the stage, till recess. तो मैं तो बहुत डर गया था. I thought, why? मतलब, as I grew up in my life, I figured out that, okay, there's a perception around principles, right? Our films have taught us that. If you've seen Scent of a Woman, Al Pacino confronts the principal. A principal is shown in somewhat not a positive light. मोहब्बत है, प्रिंसिपल को ऐसा खूंखार बना कर रखा हुआ है, राइट? मतलब अगर वो डाको की पिक्चर होती तो वो गब्बर सिंह होता. But as I grew up in life, I started understanding this is a breed that should actually be called Masons. You're building brick by brick, right? अपनी तारीफ खुद करनी चाहिए. Huge round of applause for all of you for doing all that. Day after day after day. Character building, nation building. We don't realize probably. Me as a student, I didn't realize then. I understand it now. कि कितना मुश्किल है. Times are changing. Internet, phones, everything coming up. I couldn't understand till I had a principal friend. She used to tell me her daily struggles. लड़के लड़कियां, internet, phone, दीवार फान जाना. I mean, in the 90s, yes, not now. Even now? Thank God we are not alone. But that's the kind of struggle that nobody understands. It's a double-edged sword, if I may put it that way. So I really understand and want to thank all of you for doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. अच्छा, एक चीज और होती थी, प्रिंसिपल का कमरा. कभी उसके बारे में, जैसे होते हैं ना कि लोक कथाएं, परी कथाएं, प्रिंसिपल के रूम में जो जाता है वो वैसा नहीं रहता जाने से पहले जैसा था. आउटस्टैंडिंग बन जाता है. मैम पहले से तैयार होके आई हैं. हम स्टूडेंट्स आपस में बात करते थे, क्या हुआ? कुछ नहीं यार, वो सिग्नेचर फोर्ज किए पापा के, नंबर बदल दिए. अंदर क्या हुआ? डर इसका नहीं था कि घर जाके पापा क्या करेंगे, डर ये था कि इस रूम में जाने के बाद क्या होगा. इट वॉज लाइक अ, मतलब फॉर द लैक ऑफ अ बेटर एनालॉजी, वर्म होल. आप जाएंगे, उस पार क्या होगा आपके साथ. और हमारा तो हर महीने होता था. सो इट वाज काइंड ऑफ दैट काइंड ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट. दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड इन द बिगिनिंग कि जब मैं यहाँ आ रहा था मुझे लग रहा था कि ओह शिट, क्या होने वाला है. बट द काइंड ऑफ वर्क दैट यू पीपल आर डूइंग एंड विद सच परसेप्शन अमंग स्टूडेंट्स, राइट, होता है कि ओह प्रिंसिपल, टीचर से ऐसे ही सबको डर लगता है, प्रिंसिपल ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट. तो एक सर्टन किस्म का डर बहुत होता है लोगों में. बट आई अंडरस्टैंड that being an educator is such a tough job. So I have a couple of questions. Yes, I will be receiving good answers. I am prepared to be on my knees. So, to Madhulika ma'am, what is the toughest job of being an educator? Toughest part of being an educator?
Trying to balance how to deal with students. You know, you have to encourage them, give them love, give them affection, everything, and also be a strict disciplinarian so that they don't cross the path. So I know I've been called she-devil, bandit queen. So that's the toughest part. Of course, once they pass out, they tell.
Everybody knows the names.
So I think that's the toughest, the balance, so that you are listened to, you're heard, you're understood, the students follow what you say, and then you also encourage them. So,
And God forbid if your children study in the same school. What happens there?
no, I had to
putting in-
withdraw my daughter from the school because of the issues and problems that were going to come up. That's a fact.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Madhulika, ma'am. देखो ऐसा है ना कि मैं डेकोरम और प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से अपनी एनर्जी को उसी हिसाब से मेंटेन करूंगा. मुझे बताते चलिए, बिकॉज यू अंडरस्टैंड वी आर फ्री souls, backbenchers, but you're the one who have kept us in line. तो मैं उसी हिसाब से करता जाऊंगा. My next question is to Chavi ma'am. Kanika ma'am. Then I'll ask Kanika ma'am. Dr. Hasija. Okay, so this one is, I think, इसमें मेरा थोड़ा personal touch भी है. Hasija sir. Sir, I am so sorry for that blunder, ma'am. All right. So, Hasija sir, welcome, first of all.
Thank you.
A very good morning.
Morning.
So, why do you remind me of Mr. Dua, the journalist? You look alike. You're a look-alike. So, in the 90s, back in my days, we were told by our parents and the people around us कि सिर्फ पढ़कर ही आप कुछ कर सकते हैं. I come from UP. And वहाँ पर एक अलग ही माहौल और कल्चर रहता है. डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, मैक्स UPSC. I was very interested in dramatics and theatre. We didn't have a curriculum. तो मैं obviously छुप छुपा के जैसे यहाँ पे NSD है, लखनऊ में भारतीय हिंदू नाट्य अकेडमी है. I used to go there and perform वगैरह वगैरह. But now I think looking back कि क्या ऐसे curriculums जिसके ऊपर पिक्चरें बन गई हैं कि they should be included. What do you think? What are the curriculums that should be included in the current lineup or syllabus?
See, education, like both our speakers have said already in the morning, is beyond what is in books called mathematics, physics, and science. Normally, it is said that after 10 years of your schooling, when you have forgotten these subjects, what you remember, that is education. So these are very, very important that you have dramatics, happiness, skill as an integral part of the school curriculum. Dramatics, I myself focus a lot. At Indraprastha, where I am now, we have a school annual day, and I organize a program where about 1,800 children are woven into one story. एक स्टोरी चलती है, 1800 बच्चे स्टेज पे परफॉर्म करते हैं 2 घंटे में, और एक ऐसा वैल्यू बेस्ड थीम होता है जो घर घर जब वो बच्चे प्रैक्टिस करते हैं तो उसका अपना ही एक नया अंदाज आता है. बच्चों में जो इम्बाइब होती हैं वैल्यूज़, क्वालिटीज़, वो शायद एक बड़ा अच्छा माध्यम है ड्रामेटिक्स उसको सिखाने का.
तो सर ये टीचर्स और प्रिंसिपल और कम्युनिटी की तरफ से, बट पेरेंट्स को भी इस राह पर लाना, बिकॉज दे हैव टू फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड कि बच्चे को इसकी ज़रूरत है. लाइक वी आर विनिंग सो मेनी मेडल्स इन स्पोर्ट्स, और स्पोर्ट्स को अभी ये समझा जाता है अरे सेफ सिक्योर फ्यूचर के लिए स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं जाना है. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि माता पिता को इस राह पर लाना कितना ज़रूरी है या कितना मुश्किल है अभी भी?
राह पे लाने वाली बात तब होती है when school and the home they don't have a partnership. I believe educating a child means there are 3 poles: parents, school and the child. Unless school and home sing together, ये मार्क लाने वाली बात तो तब आएगी जब वो दोनों अलूफ अलग अलग जगह पे हैं. अपब्रिंगिंग नहीं हो सकती, प्रॉपर राइट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन नहीं हो सकती जब तक दोनों साथ नहीं हैं. और कोई भी स्कूल, प्रिंसिपल, टीचर मिलकर अगर पेरेंट्स के साथ एक पार्टनरशिप शुरू करते हैं, आई एम श्योर हर माता पिता अगला स्टेप लेता है, वो सिंक में आता है, वो एजुकेशन के बच्चे के लिए कुछ भी करना हो उसको मानता है उस बात को.
क्या बात है. A huge round of applause for Mr. Hasija. And that's why I believe कि pediatrician सबसे ज़्यादा पैसे बना लेते हैं, क्योंकि कोई अपने ऊपर 5 रुपए नहीं खर्च करता है, बट बच्चों के लिए बहुत ध्यान रखा जाता है. There is another question that I have. Ashok sir, where is Ashok sir? अरे वाह, what an energy sir, what an energy. सर आप, you are very charged up sir. ऐसे मैं सवाल पूछूंगा तो ऑटो इजेक्ट हो जाऊंगा यहाँ से. So as a child, what were the subjects that now that you tell everybody कि ये भी पढ़ना है, ये भी पढ़ना है, ये भी पढ़ना है, ये भी करना है, ये भी करना है. But as a child, what were the subjects that you didn't like but eventually ended up liking once you grew up?
Science.
Sir, ये तो दुखती नब्ज़ है. And that too chemistry.
And I ended up doing masters in physics.
Wow. Wow.
But I compensated it. I realized my mistake. Taught physics for many years. And then I did my masters in education
Sir, if
and
you could move
masters
your
in
mic higher,
management.
please. Just move your mic.
Yeah. So 3 subjects I did for making one mistake.
Wow. And while you were teaching in all those years,
Yeah.
at the same time, were you speaking to yourself, oh, मैं ये जब पढ़ाया जा रहा होता था तो क्या कर रहा होता था?
Yeah, all the time. I always faked.
Wow, great. But sir, is there any subject that you still feel is something that if it comes in front of you, you're like, oh, डर जाते हैं? अभी भी ऐसा कोई subject है? Hand on your heart. नहीं.
No. So,
Such
you see, I mean, I've done more than 3 decades.
अच्छा, वो-
So we have developed immunity of fear, you know.
3 decades is a long time. डर के आगे
Yeah.
जीते करने के लिए practice. But great. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
round
you.
of
Thank you.
answers. And now over to Rini. Rini, your session, very protocol centric.
No, I'm going to drop all protocols now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. A round of applause for Piyush. We are now taking a break for tea and refreshments arranged outside the hall. Please be back in 20 minutes, please. That's the only protocol, 20 minutes. Please be back. Thank you.
निकलेगा अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा सपनों को पलने दो नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable, setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILIT-owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILIT is playing an instrumental role in executing various important skill development projects in northeastern states, namely Northeast Capacity Building Project NECB, Capacity Building of State Government Officials of Northeastern Region, Donor Project, Future Skill Prime Project, settings up of cyber forensic training cum investigation labs in all northeastern states, setting up medical electronics labs in various northeastern states, skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states, skill development in electronic system design and manufacturing ESDM project. NILIT assures the nation that it will continuously strive for empowering the citizens of the country, adding more and more capacities and capabilities to its existing strengths, while endeavoring to be the global leader in the area of electronics and IT, matching the pace with the latest technological advancements. NILIT, serving the nation, empowering the citizens.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILET centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40-plus own campuses, 800-plus accredited institutes and 7,000-plus facilitation centers, NILET caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILET enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable. Setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILET is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILET owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILET is playing an instrumental role in executing various northeastern states. Skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states. Skill development in electronic system design and manufacturing ESDM project. NILET assures the nation that it will continuously strive for empowering the citizens of the country, adding more and more.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, भाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable. Setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILIT-owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILIT is playing an instrumental role in executing various important skill development projects in northeastern states, namely Northeast Capacity Building Project NECB, Capacity Building of State Government Officials of Northeastern Region, Donor Project, Future Skill Prime Project, settings up of cyber forensic training cum investigation labs in all northeastern states, setting up medical electronics labs in various northeastern states, skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states, skill development in electronic system design and manufacturing ESDM project. NILIT assures the nation that it will continuously strive for empowering the citizens of the country, adding more and more capacities and capabilities to its existing strengths, while endeavoring to be the global leader in the area of electronics and IT, matching the pace with the latest technological advancements. NILIT, serving the nation, empowering the citizens.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable. Setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILIT owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILIT is playing an instrumental role in executing various important skill development projects in northeastern states, namely Northeast Capacity Building Project NECB, Capacity Building of State Government Officials of Northeastern Region, Donor Project, Future Skill Prime Project, settings up of cyber forensic training cum investigation labs in all northeastern states, setting up medical electronics labs in various northeastern states, skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states, skill development in electronic system design and manufacturing ESDM project. NILIT assures the nation that it will continuously strive for empowering the citizens of the country, adding more and more capacities and capabilities to its existing strengths, while endeavoring to be the global leader in the area of electronics and IT, matching the pace with the latest technological advancements. NILIT, serving the nation, empowering the citizens.
You're spending all your time in Istanbul. हाँ किमोर में हो, पर अभी अभी आप बीच में कहाँ इस्तांबुल चले गए थे? I'm following things, following everything that you are doing. No, but really beautiful. I'm so happy for you, so happy. Doing well, you're doing well, really proud. Thank you, thank you. Listen, sit for 2 minutes. If you are still talking to her, then talk to her. But sit for 2 minutes. Now, we start with you. Huh? And you've been told what? Three principles.
One question.
Okay. So I'm.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable, setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILIT owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILIT is playing an instrumental role in executing various important skill development projects in northeastern states, namely Northeast Capacity Building Project NECB, Capacity Building of State Government Officials of Northeastern Region, Donor Project, Future Skill Prime Project, settings up of cyber forensic training cum investigation labs in all northeastern states, setting up medical electronics labs in various northeastern states, skill development of SC/ST economically weaker section females in aspirational districts in the country, including various northeastern states, skill development in electronic system design and manufacturing ESDM project, NILIT assures the nation that it will continuously strive for empowering the citizens of the country, adding more and more capacities and capabilities to its existing strengths, while endeavoring to be the global leader in the area of electronics and IT, matching the pace with the latest technological advancements. NILIT, serving the nation, empowering the citizens.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable, setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide. across the country.
Ladies
In
and
line with the
gentlemen,
digital Northeast vision
may I
of the
request those who are
Government of India,
standing with
almost
cups
half of total
to please be
9
seated.
campuses are located in
Please take your
northeastern
seats. We'd
states.
like to stick to
With
our
the funding
schedule
support of my
and be
dear
on
Government of
time.
India, NILET is
A large
playing
part
an
of your life
instrumental
has been
role in
spent keeping
executing
time.
various
So let's
important
keep
skill
up with the
development
traditions.
projects
Please be
in
seated.
northeastern states.
Those of you standing at the rear of the hall, may I request you to please take your seats.
NECB,
A reminder once again to keep your mobile phones in the silent
of
mode.
Northeastern region, donor project, future
We've
skill
got
design
lots of
project,
interesting panels for you
setting up of
today
cyber forensic
and
training
topics
cum
of
investigation
discussion.
labs in all
So we'd like to
northeastern
start
states.
off. If there are still stragglers outside, may I request who is the person who's at the door, those who are outside, to please escort them inside. You've got plenty of time to take pictures, principals. So if I could request you to put your mobile phones away. We want your attention. And I'm going to hand the microphone over to Piyush, who's going to take you back to school, as it were.
बड़े प्रौढ़ शिक्षा केंद्र वाला फील आ गया मुझे. Well, now I'm acclimatized. I was told you were flogged. Was it? No, I wasn't. I was told there's to be a decorum that has to be maintained. But poof, that is gone. क्योंकि अब सब खा पी चुके हैं, chill मार रहे हैं. The recess is over. Back to your classes, right? A huge round of applause to everybody who's here. ये ट्रिक तालियां थी चेक करने के लिए कितने लोग एक्टिव हैं. Sir is also here. Great. So now that we are back and we are live, are we? Yes. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो सारे लोग जो स्टेज पर खड़े होकर स्टूडेंट्स से बोलते हैं हाँ ये बोलना है वो बोलना है जोर से बोलना है, वो ही इतना धीमे बोल रहे हैं, कैसे चलेगा? Are we alive? Are we here? बस मैं नॉकनीज नहीं हुआ होता तो मैं पूछ रहा होता ये. But great that you're here, finally. And we have many interesting sessions, panels, जिनको आप सुनेंगे और आपको लगेगा ओह ज्ञान ज्ञान ज्ञान, right? Because that वो एक फ्रेज बन गया ना, ज्ञान दिया जा रहा है, ज्ञान दिया जा रहा है, हमें पता है. I know, you know. But here's back to Hindustan Times Education Summit 2022. I'm Piyush. For those who have just joined in, मैं Fever FM network के साथ जुड़ा हूँ and I host the folk show. It's a very interesting show. Plug-in ज़रूरी है, कुछ listeners बढ़ जाते हैं. You know what I mean? हर हलवाई को अपनी दुकान की मिठाई बेचनी होती है. So there's the Fever Folk project that I do on Fever. You can see it also on Fever Network, YouTube channel, where we discuss a lot about the different folk forms of India. Timing बता दे रहा हूँ, उसके बाद फिर मेरा plugin खत्म हो जाएगा. Saturday 5 p.m. and Sunday 11 a.m. Please tune in. 4 views और मिलेंगे. It's a digital era. Great. So now back to the questions. I have a question for Mr. L.V. Sehgal. It's like contemporaries know each other like how? Can we have a mic? Yes. Can you please be here?
Ashok, I'm in a better position now, isn't it? Yes.
I just want to ask, जैसे हमारे में होता है ना, आपने सुना ही होगा, हमारा रेडियो का जोक है. Number 1 radio station. Number 1 RJ. सारे number 1 है. कोई number 2 है ही नहीं. I think I call myself number 2 क्योंकि मैं फिर अकेला ही रहूँगा. बाकी सब number 1 है. So ऐसे schools में और principals में ऐसा होता है कि यार, because back in our days, I am from Lucknow and I studied in Mahanagar Boys. तो हमारे यहाँ होता था कि ओह ये स्कूल इसलिए अच्छा है क्योंकि इससे इतने बच्चे मेरिट में आते हैं. So is there any such thing that exists now as well?
Sadly, yes. Sadly, yes.
Elaborate, please.
Because you see, still we measure the success of a school I don't know about the group which is sitting here because these are very progressive schools. But then most of the schools are measured by the marks which their children score in board examination. Whereas what Rajesh said earlier, ultimately it is the experiences which we have in school which matters in life and not the subjects which we study.
Wise
So I
words.
feel yes,
Rini?
sadly so.
Who's going to make that change, sir?
I think
If
we
everyone
all-
is going to be part of that rat race, when are our children going to be allowed to be themselves?
The progress and the process has already started, though it will take a long time. But the vision which has been shared in the morning by the Honorable Minister of State and also by the Chief Minister, this shows that already the government is attentive towards it. We are talking about skills. We are talking about making citizenship as a subject and teaching children these values. I think ultimately we need to move faster, but I am sure and I am always very positive that the process has started.
If I may, like, मतलब मैं तो पता नहीं अगले जन्म में प्रिंसिपल या स्कूल या बुक्स के बारे में सोच सकता हूँ, बट इफ आई मे
नहीं आप रेडियो के ऑलरेडी प्रिंसिपल हो.
feels good, thank you. But if I may answer that on their behalf as humans, it's a behavioral change, I believe. है ना? वो एक रैट रेस है. वो रैट रेस ऐसी है कि वो सर्कल में रैट रेस चल रही है. क्या चाहिए, किसको चाहिए, कैसे मिलेगा? Parents, what are the trends, and the school. Everybody has to change to bring that change, sir.
Yes.
If I may put.
You are absolutely right. You see the societal expectations. If these always remain marks, then things won't change. Everybody has to change. Rajesh said in the morning again that it is a partnership between the school, between the parent and the child. All three have to think together. And I think we have a body of schools called National Progressive Schools Conference, a very, very progressive body. And most of the talk which happens there is regarding this these days. How to bring in skill education, how to bring in inclusivity in education so that there is no child which is left behind. The thinking on the part of the parents that marks is not everything. Ultimately, if your child moves out of the school and is a happy individual, I think that is quite a successful thing to have. These thoughts have to be shared by the school with everybody.
हाँ मतलब तारे ज़मीन पर देखने सब जाते हैं, लेकिन देख के वापस आ जाते हैं और भूल जाते हैं.
ऐसा लगता नहीं है पीयूष. जिस स्कूल में तुम गए होगे वहाँ भी तुमने जो स्किल सीखे हैं, आई थिंक आज उसकी वजह से तुम.
सर मैं आपकी साइड में, मैं तो पेरेंट्स की बात कर रहा था. आप कमाल करते हैं.
आपके पेरेंट्स ने भी डेफिनेटली आपको सपोर्ट किया होगा, इसलिए आप सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स या इंजीनियर के बारे में नहीं सोचा, आपने आरजे बनने के बारे में.
Just to break a myth. My father is a doctor. He wanted me to be a doctor, and I sat in the exam, and I was a rebel in my own way. मैं पेपर ही नहीं दूंगा. मैं भरूंगा ही नहीं तो पास कहाँ से होऊंगा. Like, and after that, फिर माँ बाप कहते हैं जा फिर एक ऐसी नाव में जिसकी पतवार नहीं है, देख कहाँ पहुँचेगा. It's like that.
पर मौका तो मिला ना.
पर मौका मिला. So, but sir, right now the change that we are talking about, एक उससे जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है कि अगर वो चेंज आपको करने का मौका मिले, if you have a genie, a magic pencil, a genie, any wish that you ask for, कि भाई मुझे ये चाहिए.
Actually मैं वो बोल चुका हूँ already. You see, as a principal, when I sit in my office, and if a parent comes to me and says that my child has not scored 90% and above marks, though the child is a brilliant sports person, but they don't talk about it. I think the mindset, this mindset is something which I will like to change. This is the major challenge which has encountered, which I have felt, that children have to be given shabash for everything which they can do. And as educationists, we all know that the potential is already inside. Our aim is to bring it out and to provide a platform where whatever is innate, whatever is already available, the child is able to excel in that.
Wow, great thoughts. I think I can see my principal brother Emmanuel PJ in you. So great. I just suddenly, I started having flashbacks.
I'm honored that you said so.
He was such a happy chap. He was
Yes,
such a positive chap.
absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Piyush.
Please
Thanks
have a
lot.
seat.
Thank you.
My next question is to Neeta, ma'am. I could see that you are Neeta, ma'am.
I am Neeta.
I was just bluffing. कवर भी तो करना पड़ता है ना, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है, इंसान है, गलती होती है. Ma'am, my question to you is कि we have a lot of these things. हमारा ज़माना, इनका ज़माना, हमारे ज़माने में पिक्चरें बनती थी, हमारे ज़माने में गाने लिखे जाते थे, हमारे ज़माने में पेरेंट्स की इतनी इज्जत होती थी, टीचर्स की. So what is that one thing that you find in today's children and this generation that you miss कि काश हमारे टाइम पे होती? मतलब अभी हम वो मॉरल सुपीरियॉरिटी तो ले लेते हैं, हमारे ज़माने में तो झुक के पैर छुए जाते थे.
चलो 4 चीजें बताएंगे. पहला एफएम नहीं था.
मैम 4 जल्दी जल्दी बताएंगे.
एक एफएम नहीं था. दूसरा चिल्ड आउट प्रिंसिपल्स नहीं थे. प्रिंसिपल्स वर वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट. एंड थर्डली, आई डिडंट हैव द वर्ल्ड एट माय कमांड. आई डिड नॉट हैव सेशंस विद children abroad or schools abroad. Even my city school children, I was confined to my own coop. And lastly, we didn't have class libraries. We used to wait for the library period, which we always wasted.
Wow. High five to that.
Because you told me time is running out. So
No, ma'am, we have time. Rini is not scolding me right now.
Is it okay, Rini?
Rini is my principal today.
Thank you. She's also chilled out in the company of principals.
But to her students, ask her.
Well, when she treats her like students, she's different. But
So,
at
yes.
the moment, she's respecting us.
So, yes. So the 4 things. Can you please elaborate on that?
4 things, elaborate. Okay. I had Vivid Bharati and we listened to all the movie songs the whole day. No talk shows in between.
One song that you remember from Vivid
Whole
Bharati.
lot of them.
नहीं, एक ही बताना है, सारे नहीं बताने हैं.
Okay. छोटा सा घर होगा तारों की इस छाँव में, आशा दीवानी मन में बांसुरी बजाए, हम झूमेंगे तारों के इस गाँव में, आशा दीवानी मन में बांसुरी बजाए.
Wow, that's why I
Age
asked
10.
only one song. मुझे पता था सारे नहीं गाए जा सकेंगे. We have limited time. What was the second one? The second one that you spoke of.
Okay, I have to remember that in that order.
बस यही ट्रिक क्वेश्चन है मैम. मैं चेक कर रहा था कि आपको याद कितना है.
चल ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. एक था कि हमारे को world was not at our fingertips. Obviously, our children are so technologically advanced, and I miss learning even at this stage. And had I been exposed to this technology at the age of 8, 9, 10, and my teenager years, I'm sure I would have not been a principal. I would have been a scientist, or maybe something more. But the only thing I miss now as a principal is I never dreamt of becoming anything more than the principal.
Oh.
At the age of 10, I wanted to be a principal. When I became a principal, I wanted to be a good principal, which I thought I did try to become. But I did not dream anything beyond that. So this is what I tell my students. One dream fulfilled, raise your bar.
Wow, great. Well said. Because आपको पता ही नहीं है कि रास्ता कहाँ तक जाता है, तो वो बहुत जरूरी है. तीसरी चीज
हमने कहा था किताबें. हम पढ़ते थे, मतलब किताबें इतनी कम मिलती थी कि कुछ भी मिल जाए उसको पढ़ते थे. यहाँ तक कि मूंगफली खाई है तो उसका पैकेट खोलकर उसको भी पढ़ रहे हैं. और आजकल के बच्चों के पास हम किताबें खरीद के देते हैं और वो कहते हैं नहीं हमें गेम खेलना है मोबाइल पे. अपना मोबाइल देना प्लीज.
So internet is a curse or
two-edged.
Okay.
The way you use it, it's a beautiful thing. Believe me, you require internet. The only thing is you know what to search on internet, how to search on internet, how to take the grain from the chaff. And if you know that, you can discover more. Somebody told me libraries are very rich place. Yesterday we had a TED talk. And I said, how could libraries be rich places? Libraries have outdated knowledge. The books have written, something has been done and has been written. But on internet you find latest sometimes. But you should know how to find it.
always check the browser history?
Yes. No, not the history. Read more, and you must know how to read between the lines, as well as you should know how to find the right thing. So there's a lot of material. I was not exposed to porn when I was a young kid, thank God.
If I could just intervene here,
But
there's a lot
these
of
children-
information.
sorry.
There's a lot of information on the internet. how much of it is authentic? You refer to books being outdated.
That is why you got to have intelligence to check that.
Yeah.
And your teachers guide you how to search on it. And gradually you learn this trick yourself. You give a child a project, a child will just copy from there and give it as his own original work. So it has brought in a lot of plagiarism. But at the same time, a child who is awakened will be able to find the way. You just have to awaken the children to the goodness that they have.
Wow, great thought. Because देखिए रोका तो नहीं जा सकता. ईमानदारी की बात ये है. The law.
अच्छा, सबसे बड़ी बात जो मैंने second बोली थी वो अब याद आई.
अच्छा.
Chilled out principles. How many of you call yourself chilled out? Please raise your hands. You make your schools a happy, happening place.
I am looking at people who are not.
No, she already called herself bandit queen, so I'm not asking her. But she said that in a good joke. You know, she is a chilled out person. She didn't call herself names. I wish my...
Oh yes, oh yes.
I remember my children called me, when I was a teacher, they called me friend in the enemy camp.
Oh. Friend in the enemy camp.
Jechan.
That was a nice one. I still remember the child, and he did very well for himself, but I felt very nice. As a children, I'll always be there, even if the whole world is against you, including the staff room.
Wow, great. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. Thank you so much, and a huge round of applause for her. क्या कैसे ज्ञान चक्षु खुल रहे हैं सबके? I have my next question, and अब मैं आंख बंद करके पूछूंगा क्योंकि मैं गलत जगह कर देता हूँ. स्वर्णिमा मैम, where is स्वर्णिमा मैम? Hi ma'am, good to meet you.
Ask your question.
तो देखिए, प्रिंसिपल ने मुझे बोला है जल्दी से सवाल पूछ ले. All right. अगर कोई किताब लिखी जाती or some movie was to be made on your professional and your professional life and a position that you're in, कौन सी होती?
Frankly speaking, I also participated in one movie that was based on epilepsy, Ek Naya Din, and in which I enacted as principal only, in which my own students enacted as a person who was suffering from epilepsy, and it was all shot in this school. So anything whatsoever is for the social cause, I would be happy to be associated, so I was a part of it.
Wow, great. So you can actually do other things as well. It's an example. काश students यहाँ पर होते, but वो बेचारे, वो वहाँ हैं. But अभी आपने इसमें enact किया, but ऐसी कोई पिक्चर आपके दिमाग में, ऐसी कोई बुक आपके दिमाग में आती है जो आपको लगता है कि ओ यार मुझे ऐसा लगता है it's just my autobiography or my biography or a movie based on my life or my profession. Multiple choices दे दी मैंने आपको.
I'm not a movie person otherwise. I don't see
book?
much. A book. I'm unable to get because, see, I'm telling you, I'm not a movie person, but still, Bhagwan, I would say that the way the happy family first part, the happy family part, I feel that I'm the part of such happy family.
Wow. इतने सारे jokes आ गए भगवान के मेरे दिमाग में. इतने सारे आ गए.
I'm telling you the first part. Second part not, but the first part I'm talking about.
My mom, dad sitting there, and my father being a UP father, who interacts with his child via the mother. आजकल कलम को छोड़ के कंघी पे आ रहे हैं ये.
Oh my God.
Those one-liners, those smart-ass jokes, और बागबान जोक. देख लो, तुम्हारे भी सपूत हैं. देख लो सेकंड हाफ में क्या हुआ. तुम भी अभी से तैयारी कर लो. So wow, great example. Oh, इतनी सारी pictures. But the positive part, the first half. We are only going to talk about the first half.
Sure.
So ma'am, क्या याद है उसमें से?
See, the way husband and wife were there, and they were looking after their children. And in the second part, if you remember, the children didn't own the parents. But in the first part, the way it was the happy family, so I remember that thing. And my children are so very good. And whenever something is there, before my saying anything, they get those things for me. So that is the best part of it.
तो मतलब सलमान है आपका बच्चा इसमें?
हाँ?
सलमान है आपका बच्चा. Very good. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Are we running short of time, Principal?
Yes, we are.
Yes. So over to Rini now. Thank you so much for being such a sport.
Thank you, Piyush. We'll have you back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move on to our serious sessions. And we are now at our session, which has a panel that will discuss skill-based learning as opposed to knowledge-based learning. And I'd like to request our speakers and our moderator to please come up. Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Ms. Dwaraka Sriram, Ms. Meeta Sengupta, and Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi. So I'd like to just quickly introduce our speakers to you. Senior Bureaucrat Rajesh Agarwal, who's presently the Secretary, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and was until a year ago the Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Mr. Agarwal is a bureaucrat with a sensitive heart, as he's deeply into big data analytics on various citizen databases to weed out bogus beneficiaries. He's also an advocate for the use of e-governance and technology to reduce and remove corruption. He's equally passionate about accessibility issues, for example, ensuring that government websites are accessible to the specially abled persons, buildings and roads are accessible, that our electronic voting machines have braille stickers, polling booths have ramps and wheelchairs, etc. Dwaraka Sriram, who is the Chief of Generation Unlimited, Yuva, Youth Development and Partnerships at UNICEF India. She hails from Sri Lanka and is an international development expert with nearly 2 decades of strategic planning and programming experience with UNICEF and UNHCR. As Chief of Generation Unlimited, Youth Development and Partnerships at UNICEF India, she currently leads and coordinates one of the largest initiatives with and for young people on learning, skilling, employment, youth innovations, and civic engagement with support from public and private sector partners. We also have Siddharth Chaturvedi, the Executive Vice President of ISECT, India's leading social enterprise that has been working extensively in the areas of skill development, higher education, online education, rural job placement, financial inclusion, e-governance, and other ICT-based services. Siddharth is also the chairman of the CII Bhopal chapter and a part of the governing body and board of management of the Dr. C.V. Raman University in Chhattisgarh, as well as the Rabindranath Tagore University in Madhya Pradesh. Additionally, Siddharth is a member of several committees and panels on startups, skills, and employability. To steer our discussion, we have with us writer, advisor, keynote speaker on education, Meeta Sengupta. Meeta works at the cusp of policy and practice across the education and skills spectrum and enjoys sharing her gleanings via her writing for a wider audience. She's been an investment banker, a researcher, an editor, a teacher, and a school leader across continents. So give our panelists a round of applause as welcome. And it's over to you, Meeta, to start off the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rini. Can you hear me? Oh,
yes, if you can move the mic a little closer.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all of you for being here, and I'd like to thank Hindustan Times for arranging such an amazing panel to have policy makers, to have social entrepreneurs and development professionals all together answering the big question of the day. Are we on the path to understanding how we deliver skills as learning? Because what we are used to so far is developing knowledge as learning. We have focused so much on knowledge as a country. The shift to skills-based learning has in a way come as a bit of a shock to us. It is new for many of us. And yet I would say that there is one skill that we are all excellent at, even as we deliver knowledge. All of us as educators are wonderful at skilling our students at taking exams. And all of us as educators know the very difference between engaging our students in knowledge and drilling them through a very specific process of demonstration, of practice, of repetition, of retrieval, and so many other tools that we use for skilling. Given the fact that we're both new and experienced in this one, I'd also like to sort of start by, we can't deny the impact of the pandemic and the lockdown. Because what happened to us as educators is that we also became learners. And we had to reskill ourselves and become learners all over again. What we did during the pandemic was to go online, and during the lockdowns especially, was to go online and try to teach our students. But hand on heart, how many of us are totally happy with the results that we were able to achieve? Not totally, right? Because what we were doing was jugaad. It was emergency learning using the tools we had. The journey from jugaad to education is to innovation in our pedagogies, in our way of engaging, is literally the journey that we have started on now. And that's why to all our panelists, actually, I have the same first question about this journey of innovation in education for skills. And how is it different from knowledge? I'd like to start with Rajesh ji first, but the same question goes out to all of you. And the question is basically, what are the big opportunities do you see? And what is our big hurdle in the process of what do we need to work on in the process of building this innovation for skills-based learning?
Thank you, Miraji. As a child, I had schooling in Jalandhar, तो हमारे स्कूल में पिटाई बहुत होती थी. So I always get tongue-tied before a gathering of principals. But today I take comfort in the fact कि यहाँ पे chilled out principals हैं. तो आजकल बच्चों की पिटाई होनी बंद हो गई है. That's one difference and a very positive thing which has happened across the globe. जहाँ तक skills की बात करें, तो I will talk about 2-3 points. 2-3 साल पहले एक सर्वे हुआ था, ग्लोबल सर्वे, कि व्हाट डू एम्प्लॉयर्स लुक एट इन द एम्प्लॉयज़, क्या देखते हैं? आंसर वाज कॉन्फिडेंस, 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 नॉट द हार्ड स्किल्स. और कोविड के बाद फिर से सर्वेज हुए, क्या देखते हैं? तो अभी नया आंसर आया है, एबिलिटी टू अडेप्ट टू न्यू थिंग्स, अबाउट लर्निंग न्यू थिंग्स, रीलर्निंग, अनलर्निंग प्रीवियस थिंग्स. So that skill has become very important. So besides a good knowledge of physics, maths or history or carpentry or robotics or whatever hard skills are there, soft skills are becoming very important. तो आजकल हम अपने सिस्टम में चाहे ITIs हों, चाहे शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज हों, तो सॉफ्ट स्किल्स आर बिकमिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और सॉफ्ट स्किल्स में आ जाता है पर्सनल ग्रोविंग, कम्युनिकेशन, टीम वर्क, डिफरेंस बिटवीन राइट एंड रॉन्ग, डिजिटल एंड फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, लीडरशिप, ए बिट ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, कि मुझे नौकरी नहीं ढूंढनी, मैं बिजनेस भी कर सकता हूँ. सो दीज आर द स्किल्स वी आर टीचिंग इन ऑल अवर हार्ड स्किल कोर्सेज. मिनिमम 10% हम ये सिखाते हैं. दूसरी बात, आई विल टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी कि लकीली आवर स्किल एंड एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर इज सेम, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी. सो आई हैव ऑलमोस्ट वीकली इंटरेक्शन विद ऑल 3 रेगुलेटर्स, UGC, AICT, NCERT, then our own regulator NCVT, and all 3 secretaries, higher school education, and myself. So in NEP we are trying to blend the skills and education. उसमें जो skills में बच्चे आ रहे हैं, जो ITI में बच्चा आ गया 10th के बाद, वो ओपन स्कूल या किसी भी स्कूल से 12th कर ले या इग्नो से आगे ग्रेजुएशन में चला जाए, that opportunity should be open. और जो दूसरा बच्चे right at school level we are talking about कि 6ठी से 8वीं में, do I have 2-3 minutes? तो 6ठी से 8वीं में हम 10 बैगलेस डेज हों, कि बच्चे बैग लेके नहीं जाएं, आप उनको पास की फैक्ट्री में लेके जाओ, कोई एग्रीकल्चर फार्म है उधर लेके जाइए, कोई बैंक है, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी या कुछ भी है, या कोई शॉपिंग मॉल है वहाँ लेके जाइए, एंड एक्सपोज देम टू वर्ल्ड ऑफ वर्क, कि जब आप बड़े बनोगे तो आप कुछ भी बन सकते हो इसमें से. यहाँ पे बात हो रही थी कि सिर्फ डॉक्टर इंजीनियर नहीं बनना, तो आजकल वो भी चेंज हो रहा है, बच्चे कुछ भी करना चाहते हैं और माँ बाप को सुननी पड़ती है बच्चों की. So that's a good thing which is happening. So now children are looking at all the opportunities, so which is a very good thing which is happening. So we have to expose the kids to world of work of all kinds. और 9वीं से 12वीं में हम कह रहे हैं कि 5 कोर सब्जेक्ट्स में एक वोकेशनल सब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए, which must include entrepreneurship. It must be a part of 5 core subject, and it should get the same respect as math or physics or history or English or whatever. तो उसमें चाहे आई एम श्योर अबाउट 70% किड्स विल गो फॉर एस्पिरेशनल कोर्सेज लाइक रोबोटिक्स, IT और कोडिंग एट्सेट्रा, 30% will go for fashion design or other kind of stuff. And third thing is about industry interaction. Maybe that will come somewhere down the answers. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect note, because Siddharthji is our industry expert over here. And I love the fact that he talked about hard skills and soft skills, because there is a point of view that says the hard skills are really the soft skills. वो तो content तो कोई भी सीख लेगा अपने job में. But what we call soft skills are the tough ones, the hard skills to learn, the communication, the breaking through, not giving up, resilience. In your experience, when we talk about skilling, what are the big, what is the limiting factor to, working through these tough skills?
So I'll take the opening question which we had posed, and before I go to a few specific points on the issue of innovation which is happening both in the education as well as the skilling value chain, the formal education and the vocational or the tertiary education practice. It is for any one of us to pick up a report and see how the startup world and the edtech companies have approached innovation, and we will see that across the value chain of 5 or 6 different steps, innovation is being not only espoused, but also it has been scaled up successfully or to some extent in all the cases. So if I talk about the skill value chain, first of all, in the mobilization of the students, there is some innovation which is happening in terms of how do you source students. Earlier it was all offline, but now you are deploying technology to source students. Moving on, in terms of delivery of training, there is innovation which is happening by technology in terms of various mix of offline versus online model. The content itself, which is getting prepared by the usage of AR, VR or simulation technologies, to some more plain and simple video-based learning, going on till assessments where new ways of assessing students have been taken up, and finally the placements in the jobs linkages. So what we see is that across the value chain, innovation is being done at various degrees. Now for us, as you said, from the days of Jugaad during the first lockdown till today, I think we've all collectively learned quite a lot, and the biggest example of upskilling and reskilling has happened in the education sector in the country during the last 3 years. The balance now has to shift in the sense that earlier it was the technology guys coming up with the tech solutions and telling this is how you should be using technology across your value chain. Now with all the learning, it is the education fraternity which has to dominate technology and ascertain for themselves that this is where I'll use technology and this is where I don't need technology, and strike that balance back so that the innovation which has been, the learning which has been achieved can now be scaled up and it becomes more of a permanent solution going ahead. This is on the overall front. I think 2 opportunities in terms of scaling up innovation. One, as sir has already pointed out, which is exposing to the world of work, which is happening both in the formal education at the school and higher education level. There are defined credits which are to be done by visiting industries, by visiting other places of work and doing internships or apprenticeship. And the second thing which I think can be scaled up is also an area of counseling where there have been some pilots which have been done. But at the school level, at the higher education level, even at the school dropout level, a scaled up solution for providing counseling to provide the right direction of choosing the profession. I think that is where, as the overall ecosystem, we are still missing, quite a bit, and we need to come up with that. Finally, to your question, the limiting factor, I think as a country, we have tried to evolve a reliable system of data, which is what we also called as a labor market information system. So if we have a reliable, consistent and publicly available source of data which is refreshed every year or probably every quarter in terms of which are the sectors where the jobs will be coming up, the entire skilling and training efforts gets actually adapted to that data, and then, as a result, we try and bring the unemployability or excess skills but no jobs kind of problems down. So I'll stop at this and maybe talk about some of this later.
When I realized in our discussions just before this session that there is so much depth of reflection that is, and experience that is available with this panel, that I'm hoping that towards the end you will have a few questions to probe deeper in areas of your interest. Dwarika here is a development expert, and she works with the youth. Now, India is a very, very young country in terms of its population. And through your work and your research, just the headline to start us off, please, on where you see our biggest opportunity and our biggest hurdle, our limiting factor is also an opportunity for putting in more work. Where do you see our opportunities and limiting factors?
I think the answer lies in the same, I guess it's the young people themselves. I think the opportunity is themselves, but also for us as a generation, really supporting that youth to really explore and really aspire towards what they really want to do. At the same time, the challenges are that these kind of opportunities are not there for all young people that we work with. If you take adolescent girls from a rural tribal area, a young person with disabilities, these opportunities are not there the same across for everyone. Now, kind of coming back to your first question, Mehta, in terms of innovations, I don't think we should see innovations as synonymous with new or technology. I think for all of us, and that includes young people, but all of us in this room as well, it's about how do you really unlearn, but also be completely okay with failing. And I think that's where the innovations and entrepreneurial thinking and skills come in. The second part about skills, and I truly believe skills is about the heart, mind, and hands. Most of us tend to focus around it in terms of the mind and the knowledge and the theories behind it. But we really need to look at the values that we instill, and most of you are here, teachers and principals, and amazing to hear from all of you as well. But that's not the reality across the country as well. And how do we really ensure that young people get those opportunities in itself, as I talked about? One of the things that young people have really said is that we need the information, we need those opportunities and explore. And I think it was amazing to hear from one of the principals where they said, if I knew the information that I had now, I wanted to be a scientist. For most young people, especially from rural India, you could see that they want to be role models and they have exposure to only an Anganwadi worker or a nurse or a police officer. And that's what they aspire to be because they don't know what it is to be an astronaut, right? So I think really providing those information, but also access to opportunities, because otherwise we are going to be then looking at frustration management. We tell them aspire and be whatever you want to be, but we also know that mental health and suicide is the highest among this particular population. So let's be also very mindful and cognizant of when we talk about opportunities, what is out there as well. Now coming to also giving them access to that leadership and space where they can voice out, learn, and be looking at you as role models as well. Now coming into teachers and the other fraternity as well, kind of supporting this work, it's important for integrating skills in the curriculum. And it was something that Rajesh also talked about. One thing that I really am encouraging, even within UNICEF, is to look at life skills not starting at 10 years onwards as an extracurricular activity, but really looking at it from early childhood development, starting from pre-kindergarten years in itself. How can it be included in the curriculum, not as a separate subject, not as hard skills or soft skills, but really being inbuilt from the beginning? Providing that space and opportunities for young people to assert themselves, communicate, collaborate, and learn from each other. And I think it's important, therefore, to also build the capacity of the teachers as well, and parents and communities to be able to give that space. Because at the end of the day, we are all humans. We also need to learn along with them as well, and that's what COVID-19 reality is taught as well. And the last point that I want to make is that we always assume whatever we are learning and skills, it's for jobs. an economic side of it. But we also need to realize there's a human side of all of us. We all want to make a difference in some way or the other. So how can we really provide that space for young people as well, that they come up with solutions for their families, for their communities? And we saw through COVID-19 how young people have taken on that leadership and really supported different stakeholders to come together. So as private sector, public sector, UN agencies, we need to really be able to provide that space for young people to exhibit that leadership. They have the potential, as that was mentioned, but really nurture and facilitate that journey as they transition from childhood to adulthood.
So beautifully said, so beautifully said. Thank you very much for that. And the leadership that comes both from students who provide these examples and the leaderships that our teachers inspire, that each of you inspires. I mean, you were talking about rural aspirations to become a scientist, and we have such amazing examples of people who have failed in the past but made sure that their spark is passed on to the next generation. All of you would have seen that. I remember taking a group of students to an astro conference in Toronto, and there all the youth prizes were won by one village teacher who came with 7 young Tamil Nadu students. And all the youth prizes were won by that person. That gentleman could not become an astrophysicist, but all his students, year upon year, kept on winning awards. This is the spark we pass on. And in fact, in the skilling area, specifically when it comes to the government efforts, we have a lot to learn from what went well in the past and what we didn't manage to. Our aspirations are huge. I will acknowledge that we want so much to happen so soon in the skilling sector. We have had the Skill India mission, we've had sector skills councils, we've had a whole decade of work on qualification packs, etc. We are preparing for bricklayers, masons, accountants. We are preparing for so many vocational skills that our students do. And yet we do not see the grand success in skilling that we would like to see. Some of it I'm acknowledging is just the sheer aspiration that we have. And why not? Why should we not have that aspiration? But coming to the future on what can we do now, I'd really like to hear from you. What are the things that you'd like the skills sector to focus on now in terms of what's being new, and also what we can try again from what was tried in the past? What should we do again, maybe better this time?
Okay, 2 points on this. One is that in our country, traditionally, the hands-on work was looked down upon a few centuries ago, and somehow the societal attitudes do remain the same. The hands-on, the workers, carpenters, plumbers, electricians, they might earn well these days. An air conditioning boy might earn more than an engineer these days, but the social respect is not there. So that societal attitude has to change in the country. That's point number 1. And second, the way jobs are changing, 50% of the jobs today did not exist 10 years ago. And next 10 years of AI and automation and a lot of other stuff, 50% of the automation even in agriculture and other fields, 50% jobs will not be there. So the job nature is changing very fast. So our curriculum, the way of teachings, they have to change very fast. They cannot be on the same pattern as our school education. And so that's why we are now switching gears, doing lot of handshakes with industry, और इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलकर ही पढ़ा रहे हैं ताकि वो रेलेवेंट चीज़ पढ़ाए. तो इस पर जब क्वेश्चंस आएंगे तो और एलेबोरेट करेंगे इस बात को.
जी नहीं, बहुत that's true. I mean, without industry, we really don't know whether we are teaching for the future or whether we are teaching the past. Now, I know there is this cliche that says that our job as educators is to teach the future. I sort of want to turn around and say we've always been teaching for the future. We have always, as educators, been building for the future. But the thing is, we can only teach what we know. Our Minister Saab in the morning, Shivraj Hanji said, the act of education is the passing on of the lamp of what we know. But as you rightly say, things are moving so fast. Our children are the builders. They are building things that we cannot even imagine. And I was just having a conversation with Dwarika right now about 21st century skills. And I promised you I wouldn't say this on stage, but I am. 21st century skills, what's so 21st century about them really? Are they not sort of eternal skills? And given the sheer pace of change right now, do they not sort of feel a little bit old to us going forward? Is that enough? Should we be doing more? Is there more to the skill set, and how do we deliver it to the youth so that they are able to meet their aspirations? They are pivoting left, right, and center, some because they're confused and some because they're seeking. So what are these skills that we should be giving them, and how?
Yeah, I mean, I agree in terms of the definition, and this was an argument Meeta and I had over coffee before coming here. I think, terminologies is something that none of us seem to be agreeing generally around these things. And what we might consider as 5 domain skills, globally there is about 180, because obviously different countries have their own interpretations of what is 21st century skills. For me, it's about, whatever that we know and whatever that might be relevant as we move forward, because yes, it's true that 50% may be automated, but we also for sure know what the jobs that will need are the human connect. So the service industry for sure will remain. Wherever that there will be a need for hospitality, healthcare, these are areas that's going to remain as well. And for most of this, you would need skills. Now, is that soft skills? Is that life skills? Is it 21st century skills? It's a huge question mark. I'm not going to go there in a room full of academicians and educators. But I think what might be definitely relevant is in terms of financial skills. And I'm not talking about financial skills for older population. Again, as I said, start from a very young age in terms of financial skills. Digital skills, I mean, there was a whole debate about searching and finding out. For me, it's important that young people know about the digital skills, but also online safety and protection and empowerment that goes along with it as well. So these are things that are really critical for us. We did a pilot called Young Warrior Next as part of the COVID-19 response, and it's about 15 sandbox pilots with 11 organizations to find out what's really in terms of showing impact. 9 of these actually showed impact where learning outcomes have improved for the children over the last 1 year, and I'm happy to share that report. It's on the Yuva website as well for you all to take a look at. But I think what's really important is what, as Rajesh said, employers are asking for these skills. And these are what young people want to learn as well, because the fact is that education and the jobs and the world is full of uncertainties that we can never predict what it is. What we can really inculcate in children is in terms of really being able to learn, and that adaptability, critical thinking, communication skills. You can call it 21st century skills, you can call it life skills, but this is something that's really important. Now, how do we do this at scale? As I said, really including it in the curriculum, not as an extra subject, but really in the way that you teach maths, in the way that we teach social studies, history, geography, you name it, this is something that's going to be very important. And second, I think it's important to look at when it's not just in the academic institutions, but it's also in terms of outside the school as well, so that we are also reaching the more marginalized groups of young people and providing these opportunities as well. So in all the informal spaces, it's important to look at it. Ensuring that teachers are being provided, educators are being provided with the aids as well, because we assume that teachers know everything, but it's going to be ensuring that everyone has access to these tools that are ever changing, and you have the right information at the right time to be able to provide that kind of journey for a young person and guide that young person. I think these are important factors as well. And last, using technology as an enabler. And I'm making sure that everyone has a mixed opinion about technology. It's there. Whether we like it or not, it's there. And it's going to only evolve, and we don't know what that evolution will look like. But how do we really make use of it and use it as an enabler? Now, technology for online classes, for those who have been teaching, and I have 2 young children as well, so I know, especially for a young child with learning disabilities, it's a divider, right? Online classes are not going to be conducive for children with learning disability. At the same time, you can use artificial intelligence so that you're personalizing and customizing that journey for a young person as well. So these are things of how you can use technology as a tool and technology to scale and use it for skills building. And I'm not going to say it as 21st century skills, but really as skills. And for me, skills is about critical thinking, communications, leadership, being able to collaborate and network and work with each other. These are things that are not going to go away, even if the world is going to get automated.
Absolutely, as RJ Piyush showed us, it's all about standing in front of a room of principals and holding your own as well. We want all our children to be able to do that. So, Siddharth, actually, I want to remind ourselves that much of what we say on stage is all very, it's a utopian world, it's a perfect world. And I remember sitting at a table with some school principals, and we came up on stage and we said wonderful things. And all of us went back to the table, and all of us had kids in class 11 and 12. And suddenly all of us were like, "Arey marks kya lene hai? Kaun sa tuition dena hai? Kaun sa wala counselor acha hai? Ivy League mein kaun sa pahunchata hai?" You know, it was a very typical parent conversation. But much of the energy that you see on the ground, and the ground reality is what I'm coming to you about. Much of the energy that you see on the ground is not in the big cities like Delhi. It's in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Much of the energy that you train up is also about exposing them or helping them understand this new world that is so technologically advanced that we feel that the big city rich kids will always be ahead of them. And yet the energy is there in the other cities. So is there some sort of a tool, something that an innovation, I'm using the word innovation, but that's not necessarily, I mean, it's not innovation for innovation's sake, but something that you have discovered, learned, created, even possibly hybrid ways. I mean, I know, Dwarka, you said that hybrid may not work for children with different abilities, but for some children, it may actually work better for children who cannot access the classroom, who have to cross a river or whatever. You have so much experience in the field. Would love to hear.
Right. So, most of the programs we run, some of the programs where the students pay on their own, some of the programs where we have, CSR partners. The geography of those programs is mostly rural areas, which are, some of them are even beyond tier 3 cities. Now, one thing which has happened is that, information is a great leveler. So the aspiration of a kid from a tier 3 town also is to land up that, plush, probably desk-based IT job, as the case might be for a tier 1 student also. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that in terms of availability of information of various job options and various career options, that is not a challenge anymore. That is both a plus and, a slightly limiting factor. On the plus side, we don't have to really tell, the kid about all the possible career options. On the other side, we know that everybody cannot land a job in IT sector, right? And that is where the entire role of counseling and, not just the student, but the parent and also the community in terms of what can be a possible career option for those kids who have undergone a skilling program from that area is, what matters. Now, some of the things which come at play in the rural areas specifically, which we have learned to do well. One is when we are mobilizing students for joining any skilling program, we've learned that putting all the conditions and, I'm using this again and again, counseling and the information sharing effort right up front in terms of setting the expectations right for the student and the parents in terms of joining a particular program and the kind of career options which that program will lead to, leads us for a successful batch where the dropout later dropout ratio actually comes down. So one is putting all effort in terms of mobilization of the correct kind of candidates into these programs who are willing to take up the entire course and also willing to take up the entire job or profession which we're offering. You see, we ran one program targeted at 1,300 girl students from 7 backward districts of UP and Chhattisgarh, skilling in the IT skills. 960 plus something candidates landed up a job, but my challenge there was, after 3 months, how many of them will actually stick around and not come back to their hometown? So these are some of the softer aspects which actually make or break the success of any of these programs. Second, I think I cannot stress upon the importance of communicating in the vernacular language anymore when we go to that territory. We have seen that our campaigns both on social media in terms of leaflets, in terms of our mobilizers, when they're talking the language of that community, we get much better result in terms of mobilization. So, and extrapolating that, I think a big innovation opportunity and a big market which is still waiting to be disrupted is content in vernacular language in these skills, both life skills as well as the hard skills, vertical. If we are able to achieve that on scale, I mean, it is going to have a lot of ripple effect on the entire skilling ecosystem. And the third thing, I think we know, all of us, that our workforce ultimately is an unorganized workforce to a great extent. It does not mean that the professions and the jobs they are involved in are all unorganized. What I'm trying to say is that finding local level employment opportunities so that I remove the fear of migrating into a bigger town from the minds of the candidates is a third critical success factor where our teams of mobilizers and placement guys work on, and we try and generate employment opportunities. And if we look at the local level, there are many employment opportunities from the IT, from the BFSI, from the retail sector where we can get the candidates absorbed. So I think these three factors in terms of mobilization, the vernacular connect, and jobs and employment at the local level are are three big things which help us succeed. In terms of in future, what we are betting on, and especially again for tier 2, tier 3 markets, one, lot of programs and lot of interest on women and skills, which we are seeing in terms of both from the participant side as well as from the policy advocacy and the client side. So, and not just the conventional apparel sector or beauty wellness kind of skills, but skills in the tech and the IT and some of the non-conventional sectors. We ran one batch of welding for women, and I found great interest for all of them who could actually join and succeed. And the second thing is thematically or sectorally, allied healthcare professionals, great demand in the coming years, and greening of jobs. So green jobs across multiple sectors. This is where we're trying to build advocacy, build demand, and I'm sure there will be a long-term career prospect for candidates from rural areas in these sectors.
Thank you. I mean, for us as educators at schools, this is the information we need for students who are in class 3, in class 5 right now. Because by the time they reach class 7, these are the sectors, these are the opportunities that are going to be real for them. And we know that it takes years, it takes 7 to 10 years to skill up a student. But in all of this, I am still hearing so much about the mainstream. And before I go to the summary question and to questions from you, the audience, I cannot resist turning to Rajesh ji and asking him that from what we were told many decades ago, technology was the golden answer to all kinds of accessibility issues. Somebody has disability issues, somebody is in a wheelchair, practical things that are very difficult for us to handle in school. I remember an honest teacher training session where some teachers actually turned around and said, we don't know how to handle children with different abilities. Now, most of you in this room are very mature and very senior professionals. You have the experience, but you also know how difficult it is for young teachers to handle a wide range of ability in the classroom. They tend to sort of say, not easy for us. Are we seeing any solutions using technology, some new innovations, something that the government is supporting in terms of building accessibility options and solutions, especially for skilling as compared to the traditional knowledge-based learning?
Before that, just to supplement quickly the last point, I have seen now girl students actually working as JCB drivers and Volvo bus drivers. And I have a question to all of you, that on Urban Club, if you go and if there is a housewife or female at home and you want a plumber, so if there is a choice that the plumber can be a woman or a girl, so how many of you will choose that option? So we just have to give opportunities to our girls and think out of the box. So now we are talking to a lot of companies to promote those also. So these are not weaknesses, these are strengths we never recognized. Now on the technology assisting in the disability part. At school level, at preschool level, our parents and teachers of primary schools, they need to be sensitized that many disabilities can be corrected if caught very early. For example, now there are mobile apps for guessing dyslexia, or child is hard of hearing in 1 year, या सिर्फ बच्चे को चश्मे की ज़रूरत है. बहुत गांवों में और शहरों में भी जो हेल्थ चेकअप होते हैं स्कूलों में, they are not that comprehensive. Many children, just because they are not given specs at the right age, they suffer in the reading. Now the methods of teaching. Now during COVID, everything was online. So in online, sometimes the teacher is speaking, sometimes she is writing on blackboard or explaining by hands or with a model. So if a child is blind, he or she can listen to the audio part, but the silence parts, you have to supplement that audio. So the audio track for blind students, the online classes have to slightly be more inclusive. If a child is deaf and it is an online class, there have to be the subtitles in the local language, English, Hindi or that. So that is one thing which very few schools or colleges or online classes enabled. So children were sort of left wanting there. Third part, on the jobs, let us say if it's a blind school, we think of job roles like candle making only. As IT Secretary Maharashtra, 5-6 years ago, I met a phenomenally good programmer, Krishnakant Mane, who was totally blind. So the blind people can do much, much more beyond candle making courses. So we just have to open our minds to the opportunities and the talents they have. And so we are talking to a lot of people on enabling those kind of job roles. And frankly, last point, if someone is lacking in one sense, God always heightens other senses. If a child is blind, maybe the hearing part has become very good, and the child can be an asset in the job roles which involve hearing, not seeing. So we have just to think out of the box and enable all these kind of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the lesson that I take from listening to you is just ask. I think we do need to ask around a lot more. We do have information available. We have courses available, modules available within the ministries as well that are available for training the less abled. Also for us as teachers, we also need to be a little bit trained in when do we refer a child to a specialist. One thing that we have not been trained in well enough, so one of the things I would request HT and all your journalists here is to put out a request. We need to know when to refer somebody. Is that child naughty because they can't see or they can't hear clearly? Or is there some sort of a behavioral issue that should go to a specialist? We as teachers can't solve everything. We need specialists, we need support, and we need the guidance over here to be able to build the right skills in our children going forward, even if they don't succeed in content. As long as they get the skills of confidence, the ability to learn, having goal-setting things, we will be able to help them progress in life. I'm fairly conscious of the time, and that's why I would really love to pull together all this expertise in this room and this panel and ask this distinguished panel for one piece of advice, saying that if government, if civil society, if social enterprise, if the development sector all come together and we want to work together for that one thing in skilling up our students and our youth, what is that one thing? May I start from the left, with you? What is that one thing that you think we should all be working on together?
I think that one thing is partnerships and really working together. I really think that we do as individuals come together. We all have good intentions at heart, but we all have our own agendas as well, right? I really want to say that it's very, very difficult to ask the private sector or the public sector or the development sector to put aside those agendas and say that, are we truly, truly listening to what the young people are saying? Are we giving them a seat at the decision-making table? Are we willing to listen to them and then put that into practice? So when I talk about partnering, I'm talking about partnering not just amongst us, but also with young people.
Very well said. Beautifully said. Siddharth.
Yes. So I did have, one of the points as convergence, because skills is not exactly one ministry's job. It actually is a mission and more than a mission. It cuts across every ministry and every department. So we could do with a lot more converged efforts. But the second thing, I think one of the single most initiatives, if pushed ahead, can yield a lot of result is the apprenticeship or the internship schemes which have been launched and are getting pushed. So the more we incentivize the industry to engage apprentices and also create policies and environment so that the students opt for more and more apprenticeship and internship, the more we solve the problem of exposing the students to the actual world of work, and that is where the actual learning and hands-on skilling happens. So that one initiative, I think, needs much faster and more rapid acceleration.
Thank you. And the last word to you, Rajesh ji.
Okay, I would say that our parents and teachers have to realize that no job is small. Society should value all job roles. And our role should be to just enable the child to reach his or her true potential and find the true calling in life.
Thank you. That is so profound and so true. Rini, do we have time for audience questions? Before we thank our panel and sign off, would really love to hear your questions for anybody on the panel. Yes, of course. And then the lady there next.
Thank you, Rini. See, good to hear you all. Of course, the points are really very good. We at Educationalist, we are teaching our students, impacting the homes, impacting the parents. We are doing all these things at Warfront, creating, skill-based learning, leadership qualities, technology learning, everything is there. But the question always comes that why? Why we are working on preaching, like we should think this. Why a parent emphasize a doctor and engineer only? This question is so prominent that a parent, when we say, ma'am, they could go for some other subject, not science. The opportunity and the profession in social structure is somewhere still lacking. So as educationalists, we will be successful if we can show them that even opting these professions, your child could have really successful future in life. So that attraction is somewhere missing, which parents always do ask, क्यों पढ़ूं मैं ये? मैं क्यों करवा रहा हूँ ये subject? So reform is required somewhere, exposure and opportunities creating in the social reform as well. That's the main front where at times, even as educationalists, we do not have answers. We are giving opportunities. We want, and it's a shift these days. I found many students not opting for science as it used to be in my time. Now they are opting more for humanities, but there is a special class who said, ma'am, itna paisa hoga, hum CLAT kara payenge. Itna paisa tabhi to, but if a doctor is there, earning badi jaldi start ho jati hai. Sportsmen, I heard about. But isn't it difficult for a child to be a sports person? Are we having that reform, that facility in our society that we could motivate our children to become a sports person? Life is not easy for a sport person to, get that opportunity in the social circle. So somewhere, isn't it a corner, isn't it a space where we need some support or something?
Very interesting question. Is it possible to take two questions at the same time?
Just could you identify yourself, ma'am,
Yeah,
so that we have...
myself, Meenakshi Sharma from Gurukuldi School. I am on behalf of Mr. Gaurav Bedi here.
All right, so we're taking on questions and comments, right? So...
Right. No, this was also a question.
Yes.
But
yes.
I'd love to hear one more question
Sure,
and then
sure,
take it to the
sure.
panel. Ma'am.
There's a question there, here.
Yeah, 1, so 2, 3, and 4, and then we'll just take it to the panel in general.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Preeti Puri from Bluebell School International in Kailash. Thank you so much for this session. I heard a lot of what I think about. So my question is to Mr. Agarwal. The NEP has come up with a lot of things. I just want to understand from all of you and also for Mrs. Sriram is that why are we not feeling the change at school? Where is the missing link between what the government proposes should be done and what we are actually doing in a school?
Wonderful question. The third
Thank you.
question, please. Dwarka, you have that, right? Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Surendra Sajdev, Principal DPS. So there are individual aspirations and there is a country aspiration. So as an individual, somebody is looking forward to be a doctor, engineer, etc., right? To earn good, to live a life. And at the same time, as a country, what kind of human being we need? H. Humility, hard work, honesty, integrity, very, very important. So are we able to bring these kind of soft skills in the schools, because schools are recognized by providing good kind of professional courses or careers, not otherwise?
Absolutely. I'll ask Siddharth to answer that question. And the fourth and the last question for this round.
Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. But whenever we do hear anything about skilling, it's mostly policy. And as principals, we really want to know how we get to implement it. So taking on from where ma'am from Bluebells talked about why isn't it showing at the school level, I'd like to talk about our multi-skilled teachers. What are we doing about skilling the teachers in a way that there is a course which ensures that every teacher is multi-skilled, so that when we talk about any kind of skilling being introduced in school, the teachers are ready for it. Currently, the policy is top-down. How are we preparing ourselves bottom-up, and what is being done at the education sector? Are we doing something about it? And here I'd like to quote the example of Finland, which organizes a 4-year teacher training course, and teachers are taught to be multi-skilled, trained people rather than specialists of individual subjects. That's when the vocational program there, which is very much embedded in the curriculum, actually takes off so well. So that's what I wanted to talk about.
Thank you. That's the kind of question that excites me, and I can go on for an hour about that. But this is not about me, Rajesh. Over to you, right to left. We will go on this one.
Okay, first thing, on career choices, now the kids are becoming quite smart. They are opting for more choices. Parental reactions are changing, though slowly in certain sections of society. But in next 15 years, when these kids become parents and also society will change fundamentally on that. So that's our belief. And secondly, some data evidence on this. I do analyze data of about 20 lakh ITI admissions every year. And this year we have seen kids with 100% score marks from reasonably good families who could opt for good colleges. Those kids are saying, no, I will do a vocational course. Some of them are aspirational courses like robotics and all, but some do opt for electrician or even carpentry and plumbing, even with 90% plus marks and from good families. So children are saying, I want to become this and I want to opt for this. So the numbers are small there in non-aspirational courses, but things are changing over there. And I will let my colleagues answer. So
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Siddharth.
Yes, very briefly, I think the question on aspiration of the country versus the aspiration of an individual is precisely the balance which the policy and the implementation has to strike all the time, so that we produce individuals who have the right mindset and skills to contribute to the aspirations of the country. So if our aspiration, let's say, is to become a $5 trillion economy, for which entrepreneurial skills and innovation skills are important, then we try and mirror those skills back into the curriculum and put that into action. I do understand and agree that the gap still remains in terms of laying it out in the NEP and the policy versus actually seeing it happen. But the journey has started, and sooner or later we will see that happening. And once a few batches have come out with that kind of changed curriculum, I think a better alignment in terms of individual level input aligned with the aspirations of the country can be seen.
Dwarika.
Yeah, I think I'll just answer the first question a little bit and then move to the implementation part of it. I think choices, aspirations, sometimes we need to take it with a pinch of salt because we are sitting in a room and I feel most of us are very privileged. When you talk about doctors and engineers, I'm sure that large majority of them are from a privileged background and mostly boys. Now for most of the others, and there's a large population, that aspiration is actually about where is the next meal coming from. So let's look at aspirations and choices in that sense. And I also want to point out the fact that in India, 90% of the economy is in the informal sector. We did touch upon that. And I think one point that I really want to talk about, and I forgot in my previous points, is about entrepreneurial thinking. And I don't mean entrepreneurship only, but even entrepreneurial thinking is something that's going to be critical and that needs to kind of be included in the curriculum as we move forward, because parents don't really support anything to do with entrepreneurship at this point in time. But I hope, as you said, as the population moves and they're being aware of it, that the future generation will have much more opportunities for them. Now, in terms of answering a question about why you're not feeling at the school level, and I'm speaking more from a development sector here, I think the intention from the government is great. After 2 decades, you have seen a change in policy, and the policy is amazing in its intentions, right? Now, to operationalize this, you need to move an entire machinery, not just within the government, but also the private sector and the community at large. From the government machinery, you need to look at the financing side of it, both at the national level, the central level, and the state level. How are we going to make sure that the financing is happening, and then the planning, the implementation, where are those gaps? Are we spending the money on the right thing? Are we looking at the capacity building and the teacher trainings that needs to be invested in? These are going to take some time, and this is where the concerted effort of all the various stakeholders needs to come in. So it's not just the government, it's also the private sector, not just private sector education institutions, but also other private sector players need to come in and play a role. How the civil society organizations can come in and fill some of these gaps to ensure the most marginalized are not getting left behind. So I think that the intentions and the policies are right. Maybe getting that translated into action, it means that people need to start making sure we are working together and putting the pressure to operationalize this and getting different stakeholders to come together, the central and the state, the private sector, the communities and the families and the individuals, the young people themselves and the children, coming together to really work around it. That's when you start seeing that impact. And I really, really think that we are going in the right direction in terms of giving that emphasis what has been kind of communicated in the national education policy.
Thank you so much. Partnership. That is the word that I will take away with me. Reaching out to other people in partnership, working together. And I'd like to thank all of you for being such an amazing audience. Thank you very much, Dwarkaji, Siddharthji, and Rajeshji for starting this next phase of the conversation on skilling. We are in our early middle age. This is when we come into our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meeta, for ably steering that discussion. And of course, a lot of threads were thrown up. There's a lot of room for discussion, for deliberation on these various aspects that you have highlighted. We're going to break now for lunch, which is organized outside, and we'd like to have all of you back, not just some of you, but all of you back by 2:20. So please don't disappear after lunch. You're going to be counted. Thank you.
निकलेगा अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा सपनों को पलने दो नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर।
National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT, is a premier institution under Ministry of Electronics and IT for capacity building and skilling in the field of electronics and information technology sector. Besides imparting training in conventional areas of electronics and information technology, NILIT centers are also imparting training in various emerging technologies such as cloud computing, robotics and artificial intelligence, data science, cyber security, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc. Having pan-India presence through its 40+ own campuses, 800+ accredited institutes and 7,000+ facilitation centers, NILIT caters to the youth across the country. Training provided by NILIT enhances the skills of these youths for making them employable, setting up of startups and finding suitable and dignified livelihood with a special emphasis on Northeast, J&K and Ladakh regions. Believing in the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Reaching the unreached through science and technology.
NILIT is continuously contributing to the success of government's flagship programs like Digital India and Skill India, ensuring inclusive development while bridging the digital divide across the country. In line with the digital Northeast vision of the Government of India, almost half of total NILIT-owned campuses are located in northeastern states. With the funding support of mighty Government of India, NILIT is playing an instrumental role in executing various important skill development projects in northeastern states.
आज अरमानों का निकलेगा।
प्रकाशित करने, राहों को आलोकित करने।
जीवन ये प्रकाशित करने, राहों को आलोकित करने। हम अपना दीपक स्वयं बने, हम अपना रास्ता स्वयं चुने। हम अपना दीपक स्वयं बने, हम अपना रास्ता स्वयं चुने। जीवन ये प्रकाशित करने, राहों को आलोकित करने।
सीमा से विद्यालय जो मुक्त हो, धन साधन समय की सीमा से विद्यालय जो मुक्त हो।
कभी पढ़े हम कहीं पढ़े, वे विषय की लोच से युक्त हो।
कभी पढ़े हम कहीं पढ़े, वे विषय की लोच से
और जागे,
मंजिल आने की ध्वनि सुने। हम अपना दीपक स्वयं बने, हम अपना रास्ता स्वयं चुने।
जीवन ये प्रकाशित करने, राहों को आलोकित करने। परीक्षा का अवसर एक बार ही क्यों मिलता फिर
We've had a very stimulating first half of the day. May I request those who are standing to please be seated quickly. We've got the Honorable Chief Minister standing by for our session. We've heard some very pertinent and crucial opinions of eminent stakeholders. We now have a session with the Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, who joins us virtually. I'd like to request all of you to please keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. We will be having an interactive session, so think of your questions, if you have any, to ask of Mr. Baghel. And I would request you to identify yourself when you are asking that question, when you are told that the floor is open to questions. The Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, is regarded as an epitome of integrity, vision, and inclusive development. He has revolutionized the model of development in his state by combining traditional wisdom with modern technology and reviving traditional agricultural practices, but with a scientific approach. We will have Sunetra Chaudhary, the national editor for political affairs at Hindustan Times, to welcome Mr. Baghel into our midst online, and she will be having a conversation with Mr. Baghel on taking education to the next level. For now, we have a video that we'd like to share with you.
सूरज अरमानों का निकलेगा, अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा, आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा। सपनों को पलने दो, नन्हे कदमों को चलने दो, उम्मीदों के पंख लगा के आसमां छू लेने दो। इस ज़मीं से भी कोई सितारा देख लेना चमकेगा, इस चमन से भी कई गुल खिलकर देख लेना महकेगा।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के इस एजुकेशन समिट पे आपने ज्वाइन किया, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं सुनेत्रा चौधरी, आई विश आप हमारे हर समिट में आते हैं, सो आई विश यू वर हियर इन पर्सन, लेकिन वी विल डू आवर बेस्ट टू मेक इट एज इंटरैक्टिव एज पॉसिबल, एंड मिस्टर भूपेश बघेल इज ऑल्सो फैंटास्टिक एट आंसरिंग ऑल आवर क्वेश्चंस, सो आई लुक फॉरवर्ड टू हिम आंसरिंग मैनी ऑफ योर्स एज वेल। भूपेश जी, मैं शुरू करना चाहूँगी क्योंकि हम शिक्षा के इस सम्मेलन में बात कर रहे हैं कि कुछ दिनों पहले मैंने छत्तीसगढ़ से ये हेडलाइन देखा था कि आप लोग एक 10 इंग्लिश मीडियम गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस आप खोलने जा रहे हैं। जितने बार रिसेंटली न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में जितनी बातचीत चल रही है, लोग उसके बारे में ये कह रहे हैं कि अपनी मातृभाषा में जितना ज़्यादा शिक्षा का उपयोग हो वो ज़्यादा बेहतर है। तो इसके बीच में आप इंग्लिश एजुकेशन पर फोकस कर रहे हैं, इसकी वजह क्या है?
सबसे पहले हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स द्वारा आयोजित एजुकेशन समिट 2022 में शिरकत कर रहे सभी शिक्षाविद और विद्वानों को मैं नमस्कार करता हूं, और सुनेत्रा जी को भी मेरा नमस्कार। और ये जो समिट है वो विषय तकनीकी नवाचारों के जरिए शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आ रहे बदलाव पर केंद्रित है। आपने बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा कि लोकल लैंग्वेज में बच्चों को सीखना चाहिए, बिल्कुल सही बात है। और इसके लिए छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने प्राइमरी एजुकेशन में पहली दूसरी कक्षा के बच्चों को उसके प्राइमरी स्कूल में बच्चों को उनकी मातृभाषा में सीखना चाहिए, और इसके लिए छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने 16 प्रकार के बोली भाषा हमारी जो छत्तीसगढ़ में है और 4 प्रकार के जो पड़ोसी राज्य की जो भाषा है उसमें हमने पुस्तक छपवाया और वितरित किया, और उस आधार पे पढ़ाई भी चल रही है। दूसरे तरफ ये है कि आज अंग्रेजी माध्यम स्कूल में देखेंगे कि आज पूरी दुनिया की जो डिमांड है वो अंग्रेजी है। आज यदि कोर्ट में जाते हैं, मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने जाते हैं, इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई करने जाते हैं, उस सब में अंग्रेजी की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। और केवल इस एक लैंग्वेज के कारण से हमारे जो छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे राज्य है, जहाँ हमारे करीब आधी आबादी ओबीसी की है, तो 31% आबादी आदिवासियों की है, 13% जनसंख्या हमारे अनुसूचित जाति की है। बड़ी संख्या में हमारे अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और पिछड़े वर्ग के लोग निवास करते हैं और 44% घना जंगल भी है हमारे यहाँ। और आपको ये भी मालूम होगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ में नक्सल का प्रभाव रहा है और नक्सलियों ने हमारे जो बस्तर जिले के, बस्तर संभाग के स्कूलों को ध्वस्त कर दिया था। ऐसी स्थिति में हम लोगों को एक तरफ ये भी चुनौती है कि अपने बच्चों को लोकल लैंग्वेज में सिखाएं, तो उसकी भी तैयारी हमने की। दूसरी तरफ हम अपने बच्चों को अंग्रेजी माध्यम से तैयारी कराएं। बहुत जो अब अंग्रेजी जो प्राइवेट स्कूलें हैं उसमें आपने देखा होगा कि जो मिडिल क्लास है, लोअर मिडिल क्लास है, वो लोग भी अपने महीने भर की कमाई को या साल भर की कमाई को केवल बच्चों की पढ़ाई में खर्च कर देते हैं, तो उनके आर्थिक बजट से बाहर हो जाता। गरीब लोग तो सोच ही नहीं सकते। ऐसी स्थिति में छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने प्राइमरी मतलब स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल शुरू किया, जो 250 से अधिक आंकड़े पार कर चुके हैं। हमने हर ब्लॉक में एक एक स्कूल कम से कम खोला है और दूरस्थ अंचलों में भी हमने खोला है। और सबसे ज़्यादा डिमांड इसी बात की है कि हमारे यहाँ भी स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल खुले, और इसमें गरीब के बच्चे भी हैं, मिडिल क्लास के लोग भी हैं, लोअर मिडिल क्लास के लोग हैं, हमारे अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के लोग हैं, सबको यह अवसर मिल रहा है। और ये पढ़ाई मुफ्त में दी जा रही है और सारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इसमें हमने दिया है। टीचर्स भी अच्छे भर्ती किए हैं, तो अच्छा कैंपस भी हमने बनाया है, तो एक अच्छा वातावरण मिला है। और जिसके कारण से करीब 1 लाख से अधिक छात्र छात्राएं अब हमारे स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं। अब यही बच्चे जब आगे निकलेंगे और कॉलेज में जाएंगे, तो ठीक है, मेडिकल कॉलेज चल दिए, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज चल दिए, IIT IIM वगैरह जाएंगे, वहाँ तो ठीक है अंग्रेजी में पढ़ लेंगे, लेकिन बचत जो आर्ट के हैं, कॉमर्स के बच्चे रहेंगे और दूसरे सब्जेक्ट जो BSc करना चाहेंगे, ऐसे जो बच्चे हैं उनके लिए अंग्रेजी में आपको इंग्लिश मीडियम कॉलेज की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। और इसलिए हमने ये निर्णय किया है कि इस साल, अगले साल से 10 अंग्रेजी माध्यम कॉलेज हम भी खोलें, ताकि उन बच्चों को अवसर मिले। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हम जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है उसको भी हमको साथ में लेके चलना है, और जो संभावनाएं हैं उसको भी उनको बच्चों को अवसर हम देंगे, और इसलिए फैसला किया गया।
तो सर, ये भाषा की जो बात है, क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि चाहे वो स्कूल के सिलेबस की बात हो या फिर जैसे आपने कहा कि लोगों को अपने सरकार से, अपने स्कूलों से क्या चाहिए उसकी बात हो, लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि भाषा की बात काफ़ी ज़्यादा राजनीतिक भी हो जाती है, जिसकी वजह से आप लोगों को एक बैलेंसिंग एक्ट करना पड़ता है?
देखिए, राजनीति को अलग रखिए इसमें, जो लेकिन एजुकेशन जो है और लोकल लैंग्वेज है, जो मातृभाषा है, उसमें बच्चा जितना अच्छा सीख सकता है, समझ सकता है, उसको आत्मसात कर सकता है, वो दूसरी भाषा में नहीं कर सकता है। इसलिए प्रारंभिक तौर पे जो बच्चों को पढ़ाई करना है वो तो लोकल लैंग्वेज में होना चाहिए। और हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में, हमारे यहाँ जनजातियों की बहुत सारी बोली और भाषा है, और इस कारण से सभी 16 प्रकार के बोली भाषा में मैंने बताया कि उसको हमने प्रिंट करवाया, वितरित कराया, उसमें पढ़ाई भी करा रहे हैं। लेकिन जहाँ तक कि राजनीति की बात है, तो राजनीति में तो आप देखेंगे कि भाषाई आधार पर राज्य बने और भाषाई आधार पर आंदोलन भी हुए, बड़े बड़े आंदोलन खड़े हुए हैं। उसका कारण है कि लोकल जो प्राइड है उसको सामने रख के वो बातें कही गई है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि लोग जो स्थानीय भाषा है उसके महत्व को कभी कम नहीं आंकना चाहिए, लेकिन यदि आगे बढ़ना है, आसमान छूना है, तो जो राष्ट्रीय जो भाषा है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय भाषा है, उसका भी ज्ञान होना बहुत जरूरी है।
आपने बस्तर की बात की मुख्यमंत्री जी, तो आप हमारे जो यहाँ पे ऑडियंस है उनको ज़रा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे कि उन इलाकों में और स्पेशली कोविड के टाइम पे जो गाँवों में इतनी प्रॉब्लम आई है पढ़ाई लिखाई चालू रखने के लिए, तो बस्तर जैसे इलाके जहाँ पे माओवादी प्रॉब्लम्स भी हैं, वहाँ पर एजुकेशन का जो एजेंडा कंटिन्यू करने के लिए वो चैलेंजेस क्या आती है?
देखिए, बस्तर या सरगुजा की बात करें तो बस्तर में तो नक्सली प्रभावित रहा है, सरगुजा भी हमारे अनुसूचित जनजातियों की बहुलता वाला क्षेत्र है, लेकिन बस्तर में विशेष रूप से हमने देखा कि नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र होने के कारण से प्राइमरी एजुकेशन भी नहीं हुआ, कि स्कूल तोड़ दिए गए और सारे स्कूल हैं वो कैंपों के नज़दीक लाए गए थे, टीचर जाते नहीं थे और नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में स्कूल बंद पड़े थे। तो ऐसे में वहाँ लोगों को विश्वास जीतना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था बनिस्बत के ईंट गारे के बिल्डिंग बनाने की, और इसलिए इसी साल हमने 260 स्कूल जो बंद पड़े थे उसकी शुरुआत की, और वहीं जो 12वीं पढ़े बच्चे हैं या कॉलेज पढ़ लिए हैं, शिक्षा मित्र के रूप में उसकी नियुक्ति की और पढ़ाई शुरू की। अभी स्थिति ये है कि आप दूरस्थ अंचलों में चलते, सुकमा है, बीजापुर है, नारायणपुर के अंदरूनी इलाके में चलते हैं, तो वहाँ यदि पुलिस में भर्ती करना चाहें तो आपको 5वीं बच्चे नहीं मिलेंगे। ये स्थिति वहाँ है। सरकारी नौकरी भी देना चाहते हैं, तो चूँकि 15 साल से वहाँ सारे स्कूल बंद थे तो एजुकेशन से बिल्कुल दूरी बन गई थी, और इसलिए हमने इस साल 260 स्कूल शुरू किए। 3 साल में आपने देखा हो जगरगुंडा जैसे जो नक्सलियों का मतलब वो मुख्यालय समझ लीजिए, वो 13 साल से वो स्कूल बंद था। 3 साल पहले हमारी जब सरकार बनी तो हम लोगों ने फिर उसी साल फिर शुरुआत की, तो एजुकेशन अब बच्चे पढ़ भी रहे हैं। दूसरी बात ये है कि बहुत दूर दूर है तो उसमें बच्चे जो हाई स्कूल या हायर सेकेंडरी पढ़ना चाहते हैं तो कोटा की व्यवस्था वो भी की व्यवस्था करना है। फिर अंग्रेजी माध्यम स्कूल के टीचर नियुक्ति करना है। ये सारी चीज़ें हम लोगों ने किया, और हमारी सरकार बनते ही सबसे पहले 14,000 शिक्षकों की भर्ती की और अभी 10,000 शिक्षक की भर्ती की प्रक्रिया और शुरू किए, ताकि शिक्षकों की जो कमी है वो पूरी की जा सके। और हम नीति बनाएंगे, जो भर्ती हो रहे हैं अब होंगे, उसमें उन्हीं जहाँ रिक्त पद हैं वहीं शिक्षकों के पदस्थापना होगी और कम से कम 3 साल वो वहाँ रहे। अन्यथा होता ये है कि जिन स्कूलों में शिक्षक विहीन स्कूल हैं वो शिक्षक विहीन ही रहते हैं, और जहाँ टीचर हैं उसमें और अधिक टीचर हो जाते हैं। तो इस बात को हम लोग ध्यान में रखेंगे ताकि हम बस्तर अंचल में वहाँ शिक्षा का प्रचार प्रसार कर सकें। तो एक बड़ी चुनौती है वहाँ के बच्चों को पढ़ाई शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जोड़ने की, और वो काम हमारी सरकार अभी कर रही है। उसके साथ साथ अभी कोरोना भी आया, कोरोना में भी सारे स्कूल बंद थे, तो ऐसे स्थिति में एक चुनौती थी, और ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई शुरू किए। टीचर लोग अपने वॉइस रिकॉर्ड करके वहाँ भेजते थे, वो डाउनलोड भी करते थे। बुलटू के बोल इसको शुरुआत की। फिर हमारे मोहल्ले में जो शिक्षा है वहाँ टीचर जाके उसी मोहल्ले में इस गांव में जाके पढ़ाई भी करना शुरू किए। तो इस प्रकार से बहुत सारे नवाचार किए, जिसके कारण से वो पढ़ाई, ये बात तो सही है कि क्लासरूम में बैठ के पढ़ना और ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई कराना या घर में पढ़ाई करना, इसमें बहुत अंतर आता है, उसमें स्तर में बहुत अंतर आता है। लेकिन फिर भी जब कोरोना काल में ये जो नुकसान हुआ उसकी भरपाई करने के लिए हमारी सरकार ने नवाचार किए हैं, इसके असाधारण अनुभव हम लोगों को मिले हैं। तो इस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में शिक्षा का प्रसार और शिक्षा को सुचारू रूप से संचालन करने के लिए हम लोग लगातार काम करते रहे।
आप कोरोना की बात कर रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री जी, तो जब मैं रिसर्च कर रही थी आपको इंटरव्यू करने के लिए, तो एक बात मैंने पढ़ी कि छत्तीसगढ़ में आप लोगों ने एक आइडिया निकाला था कोरोना के दौरान, लाउड स्पीकर स्कूल। तो मुझे ये काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग लगा। तो आप हमारे जो ऑडियंस है उनको बताएंगे इसके बारे में ज़रा कि ये क्या कॉन्सेप्ट था?
जसपुर जिले में ये बात आई, हमारे शिक्षकगण भी खाली बैठे बैठे, उनको भी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था, वो स्कूल नहीं जा रहे थे, और हम लोगों ने नवाचार जिस प्रकार से मैंने अभी बताया कि ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन पढ़ाई शुरू कराए थे, और तो फिर टीचर लोग भी नए नए नवाचार किए, जिसमें वो लाउड स्पीकर वाले, छतरी वाले, मोटरसाइकिल वाले गुरुजी, और फिर बरामदे में बैठ के पढ़ाने का काम, तो दूर दूर बच्चों को बिठा के पढ़ाई कराने का काम। और जब ये लाउड स्पीकर वाले गुरुजी जब आते थे, वो अपने मोटरसाइकिल में बैटरी बांधे रहते थे, लाउड स्पीकर रहते थे, गांव से आने से पहले वो अनाउंस करना शुरू करते थे, बच्चे इकट्ठा होते थे, दूर दूर उनको बिठाया जाता था, क्योंकि अपने को सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग का पालन भी करना होता था। तो उस स्थिति में दूर दूर बैठे हैं, तो बच्चों को यदि टीचर यदि जो बोलेंगे तो आखिरी बच्चे बैठे हैं उस शोर में, वो सुनाई नहीं देगा, तो लाउड स्पीकर लेके जाते थे और पढ़ाई कराते थे। और इस बात को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी इस नवाचार की प्रशंसा की थी।
बिल्कुल। तो इस तरीके के आइडियाज़ तो काफ़ी थे भूपेश जी, लेकिन अगर हम WHO के या फिर UNDP, यूनिसेफ, ये जो इंटरनेशनल बॉडीज़ हैं, उनका कहना है सिर्फ भारत में ही नहीं, पूरे विश्व में ऐसे बहुत से बच्चे हैं जिनकी पढ़ाई छूट गई है कोरोना के दौरान, और अब वो वापस स्कूल नहीं जाएंगे। आपको क्या लगता है कि भारत में ये कितना बड़ा इशू है?
बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है कि जो स्कूल जो छोड़ चुके हैं बच्चे, उसको फिर से वापस लाना, लेकिन हम लोगों के यहाँ वो स्थिति नहीं बनी कि ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन बुलटू की गोट, और ये जो लाउड स्पीकर वाले गुरुजी, छतरी वाले गुरुजी, बरामदा पढ़ाने वाले गुरुजी, ऐसे जो नवाचार करते रहे, तो इसके कारण से जो स्कूल छोड़ने वाले बच्चों की संख्या में कमी आई। स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल में जो पढ़ाई की है, तो उसमें तो एक पद है, उसके अगेंस्ट में 10-10 लोग एप्लीकेशन किए, तो उस प्रकार से हमारे यहाँ वो स्थिति बनी। और जहाँ तक के यहाँ ड्रॉप आउट होने वाले बच्चों की संख्या में उतनी नहीं है जितना दूसरे जगह सुनाई देता है, तो हमारे यहाँ वो स्थिति नहीं है। और जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों की बात कही, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि उनके इन बीच में अनेक बार बात हुई, और यहाँ के जो नवाचार जो किया गया उसको प्रशंसा भी उन लोगों ने किया है।
पूरे देश में चर्चा अब चल रही है कि किस तरीके से हमारे सिलेबस को, करिकुलम को अपडेट किया जाए, उसे आधुनिक बनाया जाए। आप नेशनल, और बहुत लोगों के कई सारे आइडियाज़ हैं, कुछ कह रहे हैं कि ऐसे बहुत सारे फ्रीडम फाइटर्स हैं जिनको निगलेक्ट किया गया हो, हमारी किताबों में बच्चों को उनके बारे में पढ़ाना चाहिए, जो दलित आदिवासी जो हीरोज़ हैं उनके बारे में बताना चाहिए। आपके मुताबिक किस तरीके से जो हमारी किताबें हैं, स्कूल के टेक्स्ट बुक्स हैं, उनको किस तरीके से अपडेट करना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल सही बात है, लेकिन जो आज़ादी के लड़ाई में या यदि हम कहें कि आदिवासी विद्रोह के बात कहें, तो उनको तो शामिल किया जाना चाहिए, लेकिन ये पिक एंड चूज वाली बात नहीं होनी चाहिए। राज्यों को इसे सम्मिलित किया जाना चाहिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो शिक्षाविद हैं वो किसी विचारधारा से जुड़कर ऐसे कोई करिकुलम तैयार न करें जिससे लगे कि एक पक्षी हो रहा है। तो जिन आज़ादी की लड़ाई के बारे में कहना चाहते हैं जो लोग हैं, उसको तो रखा ही जाना चाहिए। जो छूट गए हैं सूचना के अभाव में या जानकारी के अभाव में या किन्हीं और कारणों से, तो उनको जोड़ा जाना चाहिए। हम छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारे जितने महापुरुष हैं, हम लोगों ने उसे चिन्हित भी किया है और अपने अनेक पाठ्यक्रम में सम्मिलित करने का निर्देश भी दिया है।
तो आपको लगता है ये डायलॉग से हो रहा है? वो केंद्र सरकार या फिर HRD मिनिस्ट्री, एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री, क्या आप लोगों से सुझाव मांग रहे हैं और आपको लगता है ठीक डायरेक्शन में वो जा रही है बात?
अब वो तो पता चलेगा जब वो निर्णय होंगे तब, उसके पहले तो कहा नहीं जा सकता।
ये
तो क्या करेंगे?
सर, ये CUET के एग्जाम्स जो चल रहे हैं, आप
ये
CUET कॉमन एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम जो चल रहे हैं पूरे देश भर में, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के लिए, तो ये एक नया सिस्टम है, कई जगह जो हैं जो परीक्षा हो रही हैं उनकी काफ़ी टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे हैं, कैंसिल हो रहे हैं, आपकी इस पर कोई राय है?
देखिए, जब इस प्रकार के परीक्षाएं तैयारी की जाती है तो पूरी तैयारी होनी चाहिए और उसमें फिर कोई चूक नहीं होनी चाहिए। जब इतने बड़े देश भर में और सभी राज्यों में इसकी तैयारी कर रहे हैं तो ऐसे तैयारी होनी चाहिए जिसमें कोई चूक ना हो, जिससे हमारे छात्र छात्राओं को उसका नुकसान ना हो।
बिल्कुल
जी
सर, मैं अभी जानना चाहूँगी, इफ़ एनीवन हैज़ एनी क्वेश्चंस यू कैन सेंड देम टू अस, एंड जैसा कि हम प्रश्न को कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मैं एक और चीज़ आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी कि चाहे वो दिल्ली सरकार हो या फिर आई डोंट नो छत्तीसगढ़ में भी शायद इस बात पे ये पेट्रियोटिज़म स्कूल सिलेबस का एक हिस्सा क्यों बनाया जा रहा है इतने सारे राज्यों में? पेट्रियोटिज़म, क्या ये एक नेशनलिस्टिक एक नया ट्रेंड आप देख रहे हैं? कई सारे राज्यों में पेट्रियोटिज्म को स्कूल सिलेबस का हिस्सा बनाया जा रहा है, कई सारे राज्यों में, दिल्ली में तो है ही, मध्य प्रदेश में भी दे हैव दैट। तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑफ मेकिंग पेट्रियोटिज्म पार्ट ऑफ द स्कूल सिलेबस?
मुझे समझ आया सुनेत्र जी।
राष्ट्रवादी जो सेंटिमेंट है वो स्कूल के सिलेबस में कई सारे राज्यों में इंक्लूड किया गया है, जैसे दिल्ली में भी राष्ट्रवादी पेट्रियोटिज्म सिखाया जाता है, तो क्या ये स्कूल सिलेबस का हिस्सा होना चाहिए?
अब ये तो देखिए, आप राष्ट्रवाद को किस नजरिए से देखते हैं ये महत्वपूर्ण है। आपका राष्ट्रवाद अलग हो सकता है, मेरा राष्ट्रवाद अलग हो सकता है। जिन्होंने आज़ादी की लड़ाई में लड़ाई लड़ी, जिन्होंने अपने प्राण गंवाए, आप उसे पीछे ढकेल देंगे, और जो अंग्रेजों के साथ मिल के उनको सहयोग करते रहे, अब वो राष्ट्रवाद को परिभाषित करेंगे तो कैसे परिभाषित करेंगे?
बिल्कुल,
सवाल तो इस बात का है। तो राष्ट्रवाद में आप किसी को, क्योंकि इस लड़ाई में देशभक्ति के सर्टिफिकेट बांटने के लिए आपको जिम्मेदारी कैसे मिल जाएगी? मैं देशभक्त हूं तो क्या मुझे सर्टिफिकेट कौन देगा? और देने वाले से मेरा नहीं बनता तो मुझे तो राष्ट्र विरोधी घोषित कर देंगे। तो इस प्रकार की बातें नहीं होनी चाहिए। जो इतिहास है उसे तोड़ा मरोड़ा नहीं जाना चाहिए। इतिहास में जो घटनाएं घटी है उसको सही ढंग से प्रस्तुत किया जाना चाहिए, उसमें अपने एजेंडा नहीं घुसाना चाहिए।
जी सर, बट योगा एंड मॉरल एजुकेशन आई थिंक वो हर एक सिलेबस में आ गया है। दैट इज अ पॉजिटिव स्टेप यू वुड फील, मॉरल एजुकेशन एंड
नैतिकता जो है वो होना चाहिए। यदि आप कितना भी ज्ञानी रहें और आप में नैतिकता नहीं है तो फिर आपका सारा ज्ञान धरा रह जाएगा, वो फिर आपको समाज के लिए नुकसानदायक होगा। तो यदि आप नैतिक शिक्षा दे रहे हैं तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन उसका दुरुपयोग नहीं होना चाहिए। नैतिकता किसको आप कहीं अपना एजेंडा तो नहीं घुसाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, दुर्भावना तो नहीं फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, घृणा तो नहीं फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सर, आजकल जो न्यूज़ में बहुत है, आप भी देख रहे होंगे कि दिल्ली सरकार इज़ अ लॉट इन द न्यूज़ नाउ बिकॉज सारे सेंट्रल एजेंसीज, आप लोग सारे कहते हैं ना कि ऑपोजिशन को काफ़ी टारगेट किया जा रहा है। तो दिल्ली सरकार ने अपना जो यूएसपी बनाया है वो स्कूल एजुकेशन पे बनाया है कि उनका ये कहना है कि हमें लोग इसलिए वोट देती है आप सरकार को क्योंकि उन्होंने स्कूल्स पे फोकस किया है। एक तरीके से, बिकॉज बघेल सर आप इतने एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, आप इतने दिनों से पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, क्या आप मानेंगे ये पहली बार हो रहा है कि कोई अपने स्कूल में उन्होंने क्या बदलाव लाए हैं उस पर वो पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं? ये एक तरीके से नया और क्या आप कहेंगे वेलकम स्टेप है?
श्रीमती जी ये बताइए कि कितने नए स्कूल बनाए दिल्ली सरकार ने, कोई आंकड़े हैं? कितने टीचर भर्ती किए हैं, कोई आंकड़े हैं? आप केवल पोताई भर करके आप कहेंगे कि हमने स्कूल बना दिया, या उससे गुणवत्ता में कितना अंतर आया, ये आप तुलनात्मक ढंग से नहीं रखेंगे तो आप केवल आप प्रचार करेंगे विज्ञापन के माध्यम से, तो ये स्तर तो सुधरने वाला नहीं। और दूसरी बात यह है कि आपने स्कूल अच्छा चलाया, चलो मान भी लिया, इसका मतलब आपको अवैध काम करने की अनुमति मिल जाएगी।
बच्चा उनका तो यही कहना है ना कि लोग वो पंजाब का जो चुनाव है वो भी बस स्कूल मॉडल के बारे में बात करके वो जीते हैं। सो इन अ वे सर उन्होंने ये दिखा दिया है कि अगर आप शिक्षा के बारे में बात करें फिर भी आप चुनाव जीत सकते हैं। ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप मुफ्त की बिजली और सड़कों के बारे में सिर्फ इसके बारे में बात करके या फिर लोगों को कहें कि हम आपका लोन जो है उसे माफ़ कर देंगे। उनका ये कहना है कि अगर वो पंजाब का जो चुनाव जीते हैं वो बस शिक्षा के बारे में। एंड आई फाउंड दैट अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग न्यू आइडिया कि एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ऐसी है जो कि बस शिक्षा के बारे में और अपने स्कूल के बारे में। अब इसके बारे में आप कह सकते हैं उन्होंने किया क्या है, लेकिन क्या आप ये तो मानेंगे कि लोग उनको अगर वोट दे रहे हैं तो उसका एक बड़ा हिस्सा उनका जो शिक्षा एजेंडा है उसको लेकर के है।
भाई दुष्प्रचार करने के दोनों ही सरकार है। दिल्ली की सरकार आप बोल रहे हैं तो मैं तो समझ नहीं पा रहा था दिल्ली की कौन सी सरकार बोल रहे हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार या एनडीए की सरकार। लेकिन दोनों ही प्रचार करने में बहुत माहिर है। करना कुछ नहीं है, प्रचार खूब करना है। काम कुछ नहीं करेंगे लेकिन प्रचार में करोड़ों अरबों रुपए फूंक देंगे। और रिजल्ट क्या है? दिल्ली में यदि आप कहेंगे शीला दीक्षित जी ने जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया उसके अलावा कुछ हो पाया क्या दिल्ली में? उन्होंने जितना पैसा छोड़ के गया उतना पैसा बचा भी पाया क्या? आप निर्माण भी नहीं कर पाया और पैसा भी नहीं बचा पाए, तो पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है? और आपके मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की बात कर रहे हैं तो कोरोना काल में फिर इतने लोगों की मौतें कैसे हो गई? ऑक्सीजन क्यों नहीं पहुंच पाया, रेमडेसिविर क्यों नहीं पहुंच पाया, और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में इलाज कितने के किए? यदि पढ़ाई किए हैं, शिक्षा स्तर सुधारे हैं, तो बताइए दिल्ली में पहले कितने लोग पास होते थे और अब कितने लोग पास हो रहे हैं, या किस श्रेणी में पास हो रहे हैं? तुलना करके बताइए। वो तुलना चार्ट आपको देना चाहिए। केवल दिल्ली हमने स्कूल सुधार दिया, हमने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बना दिया, इतने कहने भर से बात नहीं होगी। दुष्प्रचार करके सरकार बनाई जा सकती है लेकिन सर्विस में आप जीरो हैं।
तो आपने तो मेरा पूरा जो थ्योरी था वो आपने यू रिजेक्टेड कंप्लीटली। अच्छा, यहाँ पे सर एक ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन है, तो मैं रीनी द ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन, या आप अपने आप को, इफ यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ प्लीज।
Sir, this is Surendra Sajdeva. I'm heading a school. So, you know, nowadays we are speaking a lot about two things. Number one, right to education means equal opportunities for everyone. And there is another, contradictory or the other pole apart is entitlement. So, how we bridge the gap between equal education to all, right to education, and at the same time the entitlement, certain classes which have been entitled or they have the privileges.
नेत्री जी, देखिए, चाहे केंद्र सरकार हो, राज्य सरकार हो, स्कूल तो बनाए, कॉलेज भी बनाए और सबको अवसर है, लेकिन बेहतर भविष्य देखते हुए बहुत सारे प्राइवेट एजुकेशन को भी स्वीकृति दी गई, बहुत सारे संस्थाएं बनी, उसका लाभ ही मिला। तो अब एक समान होना चाहिए, तो ये तो कम से कम हिंदुस्तान में करना कठिन दिखता है, क्योंकि सब चाहते हैं कि बेहतर हो, लेकिन न्यूनतम भी क्या, न्यूनतम कौन करेगा? तो न्यूनतम जो शिक्षा है उसके लिए तो सरकारें लगातार काम करती रही है। देश की आज़ादी के बाद से लगातार गाँव में स्कूल खोलने का काम, शहर में स्कूल खोलने का काम, कॉलेज खोलने का काम और उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सुविधा देने का काम ये सरकारें कर रही है, लेकिन अब बेहतर कैसे हो ये महत्वपूर्ण है। और आपने जो सवाल किया एक बराबर हो, तो मेरे सुकमा में या दंतेवाड़ा में या बस्तर में कौन से टीचर जाना चाहेगा? कितने टीचर है जाना चाहते हैं? जैसे पोस्टिंग करो तुरंत ट्रांसफर करा लेते हैं, तो बराबर कहाँ से होगा? शहर में आप ज़्यादा टीचर आपको मिलेंगे, हर जितने पोस्ट स्वीकृत हैं उतने टीचर आपको मिल जाएंगे शहर में। सिद्धांतिक रूप से आप जो बात करें सदैव जी बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन व्यवहारिक कठिनाइयाँ बहुत सारी हैं। दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में पढ़ाई करना और उस प्रकार के एजुकेशन दे पाना कितना कठिन है, तो इस व्यवहारिक कठिनाइयों को भी हमको देखना पड़ेगा।
Any other questions? Yeah.
प्रणाम सर, मैं डॉक्टर प्रीति ओझा, प्रिंसिपल दिल्ली पब्लिक स्कूल द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे, आपके सामने एक प्रश्न लेकर आना चाहती हूँ। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को सरकार ने अपनाया है, आगे का रास्ता क्या है और सरकार इसे छत्तीसगढ़ में कैसे लागू करेगी?
देखिए अभी तो चर्चा चल रही है और इसे अध्ययन करके ही इसको लागू किया जाना चाहिए। जो हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के लिए, देश के लिए जो लाभदायी हो उसी प्रकार की शिक्षा नीति होना चाहिए। जो देश को, समाज को नुकसान पहुंचाए ऐसी शिक्षा नीति नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Go ahead with your question, yeah.
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम निधि तिवारी एंड आई एम द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ रिज वैली स्कूल गुड़गांव। सर मेरा प्रश्न भी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को ही लेकर है और मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि इसका लॉन्ग टर्म या शॉर्ट टर्म गोल क्या है सरकार के लिए?
अब ये तो केंद्र सरकार से सवाल पूछा जाना चाहिए कि जो केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री है उससे आप सवाल पूछते तो ज़्यादा अच्छा उत्तर होता। छत्तीसगढ़ में तो हम चाहेंगे कि भाई जो हमारे यहाँ के प्रदेश के छात्र छात्राओं के हित में हो वो शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, जिसको बेहतर भविष्य हो सके। केवल डिग्री न हो बल्कि उसे रोजगार भी मिल सके, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि उन बच्चों में कॉन्फिडेंस हो, उसमें आत्मविश्वास हो।
सर एक और क्वेश्चन फिर जी।
सर नमस्कार, मैं रजत सिंगल हूँ और अभी हम बात कर रहे थे, मैं साई बोर्ड स्कूल को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ जो कि एक ऑनलाइन स्कूल है सर। तो हम बात कर रहे थे कोविड के अंदर जो सारे के सारे मेकशिफ्ट अरेंजमेंट्स हुए थे ऑनलाइन क्लासेस देने के लिए, जो कहीं ना कहीं लर्निंग गैप्स को भरने की कोशिश ज़रूर कर रहे थे लेकिन भर नहीं पाए थे। लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारे कारण थे। सबसे बड़ा कारण ये था कि रातों रात सारे ऑनलाइन आ गए, चाहे वो टीचर्स हों, चाहे वो बच्चे हों, चाहे वो कोई भी हों। तो हमने एक चीज़ जो उसमें आइडेंटिफाई करी सर, वो ये है कि डिजिटल तरीके से हम जो ये गैप है बहुत बड़ा, जो आपने अभी खुद बोला कि आज रूरल के अंदर या टियर 3 के अंदर या टियर 2 के अंदर वो लेवल ऑफ टीचर्स अवेलेबल ही नहीं है जो टियर 1 के अंदर अवेलेबल हैं। तो उस गैप को हमने भरने के लिए एक ऑनलाइन स्कूल चालू किया है। और मेरा आपसे सवाल ये है कि सर क्या सरकार अगर एक अच्छे स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से ऑनलाइन क्लासेस हो सकती हैं, ऑनलाइन स्कूलिंग हो सकती है, तो क्या आप एक डिजिटल सेक्शन का पायलट करना चाहेंगे क्या छत्तीसगढ़ में, या आप उस बारे में सोचेंगे भी क्या?
बिल्कुल सही
धन्यवाद
है।
सर।
देखिए हमारे यहाँ सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि एक तो दुर्गम क्षेत्र है, 44% जंगल है, वहाँ बिजली पहुँचाना, वहाँ नेट पहुँचाना एक कठिन काम है। यदि भारत नेट का काम भी चल रहा है तो पर्यावरण विभाग से परमिशन लेना और तब फाइबर आप बिछा पाएंगे, और उसके बाद वहाँ पढ़ाई कराना तो और कठिन काम है। तो ये बात तो आपने जो कही है उसे मैं सहमत हूँ, लेकिन जहाँ है सुविधाएं वहाँ डिजिटल पढ़ाई होना चाहिए, ताकि जो अच्छे टीचर हैं उसकी बात यहाँ के बच्चे भी जान पाए, समझ पाए। तो दिशा बिल्कुल सही कर रहे हैं, उस दिशा में हम लोग काम करना चाहिए।
आपका क्वेश्चन? या
मैं डॉक्टर महेंद्र अग्रवाल मजरिया, प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन क्वालिटी सेंटर। बागर साहब, यू आर वेलकम टू हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स एजुकेशन समिट। आज मैं और हमारी सारी टीम आपसे मिलने के लिए काफ़ी एंक्सियस थे। अनफॉर्चुनेटली आपसे मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। सर हम लोग ऐसा नहीं कर सकते जैसे जीएसटी की तरह 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स, हर स्टेट में अलग अलग एजुकेशन है, उसको अगर हम हर स्टेट को एक एजुकेशन लेकर चलें कि अगर वो बच्चा छत्तीसगढ़ का दिल्ली आके है तो उसकी डिग्री सेम वैलिड है, और दिल्ली का बच्चा अगर छत्तीसगढ़ जाके दैट डिग्री इज वैलिड फॉर ऑल इंडिया, थ्रू आउट इंडिया। तो इस पर कैसा रेस्पॉन्स आपको कैसा लगता है?
Yeah, that's a very politically sensitive thing. Bhupesh sir, you want to address that?
Yeah, I'm anxiously waiting for your reply.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अलग अलग राज्य के अलग अलग भौगोलिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक परिस्थितियां होती है और उसके हिसाब से शिक्षा का स्तर भी देखने को मिलता है। अब पूरे देश में एक ही प्रकार की शिक्षा होगा तो जो अभी सुनेत्र जी मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि जो आज़ादी में जिन लोगों ने योगदान दिया और जो आज हम लोगों की जानकारी में ही हैं और उसको शामिल करना है, तो समझ लीजिए देश भर में जितने होंगे ऐसे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी और उसको जोड़ना और एक ही कक्षा में एक ही पाठ में उसको पढ़ाना कितना कठिन होगा, इस सब के बारे में जानकारी देना। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ बाहरी कठिनाई है जिसका समाधान कुछ प्रदेश स्तर पे, कुछ राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे पढ़ाई है तो CBSE कोर्स है, वो कोर्स दिल्ली में भी चलता है और राज्यों में भी चलता है। कुछ पढ़ाई है जो स्टेट का है, स्टेट सिलेबस के हिसाब से होता है। तो हर प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं हैं और उसका लाभ लोग लेते भी हैं और उसके नुकसान भी हैं और फायदे भी हैं, लेकिन एक ही प्रकार की पढ़ाई पूरे देश भर में होगी तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इतने जल्दी संभव ही नहीं इतने बड़े देश में।
बिल्कुल सर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे जी।
नमस्कार सर, मैं शालिनी नंबियार, डायरेक्टर प्रिंसिपल जयपुरिया स्कूल से बोल रही हूँ। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी बातें सुन के और जो प्रश्न लोगों ने उठाए और जिस तरह से आपने उनको हैंडल करा। स्पेशली मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा जो पहला प्रश्न आपने पूछा था इंग्लिश कॉलेजेस के बारे में। तो सर मैंने आपके स्टेट पे काफ़ी ट्रैवल करा है 2 साल पहले, आंगनबाड़ी और बालवाड़ी काफ़ी विज़िट करे हैं, इंटीरियर्स में जाके टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग करी है। जो मेरा प्रश्न है जो मैंने वहाँ देखा था सर, बहुत डिस्पैरिटी है सर प्रोविंस बाय प्रोविंस में, द क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन in the Anganwadi within Chhattisgarh, there's a lot of gap. So I wanted to ask you sir कि आप किस तरह से वो gap cover up करने की, because I loved your views, आप किस तरह से कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि like you said दिल्ली में खाली white wash हो रहा है, तो हम छत्तीसगढ़ में किस तरह से कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि we get the Anganwadis at a high level, because some were really good but some I found the levels. So as a government आप कैसे मीडिएट कर रहे हैं सर?
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ जनसंख्या के हिसाब से बहुत छोटा राज्य है। छोटे राज्यों में गिन सकते हैं कि 2,85,00,000 जनसंख्या है, लेकिन भौगोलिक दृष्टिकोण से देखेंगे तो 9वां बड़ा राज्य है। मतलब बिहार और तमिलनाडु से भी हमारा जो भौगोलिक क्षेत्रफल है वो बड़ा है और इस कारण से हमारे जो बसाहट है वो दूर दूर है। और जो हमारी संस्कृति का आप कहेंगे तो हम 5,000 साल के पीछे और आज के वर्तमान स्थिति है, ये दोनों को जीने वाले प्रदेश हमारा छत्तीसगढ़ है। यदि अबूझमाड़ है तो आप कहेंगे तो वो वहाँ के आप कल्चर की बात करें तो 5,000 साल पुराना आपको कल्चर मिलेगा और आज आधुनिक जो संस्कृति है उसको भी जीने वाला छत्तीसगढ़ है। और इसके बीच में काम करना इतना कठिन हो सकता है और आप खुद भी घूम के देखी हैं, बस्तर जाएं, सरगुजा जाएं तो सबके अलग अलग बोली भाषा, उसके रहन सहन खान पान, बहुत सारे अंतर उसमें आदिवासियों के बीच में आपको दिखाई देगा, दूसरी बात तो छोड़ दीजिए। तो इस प्रकार के और उसमें मिलके काम करना, इसीलिए हमने कहा कि उसकी मातृभाषा में हम पढ़ाई करें और मातृभाषा में इसी कारण से 16 प्रकार के जो बोली भाषा है उसमें हमने उसको ट्रांसलेट कराया है और पढ़ाई करा रहे हैं। और उससे हमारे उसी में से जो ट्राइबल बच्चे हैं उसमें प्रयास भी हमने शुरू किया है और वहाँ पढ़ाई शुरू किए हैं, मुफ्त में पढ़ाई कराते हैं और वो सब ट्राइबल बच्चे हैं। और बहुत सारे लड़के हैं वो जो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, मेडिकल कॉलेज, IIT, IIM में भी सिलेक्शन उनका हुआ है। तो अवसर हम लोग हर स्तर पे देने की हमारी कोशिश है और हर स्तर पे देने की कोशिश है ताकि हमारे बच्चों के उसके स्तर के हिसाब से उसकी पढ़ाई हो सके और उसका लाभ उठा सके।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, ये सारे प्रश्न शिक्षा के बारे में थे. अभी समय बिल्कुल समाप्त हो रहा है, तो मैं एक एज पॉलिटिकल एडिटर एक तो क्वेश्चन पूछ सकती हूँ एज वी से थैंक यू टू यू एंड से गुड बाय टू यू, कि अब इट्स बिकम, हम सब ने रिपोर्ट कर दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी नहीं बनना चाहते हैं. कहने में ये आ रहा है कि जो सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग कैंडिडेट्स हैं और जिनको कहा भी गया है कि वो प्लीज़ अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करें कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बनने के लिए, उसमें आपका भी नाम है. 4 लोगों में से वो कह रहे हैं. तो डू यू थिंक यू आर ओपन टू दिस, बिकॉज इट इज़ गोइंग टू बी अ नॉन गांधी. तो भूपेश जी, क्या हम आपको आगे कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के रोल में भी देख सकते हैं?
सुनेत्र जी, मैं ये चूँकि एजुकेशन समिट है और जब अनाउंस किया गया कि सुनील चौधरी जी इसको कंडक्ट करेंगे, तब मैं सोच रहा था कि एजुकेशन पे ही सवाल होगा कि राजनीतिक भी सवाल पूछेंगे, और आखिर में बिना राजनीतिक सवाल पूछे बिना आप ये समाप्त नहीं कर रही हैं. तो मेरा स्पष्ट कहना है कि इस दौड़ में मैं शामिल बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ. और मैं अभी भी मानता हूँ एसटी समिट में आज से 2 साल पहले आपके ही इंटरव्यू में, आपके सवाल में ही मैंने कहा कि राहुल गांधी जी सबसे बेस्ट हमारे अध्यक्ष होंगे, तो इसलिए उनको बनना चाहिए, ये मैंने कहा था. और आज भी मैं उसी मत का हूँ, मैं उसमें अभी तक मैं अडिग हूँ. और जो नाम आ रहे हैं वो अपने हमारे समाचार पत्रों के, मीडिया के साथियों के दिमाग की उपज हो सकते हैं, या उनके सूत्र होंगे, जो चर्चा होती होगी उसके आधार पर वो छापे हैं. तो उसको मैं गलत भी नहीं ठहराता, लेकिन इस दौड़ में बिल्कुल मैं शामिल नहीं हूँ. और अभी मैं कहता हूँ कि राहुल जी अध्यक्ष के लिए सबसे उपयुक्त व्यक्ति होंगे.
मुख्यमंत्री जी, एज वी कैन ऑल सी, और सबको इस, सिर्फ मुझे ही नहीं, हमारे ऑडियंस में सबको इस क्वेश्चन में और इस आपके उत्तर में बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट था. एंड ऑफ कोर्स आपने हमें कुछ भी नहीं बताया. यू वर जस्ट एज पॉलिटिकल एज यू ऑलवेज आर, बट इट्स ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर. सो भूपेश बघेल सर, थैंक यू सो मच. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने समय निकाला और हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के पहले एजुकेशन समिट के आपने भाग लिया. धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, and thank you so much, Sunetra, for fielding that session so beautifully and ending it on a very high political note, as it were. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next session, and we've got, the opinions and views of a range of politicians and subject experts and developers, and of course, it's now time for us to talk about upgrading and equipping our skill developers or trainers. And we have the assistant editor at Hindustan Times, Sarah Zia, who will converse with our panelists. And I'd like to request Sarah to please bring our panelists on. Dr. Amita Wattal, the chairperson and executive director, Education, Innovations and Training at DLF Foundation Schools and Scholarship Programs, the former principal of Springdale Schools, Pusa Road and Kirtinagar. Dr. Wattal is a recipient of the prestigious National Teachers Award 2005 from the President of India and the Endeavour Award 2009-10 from the Australian government for her work in the area of Asian literacy, along with several other national and international awards. She's also a member of the panel of experts at the Oslo Coalition at the Nobel Institute, in addition to being a part of the UNESCO Committee in Geneva for the Education of Peace and Human Rights. Dr. Ram Shankar, Director Training at CBSE Delhi. He served in various academic institutions and universities at senior positions, an alumnus of the Universities of Allahabad and the Banaras Hindu University and the Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Ajmer. Dr. Shankar has a doctorate in management and has been actively involved in research, teachers training, curriculum design and development of student resource material, e-content and e-manuals. We also have Professor Anisur Rahman, Professor and Director at the UGC Human Resource Development Center, Jamia Millia Islamia. Professor Rahman's areas of interest include South Asian migration and diaspora, social demography of the Gulf states, and issues of higher education and minorities. He's a reputable author and has published 5 books and over 50 research papers in reputed journals in India and abroad, including his contributions as chapters in edited books by well-known scholars. He's also a member of several academic committees, bodies, and editorial boards. So welcome to our panelists. We have about 40 minutes where they will discuss upskilling the skillers. How can technology empower teachers? Sarah?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It was getting very cold in the room, so we tried to get some political heat. But alas, we are back to discussing upskilling the skiller, basically teaching the teachers. And without further ado, we'll do a deep dive, and I'll start with Ram sir, even though he's very far away. And so you can sit and we can just do it like this. So I'd like you to describe for our audience members, if we were to demystify the concept of teacher training, what it is and what are we doing right now, just so that everyone has a sense of what's going on.
थैंक यू सारा। मैं डॉक्टर रामशंकर हूँ। मैं इस समय डायरेक्टर ट्रेनिंग हूँ CBSE में, और मैं ST एजुकेशन समिट के आयोजकों का धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि जिन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया आपके बीच उपस्थित हो सकूँ, आपसे बात कर सकूँ। जहाँ तक CBSE में टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग का सवाल है, CBSE ने करीब 1 दशक पहले टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत को महसूस किया और पूरे देश में 16 स्थानों पे अपने सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इस्टेब्लिश किए। 16 स्थान वो थे जहाँ पहले से CBSE के रीजनल ऑफिसेस थे और उनका जुरिडिक्शन वही था जो CBSE के रीजनल ऑफिसेस का था। सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस जो CBSE ने इस्टेब्लिश किए, उनके पीछे उद्देश्य था टीचर्स के करीब जाना, उनसे मिलना, उनकी ज़रूरतों के लिहाज से ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करना, फीडबैक लेना और बोर्ड के एग्जामिनेशंस के लिए बच्चों के तैयार करने में टीचर्स की जो भूमिका है उसे मजबूत करना। धीरे धीरे टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट जो हमारे सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हैं 16, वो आगे बढ़ते रहे और 2 तरह से हम ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। एक सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक, जैसे फिजिक्स है, केमिस्ट्री है, मैथमेटिक्स है। दूसरे जनरल थे, जैसे ऐसे हमारे पाठ्यक्रम या ऐसे हमारे ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जो सभी टीचर्स के लिए आवश्यक थे, जैसे स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट या जो भी जुड़ी हुई लाइफ स्किल्स हैं ज़िंदगी से, उनके बारे में। कोविड का जो अभी जिक्र हो रहा था, मैं ये बताना जरूर उचित समझता हूँ यहाँ कि कोविड ने बड़ी चुनौती दी और चुनौती में ही अवसर है। CBSE के जो सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हैं, उन्होंने भी इस समय का सदुपयोग किया, जो संसाधन थे उसके साथ आगे बढ़े और ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट की। ये बहुत मुश्किल था, चूँकि हमारे जितने भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं वो 1 या 2 दिन के होते हैं और वो जो भी पूरे दिन का हमारा शेड्यूल होता है वो एक हिस्से में एक दूसरे से जुड़ता चला जाता है। अलग अलग करके उसे एग्जीक्यूट करने में कई मुश्किलें पेश आती हैं, लेकिन इस चुनौती को भी स्वीकार किया और जैसा कि लेटेस्ट हमारी रिसर्चेज बताती हैं कि ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग कितनी देर तक ज़्यादा इफ़ेक्टिव रहती है, तो बहुत सारे फीडबैक और मॉडलिटीज़ और हमारे जो चैलेंजेस थे, कॉन्टेक्स्ट थे, उनके लिहाज से हमने उन यूनिट्स को 1-1 घंटे का किया और हमने ऑनलाइन सेशन स्टार्ट किए और उनको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट किया। मुझे बताते हुए अच्छा लग रहा है, 22 लाख घंटे से ज़्यादा का ऑनलाइन सेशन 16 COEs ने कंडक्ट किया। इसके साथ ही साथ ढेर सारी और भी हमारी ट्रेनिंग यूनिट की एक्टिविटीज़ थी, उनको भी हमने आगे बढ़ाया। कोशिश की कि टीचर्स की जो ज़रूरतें हैं उनके लिहाज से हम ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ले जाएं। आगे जब चर्चा का अगला राउंड आएगा तो और विस्तार से हम बात करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you, sir. I'll come to you, Rahman, sir. Sir has talked about CBSE, which is about the secondary education. If you could enlighten us a bit about how it works for higher education. You've been in this space for 2 decades, so what is it like for training teachers for higher education?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much, and thank you, the organizer, for giving this wonderful chance to share my ramming thoughts and experiences about the higher education. What are the provisions available? for the training, to impart the training to the higher education teachers. So we don't know much about that because it is relatively the new outcome of this kind of program that the last national education policy that got implemented in 1986. So 45 academic staff colleges were established under the aegis of different university, and they started imparting the training to the higher education teachers. And this has been done in order to ensure the quality in the higher education, as we know pretty well that for qualified teachers, for trained teachers has become the need of the day. So taking that into the view, this all has been started since then. So it is now around 35 years old. The academic staff college was established. Now it has been given the new nomenclature. Of course, not only the new nomenclature, but also more activities have been added. That is called UGC Human Resource Development Center, because it works on the aegis of University Grants Commission. And all the teachers have now getting the opportunity to impart their, to refresh their knowledge, to orient their understanding as what is the pedagogy for teaching, because this kind of provision is not available, especially in the domain of higher education. So it has been felt need. And if we see this thing, it has been improved. Now it has been reiterated in the National Education Policy 2020 that many more programs have been added, like many centers have been established under the aegis of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya Teachers and Training. So in all, more than 100 centers are working in order to impart the training for the higher education teachers. And as we all know that in this globalized era, it has become very need of the day, because in order to see the quality of education in our own country, of course, more than 1,000 universities and 45,000 colleges are working. But if you see the quality side, I think there's need for improvement. So many regulatory, many assessment bodies has come into the picture, like NIRF and then the NAC. And the function of this assessment body is to identify our strength and the weaknesses in order to improve upon that. Because we want to match at the global level, because the global rankings are also there. So sometimes we all know that it is reported in the paper that we don't stand anywhere. Only few university and few university figure in the top 100 educational institutes at the global level. So it has become the need of the day that training should be focused. And it is very good that in this new national education policy, a lot of emphasis has been given. I hope that our system is going to be improved, because our CJ system, which is the second largest in the world. So there's a need to work in this direction in terms of the quality. Of course, the quantity is also has become the need of the day. Because the national education policy, it is also said that we need to just make the double of the high gross enrollment ratio. Right now, it is only 25.2%, but now we need to make it double. So a lot of challenges are there. So I think this is all. I think there's a provision for training, and it is playing a very prominent role. So far, the case of higher education is concerned, especially in terms of the UGC Human Resource Development Center. So if any questions would come from that side, I will be very happy and delighted to answer you. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, sir. You've pointed out and highlighted our aspirations. We are now wanting to be a global superpower, aiming for rankings globally. And in that context, ma'am, I come to you. Even though you are dealing with secondary education, it's a very unique cusp, because you're sending out students who will enter the world of higher education. In that context, and in the context of our aspirations, where does technology fit in this jigsaw puzzle? And how do you see, both in terms of aspirationally what we can do, and also in terms of what you see on ground, how are teachers responding to technology, and where does it come into the picture?
Thank you very much, Sarah. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Hindustan Times for this absolutely wonderful opportunity to be a part of the summit and to be a part of a group of educators who are on the panel, distinguished Professor Shankar and Professor Ram Shankar and Professor Rahman, both people who I've known from the past and done work with. That's an interesting question you brought up. You know, we keep talking about learning gaps amongst children, but I think the learning gaps amongst teachers have been really huge. And that's really come into play during the COVID. In spite of the fact they tried very hard, but now we're in a post-COVID era, hopefully. And this is where there's a lot of things that we have to understand that upskilling requires, particularly amongst teachers. The fact is that synchronous and asynchronous engagement and colleague collaboration, that's very, very important, because through that we will understand break the hierarchies in school. Because I think schools in the past had very hierarchical structures. With technology coming in, a lot of those hierarchies have broken. And I think that there are three very important aspects of technological upskilling that we must understand. One is the idea of mobilizing. When you talk about mobilizing, you talk about setting systems in place. When you talk about mobilizing, you talk about understanding that there are some procedures. There has to be, a colleague of mine in the audience spoke about equity. Let me tell you, there is no equity in the country as far as access is concerned. We are very lucky that we are a part of the CBSE system, where we have nearly 25 to 27,000 schools, as has been said. Perhaps we're interconnected because we're progressive. But I know that as part of a committee in which we were selecting the national awards for the rest of the country for teachers, most of the people who were working across states said that there was no bandwidth, there was no network, and it was very difficult. So firstly, we must understand that when we talk about technology, we're not talking about metro cities. And India is not really technologically enabled. And we have to look at technology not like a luxury that we used to look at it in the past, but like the way we look at roads and highways. Technology has to have that kind of networking and platforms. So when we talk, again, we said mobilizing, and mobilizing means access and equity to technology. It also means a sharing of resources and documentation, which we never used to do earlier. Most of our schools sat in ivory towers having their own ways of how they did things. Because teaching in many ways is not a team sport. You know, you're a teacher, you're in a classroom, you're your own person, nobody involves themselves with you, as long as you're good. But now it's open. Everybody has to be involved with each other. The second important point, I think, that we have to look at is strategizing. So when we upskill, how do we strategize? Each school must have an R&D center. We can't just keep depending upon a board or a state to train us. So technologically, if we are progressive institutions, we must have R&D centers that keep us updated. We must also have systems where we look at teachers' needs. Because I do agree that a lot of training has been done by the CBSE or the ICSE or other state boards, but a lot of training is required internally. Because many of the trainings, they may be subject-oriented, they may be oriented towards general things like motivation or mental health or well-being. In a way, a couple of years ago, at least till about last year, there was mass training going on online. When mass training happens, at that point of time, you're doing it basically to get a certificate. And the certificate has become mandatory. So when you do that kind of mass training, you sometimes are not there personally. You may have just switched off. And because it's such a large amount of people listening to that training, there's no way of interacting with them. So you don't really know whether that training, technological training, has been disseminated and has seeped into the understanding of the teachers who are listening. But I would like to, in many ways, congratulate the CBSE for at least having tried that out in the COVID, mass or no mass. And now, of course, it's important that we start looking at silo training. So we look at training separately with foundational years, technologically. We look at training separately with primary years. We look at training separately with middle school years and so on. So I think, as I mentioned, we also have an issue of standardization. We need to standardize and understand that teachers are pollinators of ideas. So how do we give them those ideas? How do they go forward with that? How do they redirect those ideas? What are the kind of training symbols do they take on? What are their expectations from technology? I would like to go on a little more about the fact that there are several important tech trainings which are necessary for upskilling teachers. One of them is adaptive learning. And I think adaptive learning models should be brought into upskilling. And what is adaptive learning? So a teacher must understand that she shouldn't feel redundant because of that. She should understand that personalized data systems is very important. And personalizing data in such a way that you can monitor a child's progress through the way that the child looks at data, through the way the child responds and answers. So we need to upskill teachers in adaptive learning. We also need to upskill teachers at several other levels, which perhaps I'll take on in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take from what you said and come to you, Ram sir. I mean, it's of course worthy of admiration that CBSE is conducting online trainings. But one thing is for sure, there are two things that I want to ask about this. First, like ma'am said, does online training become mass training, and does it always translate into action on ground? First. Second, CBSE is a nationwide board, and the fact that sometimes there can be technological barriers or some people may not have internet access, and that's a question that हर stakeholder ने in the last 2 years grapple किया है सवाल के साथ कि जहाँ technology नहीं है वहाँ पे हम technology के through कैसे अपना message send करें. So what are your thoughts about that?
मैं अपनी बात शुरू करूं उससे पहले मैं ज़रूर जिक्र करूंगा कि मुझे प्रिविलेज है कि मैं प्रोफेसर अनीसुर रहमान जी से पहले से जुड़ा हुआ हूं और अनीता मुल्ला भट्टल मैडम के साथ ढेर सारा हमने काम किया हुआ है. ढेर सारे जो सवाल आपके थे उनके शायद आंसर मैडम ने दिए. मैं आपके सवालों की ओर आऊँ उससे पहले मैं 2-3 चीज़ें आपसे ज़रूर कहूँगा. एक, जब हम CBSE सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो इस सिस्टम का मतलब है 27,000 स्कूल, उससे भी ज़्यादा संख्या है. जब मैं 27,000 की बात करता हूँ तो ये ना केवल सभी हमारे राज्यों में और यूटीज़ में है बल्कि 25 देशों में फैले हुए हैं. तो अगर आप महसूस करें हमारे पास में जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर के अरुणाचल प्रदेश तक, केरल से लेकर के लद्दाख तक हमारे पास में ये स्कूल हैं और 25 विभिन्न देशों में फैले हुए. CBSE की कोशिश होती है पूरी कि जो भी स्कूल्स हैं जहाँ भी हैं उनके कॉन्टेक्स्ट के लिहाज से हम सॉल्यूशन दें. जहाँ तक सारा आपके प्रश्न हैं मैं उनको जवाब देता हूँ. आपने बात की ऑनलाइन सेशन के बारे में. अभी हाल में CBSE ने कुछ फैसले किए हैं. पहला फैसला है नीड एनालिसिस के बारे में. जो हमारी ज़रूरतें हैं, एक टीचर को क्या ज़रूरत है, ज़रूरतों को 2 तरीके से देखा जाता है. एक, मैं क्या सोचता हूँ एक बोर्ड के रूप में, आपकी ज़रूरत क्या है. दूसरा, आपकी ज़रूरतें क्या हैं जो बोर्ड तक पहुँच सके. तो CBSE नीड एनालिसिस के ऊपर जा रही है. उसके लिए हमारे पास में अगर देखें तो एक बहुत सशक्त जरिया है, वो है बोर्ड के रिजल्ट्स. जो बोर्ड के रिजल्ट, क्योंकि हमारे पास में तो वही एक तरीका है, एक टूल है आपके बोर्ड के रिजल्ट. तो हम बोर्ड के रिजल्ट के बेसिस पर और फिर जो स्कूल्स हमारे हैं जहां मुझे लगता है या बोर्ड को लगता है कि ट्रेनिंग हैंड होल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है, हम उनके साथ जाएंगे. दूसरा, इम्पैक्ट एनालिसिस का. हमने जो मैडम आपने सवाल उठाए कि हमने ढेर सारी ट्रेनिंग कर ली लेकिन उनका असर क्या हुआ, तो ये देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. मैं फिर से एक बार वापस लौटता हूँ नीड एनालिसिस की ओर. कहीं ना कहीं वहीं से हमें फिर डेटा मिलता है बोर्ड के रिजल्ट से. एक रिजल्ट हमने लिया, हमने कुछ ट्रेनिंग इंटरवेंशन दिया, इसके बाद में फिर ट्रेनिंग के बाद में हमने नेक्स्ट ईयर जो रिजल्ट आया वो हमने देखा और फिर हमें पता चलता है कि जो ट्रेनिंग हमने दी उसके चलते क्या चेंज आया. वो पॉजिटिव भी हो सकता है, नेगेटिव भी हो सकता है. और यहाँ ये कहना बहुत रेलिवेंट है, ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि ट्रेनिंग के चलते ही वो चेंज आए. ढेर सारे और भी वेरिएबल्स हैं जिनके चलते भी वो चेंज आ सकते हैं. तो हम एक एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप के साथ इम्पैक्ट एनालिसिस पे काम करने जा रहे हैं जिससे कि हमें पता चल सके कि ट्रेनिंग वास्तव में कितनी इफ़ेक्टिव है और ये कहीं ना कहीं हमें ट्रेनिंग इंटरवेंशन के लिए रास्ता देती हैं. तीसरा है, आप कोई भी प्लान, कोई भी योजना, कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट लेके तब तक नहीं आ सकते जब तक आपके पास में कोट एंड कोट डेटा ना हो. बहुत ज़रूरी है. मैं उदाहरण के साथ आपको बताता हूँ कि जैसे मैंने अभी आपसे कहा कि हमने ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग दी, तकरीबन 22 लाख टीचर्स ने उसे अटेंड किया. आपका एक बहुत सीधा सवाल हो सकता है, आपके स्कूल तो 27,000 है, 22 लाख की संख्या कहाँ से आई. ये भी हो सकता है 10 स्कूल हैं, उसमें से 100 लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग की, एवरेज क्या आएगा 10 टीचर्स का. ये भी तो हो सकता है एक ही टीचर बार बार जा रहा हो. मुझे ये कहते हुए बिल्कुल हिचक नहीं है, कुछ स्कूल से कुछ ही टीचर बार बार आ रहे हों, तो ये भी देखने की ज़रूरत है कि सीबीएसई टीचर्स तक नहीं, एक एक टीचर तक पहुँचे। दूसरा, जो उसकी ज़रूरत है उसके लिहाज से उन्हें ट्रेनिंग दे, उनकी कन्वीनियंस के हिसाब से। तीसरा, ट्रेनिंग का क्या असर हुआ है, हमारे पास ऐसा मैकेनिज्म हो जो हमें फीडबैक मिल सके। जब मैं 27,000 स्कूल्स की बात करता हूँ तो मैं 10 लाख से ज़्यादा टीचर्स की बात करता हूँ, और मैंने पहले ही आपसे जिक्र किया कहाँ से कहाँ तक की रेंज है। तो उनके लिए ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कहाँ से आएगा, ट्रेनर कहाँ से आएंगे? हम ही आप में से तो आएंगे, लेकिन कितने? तो सीबीएसई ने अभी हाल में निर्णय लिया है कि जो एससीईआरटी है, इसके अलावा डाइट्स है, फ्रीलांसर्स है, यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम है, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, उन सब के एक्सपर्ट्स को भी हम ट्रेनिंग के पूल में शामिल करेंगे फॉलोइंग द ड्यू प्रोसीजर। क्योंकि ये भी हो सकता है कि कोई व्यक्ति बहुत विद्वान है लेकिन शायद ट्रेनिंग के लिए उतना उपयुक्त ना हो, तो इसके माध्यम से हम अपना एक पूल भी बड़ा करेंगे और जो ज़रूरतें हैं वो पूरी करेंगे। अगर आप NEP 2020 देखें, उसमें जिक्र है टीचर ट्रेनिंग को कंटिन्यूअस प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट के नाम से उल्लेख किया गया है। सीबीएसई ने निर्णय लिया है, जैसा कि NEP में कहा गया है, 50 घंटे की इन सर्विस टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रत्येक टीचर को लेनी है। उसमें से 25 घंटे सीबीएसई के जो COEs हैं उनके माध्यम से लेना है, 25 घंटे अदर देन सीबीएसई। अब मैं 25 घंटे की भी बात करता हूँ, उसे मल्टीप्लाई कीजिए 10 लाख से। फिर जो नई पेडागॉजी है, फॉर एग्जांपल स्टोरी टेलिंग एज पेडागॉजी, तो ऐसे से ढेर सारे मैनुअल्स भी लेके आ रहे हैं जो कि हमारी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग को, हमारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स को, या बच्चों तक जिन चीज़ों को जाना है वहाँ तक हम इक्विप कर सकें। इसके अलावा सीबीएसई ने बहुत सारी नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ भी मिलके काम करना आरंभ किया है। मैं ज़रूर बताना चाहूँगा, अभी हाल में सीबीएसई ने यूनेस्को के साथ एक प्रोग्राम किया है। शिक्षा मंत्रालय, स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने मिल करके एनसीईआरटी के माध्यम से स्कूल हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस के लिए काम किया है और एक स्टडी मटेरियल तैयार किया, प्रोग्राम तैयार किया है। वो सीबीएसई के पास आए कि हम इसे स्कूल्स तक ले जाना चाहते हैं। हमने बात की, इस समय एनसीईआरटी में फेस टू फेस मोड में 5 डेज़ का हम प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं फॉर 200 टीचर्स, जिसकी पूरी जो खर्च है वो टीचर को नहीं, ये संस्थाएं उठा रही हैं। भविष्य में भी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि नेशनल इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे टीचर ट्रेनिंग के जितने लोगों को हम जोड़ सकें, हम जोड़ें, और टीचर्स के लिए हम जो कर सकते हैं हम फेज मैनर में स्टेप बाय स्टेप करें। टेक्नोलॉजी की जो हम बात करते हैं, ज़रूरत की जब बात करते हैं, मैडम यू राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट, मुझे अवसर मिला, मैं जहाँ से आता हूँ एक रिमोट एरिया से, मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई की, ग्रेजुएशन किया तो इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी से किया, मास्टर्स किया तो वहाँ नहीं रुका, BHU चला गया, फिर AMU चला गया, फिर NCERT चला गया, नौकरी की बारी आई, फिर एक विश्वविद्यालय में नौकरी की, विश्वविद्यालय में नौकरी करके फिर मैं IIIT चला गया, फिर कुछ दिन IIT से जुड़ा रहा, बाद में वापस फिर आया, फिर सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन में काम किया, और अभी यहाँ आने से पहले मैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ उड़ीसा में कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशंस था। ये सब बताने के पीछे मेरा उद्देश्य क्या है? ये बताने का मतलब है, इतनी जगह जाने के बाद मुझे टीचर और टीचर से रिलेटेड इश्यूज़ के बारे में कुछ ज़रूर जानने का मौका मिला है। मैं जिस जगह सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ उड़ीसा में था वो कोरापुट में है, कहने को तो उड़ीसा है लेकिन भुवनेश्वर से 600 किलोमीटर दूर। वहाँ अगर आप प्रण कर लें कि मुझे आज किसी भी व्हीकल की आवाज़ नहीं सुननी, तो आपको नहीं सुनाई देगी, पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस। लेकिन 5 गांव विश्वविद्यालय ने गोद लिए, उनमें जाकर के वाईफाई सुविधा विश्वविद्यालय ने उपलब्ध कराई और वहाँ के स्कूलों में IT रिलेटेड इश्यूज शुरू किए जा सके। तो बहुत सारे स्कूल्स हैं जो ऐसी ढेर सारे स्टेप्स इनोवेटिव ले सकते हैं और लोगों को जोड़ सकते हैं। ट्रेनिंग, सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग एक औपचारिकता नहीं है, एक मिशन है, हमें सब कुछ झोंकना है। मैं ज़रूर समराइज़ करते हुए कहना चाहूँगा, NEP 2020 के लिहाज से हमारे पास में नीति है, हमारे पास नियत है, हमारे पास योजनाएं हैं, हमारे पास परियोजनाएं हैं, हमारे पास तैयारियां हैं, हमारे पास मैन पावर है, हमारे पास में सिस्टम है, हमारे पास में इच्छा भी है। लेकिन ये सब कुछ शायद इफ़ेक्टिव नहीं होगा अगर आपका टीचर तैयार नहीं होगा। चेंज एजेंट कौन है आपका? टीचर, कोट एंड कोट टीचर। तो इसी शिद्दत के साथ, इसी मजबूती के साथ, इसी मिशन के साथ, इसी डेडिकेशन के साथ CBSE कमिटेड है, डेडिकेटेड है टीचर्स की हैंड होल्डिंग में। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. I'll just pick up from what sir said and come back to you, ma'am. He called training a mission, and you talked about adaptive learning, and I want to just like make this a little more interesting and make this like a match, and ask you that the thing about adaptive learning is that it can be sometimes a very personal and an individualistic experience, whereas sometimes we are aiming for teacher training to be a more collective experience, because the idea is also to amplify and to ensure it trickles down to multiple levels. And Sir's pointed out about collaborations, and we see this that even in a city like Delhi, there are tech players for teacher training also, and there are collaborations that schools are conducting by themselves also. So clearly a lot is happening, but at the end of the day, who is it that the final outcome boils down to? And as someone who's a representative of a private player in a big city, what are your observations about what's missing, or how can we, leverage these collaborations better? How can we go to the next step when we already have so much right now?
I just want to start off by saying that right in the very beginning, I mentioned about colleague collaboration. And I said, unless you have that, and unless you break hierarchies, you can't move forward. And I think that's very, very important. Adaptive learning is a conceptual, is a context of a conceptual learning, which I think because children have been through so much during COVID, and their coping capabilities are very different to ours because we are sort of grown in that they do need a personalized understanding of learning. So what I wanted to essentially say is the teacher has to be prepared to ensure that she looks at children both collectively and individually. Over the years, we have been in a completely classroom mode where we don't really look at cluster classes. We don't look at personalized attention. Our textbooks are not geared for that. It's like one text fits all, one hat fits all. And that is why I think, particularly because we've come out of this COVID mode, I think it's very important that teachers must be upskilled in this particular, especially across the country. Because right now we're again talking about elite models. CBSE is a progressive elite model. That does not make a country. I mean, it's more and more people, as I was being told by Dr. Shankar, that more and more people want to join the CBSE, and there are so many schools from Andhra Pradesh who suddenly just wanted to come and be a part of CBSE because they know it's a board like that. But at the end of the day, we're talking in the Indian context. And in the Indian context, a child who is probably in the backwaters of Manipur is totally lost. So if we can create these models within the state governments, within budget schools, where children can be taught both collectively and in a personalized manner. And that's how technology will come in. Because if we give us these highways of learning, we will be able to teach them through technology. We'll be able to do a need analysis because AI is very good with need analysis. AI also gives you individual need analysis, not only of children, but also of teachers. And so I think we should use technology as a tool, not as a medium of teaching. We should use it as a tool for grading, as a tool for documentation, as a tool for finding out what are the needs and requirements of our teachers as we go through an AI program. But I think this is where a teacher should not feel redundant at any point of time, because today there is a certain insecurity that I find in people. I'm not talking about the very young generation, but I'm talking about the middle level generation, where there is this lack of ease. Everybody has to be technologically enabled, they know that, but there's a lack of ease as to where exactly do they stand in a digitalized classroom. Who are they? Are they just Googleified? Are you just a Google piece? In fact, let me share with you that Google had done a very interesting survey for what is a desired teacher. And it is a Silicon Valley culture which says a desired teacher is what the IT industry feels is of value. Now, who cares about what the IT industry feels is valuable? To us, a teacher has a certain value quotient that was talked about even when Sunetra asked the minister about value education. So the concept is the value, the teacher lies at the heart of that. So a teacher at no point should start feeling less than the technology. And very often it unnerves them, it overwhelms them. And so I think a lot of upskilling is about the identity of a teacher, the role of a teacher. What is it that a teacher should do in a classroom in terms of her own self and her own her sense of self vis-a-vis the child and the mental health issues that I think are very important.
This is great, ma'am. I was going to come to this question only, that we are talking about technology as a tool, technology as a platform, but there is a certain hesitation for some of the more senior members of the fraternity where they do not feel as comfortable using technology. So, Sir Rahman, sir, you've been in the field for almost 2 decades. And if I remember correctly, the first time the government started pushing technology has been almost 10 years or so. It's been a decade of training teachers, even though the pandemic kind of made it much more faster and forced everyone to adopt technology. So what have your learnings been, that how can we enable people become more comfortable with technology, and what are some of the training fundas or the training formulas that you may think that can work?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. You rightly point. I think our co-panelists rightly pointed out that technology should not be used of everything, but that could be only used as the tool or the teaching aids. As we all know that this pandemic, in fact, has created the opportunity, golden opportunity to learn. But at the same time, it's very important that technology should be used as one of the very important, in the sense that unless until we give the training to the teachers, I think this is not going to happen, in the sense that technology, of course, is important, but at the same time, the role of the teacher is always important, irrespective of the primary, secondary, or tertiary education. As it is rightly said that the destiny of our own country, the destiny of society is shaped in the classroom. So the proactive role of the teacher is very important, and that could be only possible when we impart the training or give the training to the teachers. Of course, at the primary or the secondary level, a lot of the systems or the institutions are there. But so far as the case of higher education is concerned, academic staff college is one of the only center which is imparting the training. So there is a need to work much more in this direction. Of course, in this national education policy, a lot of things have been given, but this is important for the implementation. Unless until we implement in too later and a spirit, I think this is not going to happen. And we all know that higher education is directly related to development. As we all know that if any country is going to be developed, it all depends on the higher education, status of higher education. So if you take the higher education in our own country as compared to other industrialized country, we stand nowhere. So there's a lot of things that need to be learned from the other parts of. So whatever the best practices available anywhere, there's a need to work, there's a need to bring it in our own society, in our own educational system, so that we could do much wonders in this direction. I think higher education, of course, primary and secondary educations are playing a very, because they are the feeding ground for the higher education. So that should work holistically. In the sense that, of course, this kind of training thing should be much more emphasized at the higher education also. Then we could do something holistically in order to ensure quality in the education as a whole. And then two sectors are very important, that is called health and education. So there is a need on the part of the society, on the part of policy makers, to give a lot of emphasis in this direction, so that we could catch up with the fast changing scenario of the world. So I think there will be much question on the part of the audience. Then we will be very delighted to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do have some time for audience questions. So we'll open the floor in just a bit, but before that, I will do quick closing comments. And Ram sir and Amita ma'am, if you could in maybe one sentence, and Rahman sir, I'll come to you, in one sentence, tell us maybe the vision or the way forward, or just teacher training, the way onwards and upwards in one sentence.
जहाँ तक अपस्किलिंग की बात है और टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल की है, जो मेरा तजुर्बा है और जो मेरे पास डेटा है, मैं उस बेस पे आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूँ। टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल करने में दिक्कत कहाँ आती है? दो लेवल पे। एक, मैं इस्तेमाल करना चाहता हूँ लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता कि मैं कैसे करूँ। दूसरा, मैं करना चाहता हूँ या करना चाहती हूँ लेकिन मेरे पास वो डिवाइस नहीं है, वो कनेक्टिविटी या जो प्रीरिक्विजिट्स हैं वो नहीं है। मैं दो में समराइज अभी करता हूँ, और बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं। पहला कि मैं सीखना चाहता या चाहती हूँ लेकिन अवसर नहीं है। as far as the CBSE Center of Excellences are concerned. So now we are designing the programs which will take care of zero level. वहाँ से स्टार्ट करेंगे और उनकी ही भाषा में ले जाएंगे. जितने भी राज्य हैं हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारी 22 भाषाएं हैं उनमें जो डिजिटल टूल्स के इस्तेमाल के बारे में आसान तरीके से समझा जा सके, हम वो मटेरियल उन तक ले जाएंगे. दूसरा, कनेक्टिविटी या कई और इशू CIT NCERT के साथ, NIC के साथ, CDAC के साथ मिलकर हम ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के लिए काम कर रहे हैं जिससे टीचर जब जहाँ जैसे अपनी सुविधा के अनुसार ट्रेनिंग कर सके, हम वहाँ ले जाएं, चाहे वो दीक्षा हो, चाहे CBSE के मूक्स हों, चाहे गूगल क्लासरूम्स हों या और भी तरह से, तो हम उनकी ज़रूरतें पूरी करेंगे. अगर मैं एक लाइन में अगर आज के लिहाज से CBSE के ट्रेनिंग्स को कहूँ, ट्रेनिंग्स टीचर्स के मुताबिक हम उस लेवल को अचीव करना चाहते हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think in one sentence or in a few sentences we can say that technology can bring only wonders if we are able to impart the training, and we can become the very efficient and effective and qualified teachers. And this could be only possible by bringing training, and we can motivate the teachers, and then it could be made possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think that a classroom is an extremely intimate place, and any kind of upskilling will probably help it to take it from being intimate to being ultimate. But the intimacy has to remain. I would hate to be constantly called a coach or a guide on a side or a data analyst. I mean, let's not make teachers something that they aren't in the guise of democratization of education. I think it's very important that the teacher remains at the heartbeat of every school. Can you imagine Sirsa 2025, robots getting flowers and cards for Teachers' Day? God help us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we do have time for one question, right? Yes, yes, ma'am. Just hold the mic very close to your mouth.
Priyanka Bhatkoti, Principal Maxford School, Dwarka, New Delhi, and you asked a question of Dr. Ram Shankar, and I would like to add to what he had said. Dr. Ram Shankar, पहले तो आपका बहुत आभार सभी CBSE के प्रिंसिपल्स की तरफ से, क्योंकि जिस ढंग की ट्रेनिंग CBSE ने हमें दी, एक बड़े पहाड़ को एक छोटा सा पहाड़ बना करके आसान रास्ते आपने हमें दिए. Pathways are very important for us to make an impact, and the hybrid mode of learning or the blended कि offline भी है और online भी है, और एक घंटे में जो आपने गागर में सागर हमको दिया, हम सभी प्रिंसिपल्स के हाथ को बहुत मजबूत किए. कंटेंट था, कॉन्टेक्स्ट था, रेलेवेंस था, और अभी आई स्पीक आई थिंक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स, जब आप हमारे को पेडागॉजिकल लीडरशिप की ट्रेनिंग दी गई तो हमारी किताबें फिर से बाहर निकली, हम फिर से हमको आपने एक्सपीरियंस दिया कि हम विद्यार्थी बने और हम सीखें. तो सभी की तरफ से बहुत आभार. सारा, यू आस्क्ड वेदर इट मेक्स एन इम्पैक्ट, इट डिड मेक एन इम्पैक्ट. हम सब फिर से बैठे, स्कूल के विजन को देखा, स्कूल के मिशन को देखा, SMC, PTA बॉडीज़, स्टूडेंट बॉडीज़, टीचर्स के कॉग्निसेंस से कई स्कूल्स ने अपने को दोबारे से रिस्ट्रक्चर किया, और इसका श्रेय हम CBSE को ही देंगे. ये सिर्फ एक नेशनल एग्जामिनेशन बोर्ड नहीं रह गया है, ये हमें रास्ता दिखा रहा है. सो सर, माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट टू यू, और ये सभी प्रिंसिपल्स ने मांग करी थी कि जब हमने ये किया और हम सब ने बैठ करके पेडागॉजिकल लीडरशिप और आपके पेडागॉजिकल प्लान डेवलप किए, वो कॉम्पेंडियम आप प्लीज़ हमें ज़रूर दीजिए, क्योंकि COE सभी ने बहुत सहयोग किया. वॉट अमिता मैम वॉज टॉकिंग अबाउट कोलैबोरेटिव टीचिंग, COE दिल्ली ईस्ट आपका चेन्नई के साथ जुड़ा, COE दिल्ली वेस्ट त्रिवेंद्रम के साथ जुड़ा, नेशनल इंटीग्रेशन एक अलग ढंग से किया गया, और हम सबको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला. अब इसमें अगर आप प्लीज़ इफ़ यू कुड, वी हैव बीन मेकिंग दैट रिक्वेस्ट, इट वुड हेल्प अस ट्रेमेंडसली. डू आई स्पीक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स हियर एंड विद यू सर? आप एक दिन 24 घंटे से पहले आप हमको रिस्पॉन्ड करते थे हमारी PPTs को एनालाइज करके, तो आप टीचर्स के मास्टर टीचर्स बन गए, और टीचर्स डे के उपलक्ष्य में 5 सितंबर को हम सभी की तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई फॉर लीडिंग अस इन दिस इनिशिएटिव. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
थैंक यू मैडम. और ये सारा श्रेय मैडम आप सबको ही जाता है. CBSE क्या है, हम तो कुल जमा 1000 लोग हैं. ये CBSE जो 27,000 विद्यालयों का परिवार है, वही इसको CBSE बनाता है. आप जैसे लीडर ही से बनाते हैं. ये सहयोग ऐसे ही बना रहे और आगे और मजबूत हो. और साथ ही साथ मैं सबको आमंत्रित भी करता हूँ, चाहे विश्वविद्यालय हो या अन्य बोर्ड्स हो, अब हम मिलके आगे बढ़ें। ढेर सारी चीज़ें हमारे साथ हो सकती हैं जो शायद आपके लिए लाभदायक हो। आपके पास बहुत विचार हो सकते हैं, आपके साथ बहुत ऐसी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं जो हम एक साथ मिलकर करें तो हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
My simple query here is, सर ने अभी बताया कि आप सब टीचर्स को एक और स्कूल्स को मोटिवेशन और ट्रेनिंग देना चाहते हैं, जिसके लिए सारा खर्च जो है CBSE उठाएगा, आपने उसके बारे में कहा। सर, जैसे हम अपने बच्चों को मोटिवेट करते हैं लर्निंग के लिए, उसमें कोई और उद्देश्य नहीं होता है, इसी बात का उद्देश्य होता है कि हम उनको कितना ऊपर ले जा सकते हैं। बिल्कुल वैसे ही टीचर्स एट दिस लेवल also need to be motivated. That motivation will not come through that 1,000 rupees for a workshop which should have 50 hours of training for each teacher. It will never happen. आप उसको एक थोड़ा सा इलाबरेट करिए, इस तरह से कुछ पॉइंट्स लगाइए कि हमें एक अंदर से एक इच्छा हो कि हाँ ट्रेनिंग ज्वाइन करनी है। That is what I'm looking forward from CBSE. Thank you so much, Amshar. I can see a lot of initiative which is coming around. Thank you so much.
मैडम थैंक यू। एक तो मैं अभी क्लैरिफाई कर दूं कि CBSE की ट्रेनिंग्स को मैंने कभी नहीं कहा कि उनका बोझ कम होने वाला है। मैंने एक प्रोग्राम स्पेसिफिक जो यूनेस्को के साथ हम 200 टीचर्स के लिए कर रहे हैं, उसका मैंने उदाहरण दिया था, तो उसका और कहीं उदाहरण ना दें। और जो आपके सुझाव हैं उनका CBSE हमेशा से स्वागत करती आई है। आप मैं सभी को जो भी CBSE सिस्टम से लोग जुड़े हैं, प्रीत विहार में ऑफिस है, आप सबका स्वागत। और वहाँ भी आप मेरी सुविधा से नहीं, अपनी सुविधा से आइए, आपका स्वागत है।
Thank you, sir. That's a very timer-friendly response that you gave, because we have the seconds buzzing ahead of us. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We conclude this session. We now hand over you to Ring.
Thank you so much, Sarah. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our fantastic panel. Clearly, the skillers need a whole lot of upskilling, and I think they are really ready to get that upskilling as well. Thank you so much. If I could request you all to please take your seats down below. A lot of talk has happened today. We've been talking since morning. I know that there's still room for a lot more to take place. And to allow you to have a space for you to be able to voice your concerns, highlight or flag some of those issues that you want to be discussed, or just make a comment or raise a question. We've got with us RJ Piyush, and he's very happy to have a freewheeling chat with any of you. So here's Piyush with you.
Hi, everybody. Hi. For you, for those of you who've joined recently, I'm Piyush, and I work for Fever 104 FM. I'm a host, radio host, and just after this session, I just want to say, damn! क्योंकि मैं उत्तर प्रदेश माध्यमिक शिक्षा परिषद से पढ़ के आया हूँ, हमें हमेशा बताया जाता था CBSE के जो 80% हैं वो आपके 70% हैं, और इस धोखे में ही पता नहीं कितने स्टूडेंट्स कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गए. So yeah, I mean that was my takeaway from this session. But hi, I see a lot of empty chairs. Hello ma'am, how are you? Nobody's here. But most of you, if I may please request you to please come forward. It'll be great if you can just come forward. Let the empty chairs enjoy their company. कृपया आगे आ जाएं. You see, I am in between those thought-provoking sessions, I am your Sabki Pasand Nirma ad break, right? So just loosen up, come forward, it'll be great. मैं समझ गया, principals सिर्फ principals की सुनते हैं. आप आगे आ जाएं, please. Yes, so before the last session is about to begin, I'll share a story with you. It's a personal story, and how many of you amongst you are English teachers here who've taught English? You there, ma'am? Ma'am, you here? My God. What is this about English teachers? I mean, was it a right-hand thumb rule to always have a crush on your English teacher? Have you ever come across that? Have you seen in your careers there was a special place for English teachers. एक तो हम हिंदी भाषी प्रदेश से आते हैं जिनको अंग्रेजी आती नहीं थी, तो हम फैज़ पढ़ के बड़े हुए, हम अहले सफ़ा मरदूद हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे, सब ताज उछाले जाएंगे, सब तख्त गिराए जाएंगे। वो रिबेल हो जाते हैं ना, नहीं सीखेंगे अंग्रेजी, नहीं पढ़नी अंग्रेजी। देन आपका चीट कोड होता है रेन एंड मार्टिन। तो ग्रामर तो सही होगी, स्पोकन अंग्रेजी का क्या करेंगे? फिर आपकी जिंदगी में आती है एक इंग्लिश टीचर। मतलब वो तो कॉलेज में होती हैं, स्कूल में आ जाती हैं, बट आपको लगता है सडनली ओह नाउ आई विल try my level best to learn English, spoken Angrezi. And what is this? There's a PT teacher. और हम दोनों का ही crush English teachers होती हैं. Has it ever happened with you? You might have noticed. You're not acknowledging. तो सर मैं सिर्फ ऑल बॉयज की बात थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ। तो हमारे पीटी टीचर होते थे मिस्टर वी के मिश्रा, शुद्ध देसी हिंदी भाषी, वेरी गुड आपही के लिए टाइप्स। एंड देयर वाज दिस मैम मंजू मिश्रा। वी हैड दिस क्लास ड्यूरिंग आवर ग्रेजुएशन डेज जहां पर अंग्रेजी पढ़ाई जाती थी। अब अंग्रेजी दो किस्म के स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं, एक जिनको सीखनी होती है और एक जिनको लगता है कि उनका जिंदगी में तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा जब तक अंग्रेजी नहीं आएगी। I'm taking a cue from the two honorable chief ministers who are here. एक ने कहा हम हिंदी पढ़ाएंगे, एक ने बोला हम अंग्रेजी पढ़ाएंगे। दोनों को लगता है यही है बुल्सआई। हमने पढ़नी शुरू की क्योंकि मैम मंजू मिश्रा की कोई क्लास नहीं है, स्किप कर सकता है। There's a set of students. लखनऊ वाले पढ़ने दिल्ली आते हैं, कानपुर वाले लखनऊ जाते हैं, बलिया गोंडा जैसी जगहों के सारे स्टूडेंट्स कानपुर आते हैं। वी आर हैविंग दिस सेशन, द ग्रेप्स ऑफ रात, डिक्टेशन चल रही है, राइट इट डाउन, ऐसे जैसे कि भगवान का वाक्य ही है, आपको करना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि मैम मंजू मिश्रा ने बोला है, आप लिख रहे हैं। देन यू से पार्डन मैम। बगल वाला लड़का जो छपरा से आया है, भैया ये क्या होता है? अगर आप ये बोलेंगे तो मैम रिपीट कर देंगी for the next 45 minutes. At least 8 times we heard, pardon ma'am, pardon ma'am, pardon ma'am. Then the teacher closed the book in anger. उनका पहला सवाल था, मुझे लगा बेटा तू तो गया. Who told him this? And that was my, whatever you might call it, crush. मेरा वहीं crush हो गया और उसके बाद मैं पूरे सेशन नहीं आ पाया क्लास में क्योंकि मैम ने कहा था तू जड़ है, तूने क्रिएट किया और तू नहीं आएगा। Anyway, that was a story और उस स्टोरी से बड़ी चीज़ ये पता चली कि अंग्रेजी और हिंदी की जो लड़ाई है कि व्हाट इज गोइंग टू टेक यू टू द टॉप, आज तक हम वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। पॉलिसीज में फंस के, प्रदेशों में फंस के, जगहों पे फंस के, और भी अलग अलग वजह हैं। हमारे सवाल टीचर्स आंसर करते थे, टीचर्स के सवाल कौन आंसर करेगा? वेरी वैलिड पॉइंट, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक रिनी सजेस्टेड कि हमें बात करनी चाहिए, जो लोग, जितने बचे हुए लोग हैं इस कमरे में, कि भाई you might have certain questions that you wanted to ask but you couldn't. So here is Rupali. Rupali, are you here? She stepped outside. Beautifully put. Right. So you might have certain questions, and I'm sure that HT school would be happy to take them. Or Sarah, would you like to answer them? No, I want to put you in a spot. Please come here. No, we are all doubtful out here. I'm sure that a lot of you must be having certain questions in your mind that you want to ask. Ma'am, pardon. You have your chance. Kuch sawal? Yes, ma'am.
So the question is this: it was mentioned that the higher education plays a very important role in upskilling and the world of careers. I would like to know how many principals or representatives from higher education are sitting here, just out of curiosity.
Will we do a raise of hands? I don't think we have too many higher education people, or they've probably gone for tea or washroom breaks. I hope not. Do we have any? Unfortunately,
If you were to answer this,
if I were to answer this,
it's my time.
as a quick-witted person at this point, I will say I'm a representative of higher education because I have completed higher education and I report on it. So in that capacity, if you have any questions.
This is a very corporate response. ऊपर वाले से पूछ लेना.
नहीं मैं जवाब देने को तैयार हूँ, but I am just explaining my credentials or the lack of them, and that is for the respondents too.
तुझे पता है? तारे ज़मीन पर?
No, only aim for the sky.
हाँ?
Only aim for the sky, nothing
Exactly. अभी ईशान नंद किशोर अवस्थी जवाब दे सकता है. Thank you, ma'am. I have a couple of questions. Since there are, this room is lacking those set of people who are here and who can answer your queries. There are certain questions that I have, and I would like to ask them. Meenakshi ma'am is sitting here. Meenakshi Sahni. Oh, yes. Have you seen Terminator? Target logged. So, ma'am, is there a subject that you didn't like as a student? Ma'am, we are sailing the same boat. I'm still in the boat. But as a student, but you learn to appreciate it later.
Absolutely. I became a teacher of the same subject.
English.
Chemistry.
Oh. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, गलती हो गई मेरे से. Those bonding and organic and inorganic, मतलब अगर इंसान ना भी सोचे तो auto suicide हो सकता है उसका ऐसे मतलब. Sorry, that was a dark joke, but anyway. So, what made you work hard towards it?
A fantastic teacher.
Wow. Mic drop moment. चलो सब घर चलते हैं. Great. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your answer. And can I have कुर्सियां भी तालियां बजा सकती अगर तो बजाती, but to the people who are present here. Right. Rini just prompted. बहुत सारे सवाल पूछ ले, अभी टाइम है. Poonam ma'am, are you here? Oh, ये तो मुझे आधार कार्ड चेक करने पड़ेंगे अब सबके. Which Poonam? I was just given the first name, Poonam ma'am. Arey, whichever Poonam ma'am is here and wants to answer, let's be democratic. Wow, ma'am, wow. Very good.
I can show you the Aadhaar card for that. Tell me, ask.
Is there a book or a movie that you think perfectly describes your profession?
Yeah, there are.
जो जीता वही सिकंदर?
नहीं, not again.
तारे ज़मीन पर?
तारे ज़मीन पर, yes. मुझे but हाँ,
Sorry, I'm
उसमें
so
कहीं ना
sorry.
कहीं थोड़ा सा ये लगता है कि that he was able to deliver it the way he wanted because he has gone through that journey. And somehow as a teacher, unless and until we empathize with the student, we don't deliver it to that extent to the way it is required. So yes, that film has affected me a lot. And I totally agree with that movie, and I am inspired to be a teacher like him, that he has gone to that level to talk about the child, he has gone to his home. He actually has felt that pain. So if you are a good teacher, you should not stop yourself by, limiting yourself that you cannot go to that level. If it is a child and you are working only for the child, if anyone has ever asked me how many children you have, I have always said whatever be the number of my class, 30 plus 2 or 28 plus 2 or 40 plus 2, because I always felt that yes, I'm not only a woman, I'm a good teacher, and if I'm a good teacher, I have to be really motherly with the student. I should touch their heart and soul.
As you
So that
mentioned,
movie has affected
just
me.
one fatafat say question, a great answer. But ma'am, as you mentioned that you've gone through that journey, is it important for a person to have gone through that journey to be that empathetic towards the students?
See, if we learn from the experiences of others, I'll simply say, life is too short, and we also learn from the experiences of others. So it's not only necessary all the time that we have gone through that journey, but that experience may come from watching movies, by meeting other people, by coming to these kind of summits where the exchange of ideas are taking place. So that journey is not necessarily that you should have always felt, but those experiences can come from anywhere.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mic drop moment again, and I'm dropping my mic. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. This is me, Piyush, and that's my time. And enjoy your evening. I'm referring to the empty chairs as well. Thank you. Thank you, Rini.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and give him a round of applause. The man's been working today, RJ Piyush, and if you've not heard him before, then get onto the radios and start hearing him. We're almost at the end of the first HT Education Summit. We're on to session 7. And for those of you who are in the hall, if I could ask those sitting at the periphery to please move in to the center. You know, when you have eye contact with your speakers, it makes the engagement a little bit more animated. So please move up a little. Let's have the seats here filled up. Those in the corner, please move into the center, please. Thank you. So I'd like to now introduce our speakers and request them to please come up on stage as I announce their names. Dr. Shyama Chona, former principal of Delhi Public School, Arkipuram, and founder president Tamanna. An exceptional educationist of the country, Dr. Chona is perhaps the only educator to receive the Padma Bhushan and the Padma Shri, and she has broken innumerable barriers to change the lives of many. During her tenure at the Delhi Public School and beyond, she has launched major initiatives to transform education in schools. She serves as a member of and on several advisory and governing boards, managing committees and organizations, including that of the CBSE, Education Department of MCD, the National Mission for Empowerment of Women, etc. And it is her mission to educate and empower the abled and the disabled that helps her to stand apart. So Dr. Chona joins us. Joining Dr. Chona on the panel, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, Academic Director at the National Institute of Open Schooling. With over 2 decades of experience in the school education system, Dr. Singh has served at various positions extensively for curriculum planning and development at the primary, secondary, and senior secondary levels. He's also the member of various core group committees of the Ministry of Education, member of the Review Committee for National Education Policy 2020, and member of the committee to implement the Prime Minister's e-Vidya program. Our third panelist is Rajesh Agarwal, Vice President EI, which is Educational Initiatives. That is a leading assessment, research, and educational technology organization working to create, and I quote, a world where children everywhere are learning with understanding, unquote. Ritesh is passionate about improving learning outcomes in public and government schools and currently leads EI Shiksha, a vertical of EI that exclusively works on large-scale impact projects with low-income government schools in the country. He brings his rich experience of working with governments, institutional funders, and other key stakeholders in the social sector, and is well-versed with evolving trends in assessments, educational technology, policy, and developmental finance. On the panel is also an investment banker by profession, who has a vast experience in teaching and education innovation, Vivek Varshne, the founder of Speed Labs. I don't know how you actually pronounce this. Technophile in the ed-tech space, Vivek has designed a hybrid pedagogy with the right balance of AI, ed-tech, and classroom teaching through his venture. An alumnus of IIT Kanpur and IIM Lucknow, he has made the idea of effective learning a reality by using curriculum design. Our moderator, Sarah, who you saw in the previous session, has the onerous task of steering the discussion on inclusive learning. Can technology be a leveler? So it's over to Sarah. And Dr. Chona, are you going to join us back? Yes, all right, okay. So, Sarah, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Rini. Very excited about the last panel of the day, and we're talking about inclusive education. And for this panel, the approach we are taking is that on the face of it, it would look like how are we all connected, but the way we envisage the panel is that today we are going to talk about the different kinds of exclusion that our current systems are either unable to deal with or are experiencing, and how are the different kinds of inclusive practices or inclusive ideas that we can bring into the system. That is the purpose of the event today. I will start with Dr. Chona first, and I want to understand, ma'am, that you've been in the special education space for a while, and earlier the entire discussion was around special schools as a separate space or a separate enclave, and today there is a discussion about every mainstream teacher also trying to acknowledge the idea of neurodiversity. For the uninitiated, neurodiversity refers to the fact that different people will have different learning styles, and that learning is not an absolute phenomenon but a spectrum, and that teachers should try to address the entirety of the spectrum. In that context, ma'am, you also have a personal passion and interest in this space. Could you share your experience of what the space has been over the decades? Absolutely, if you prefer that.
And others in front of me. You know, the advantage of having accepted the last session is that I was quite ready to face an empty hall. I'm grateful to you for choosing to hear me rather than running away or having tea. We are talking about inclusive education. But before I say another word, I like you to look at each other. Look at each other. You're looking at me. Are you looking at each other? It's difficult, is it? Very hard? Are you the same? Do you all look the same? Yes or no? Are you sure? Everybody is not your mirror image. You're different, huh? Your faces are different. Your hairstyles are different. You're men and women. You're fair and dark. You are whichever language you speak, right? You may have some common areas. And tell me one common area that you have. Sorry? Oh, education. You're all educators, educationists. Wonderful. Anything else? You're all human beings. That's right. And do you think the same kind of blood color flows in you? Yes. Unless you're anemic. Right? So, my dear friends, all I want to say is that whether you're an intellectual or you're not, you have the same blood flowing through your veins, right? I have wondered how to accept anything different, right? Though our Constitution says that all belong to the same Constitution, your race, your gender, your culture, the state you come from, it doesn't matter. Then why is it that we don't live in an inclusive society? Why is it? Any reasons? They're different. They're different. Demands. Oh, I heard Divyangs, because only that goes on in my mind. The demands are different. You are not demanding. So are the demands different for everybody? They're not the only ones who have different demands. Do your children have the same demands as you, if you have? They're different, no? So why are the differently enabled treated differently is the question today, okay? Today as I stand in front of you, have you heard of the Lunacy Act? Any of you heard of the Lunacy Act? No? Okay. We had the Lunacy Act of 1912. And today, we belong to an age where Lunacy Act was replaced by the Disability Act. Do you know any of you who come from inclusive schools? When did that Disability Act come in? Any of you from inclusive schools? Are you all into inclusive schools? Anybody into an inclusive school? All of you. So the Disability Act came in the year, which year? 1995. That is the first understanding, okay? Till 95, the rights to equal education were different. They were not there. I'll share one little experience of mine. In 1992, I wanted to set up, I'd got the land, a school in Vasant Vihar, okay? And do you know that the residents of Vasant Vihar took me to the court, and they said, we don't want lunatics to be here. We cannot have mad people's place in a posh colony like Vasant Vihar. I went to the court. This is 1992, and the act was formed in 1995. So one fought for the rights and said they are not lunatics. They are just like you and me. And we started working on this act, which is undergoing a change. All of you, any of you, can always write your suggestions for the change. And today we are talking about schools for all, schools for the disabled, as well as the enabled, because we think that inclusion is their right. They are human beings, they breathe, they have this many problems, yet they want to socialize. They want to live a whole life. There was a time when a boy came to see a girl and she had a disabled brother or sister. The parents would hide the thought. The parents would hide her or him under the bed, into the cupboard, because they feared that if it is known that we have a disabled person in the house, our daughter will not get a match. So we have gone through a big evolution. But right now, whether it is the disabled or it is the EWS students, have you heard of the backgrounds? Why is it that we have to make reservations for them? Why is it they cannot join the schools? Yes, they can join the regular schools, but if the parent wishes to put the child in a special school, I'm not just talking about the disabled, I'm also talking about the other categories where there is a lot of dissatisfaction. The parents cannot afford to educate them. They can go to the government schools, but they have a right to go to a school whose principals attend seminars like this. Am I right or wrong? Yes? You agree with me? So when a child comes to you, firstly, you have to assess him or her. You have to find out what are the needs of that child. If that child has special needs, then you have to give special kind of education. He or she might have therapeutic requirements, whether it is speech therapy or it is physiotherapy or it is occupational therapy. The child may need many other things which regular children in the class do not have. So we need to have special classrooms. But I have to tell you, and I have to share my experiences with you.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in the interest of time, could you maybe do this in a couple of minutes so that we can just get all the other panel members in also?
You don't want me to stand here?
No, ma'am. We just have a few minutes. I mean, in the interest of time, we've been asked to wrap up.
So I should finish?
Yeah, in a minute or so.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think I have to be thoughtful about my other speakers, and I may be taking your time, but it little matters to me. It's not my loss. If it is anybody's, I regret that. I have a living example of my daughter with me today. That's Tamanna. She's a national awardee now, and she is an outcome of a Delhi public school where the blind, the sightless, the hearing impaired, and think of the other special reasons for being different, studied there. And today she's a teacher herself, teaching in Delhi Public School, Vasant Vihar. And she's quite unstoppable. She will do what she wants to do, and she's written a book called I Am Tamanna. Anybody who would like to order it and understand what inclusion is, I'll be more than happy, send it to you. Don't want anything for it, but just get in touch with me and I will send it to you. All the best. Thank you. I'm thankful to the anchor for telling me that it's time for you to sit down. I would not have really put all my energy into speaking with all of you. However, I'm sure HT will have another session or another conference where one would be able to share not only experiences, but also the requirements of regular schools. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone for what inclusivity means, and I will come to you, Rajiv sir. In the history of open schooling, traditionally it's been said that open schooling helps include those who are on the margins of the traditional formal learning systems. But now that the internet is here and people have access to resources and learning materials, what role does open school now play in offering inclusion and inclusivity in the face of the internet?
Thank you so much, Sarah ji. At the very outset, it's my privilege to be the part of the first education summit organized by the Hindustan Times. मंच पे विराजमान मेरे पैनलिस्ट, आप सबको मेरा साधुवाद, और मंच के दूसरे तरफ आप सबके प्रति कृतज्ञता और बहुत बड़ा साधुवाद। एजुकेशन समिट का पहला दिन, अंतिम सेशन, और आप सब यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं सुनने के लिए। मैं समस्त NIS और हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स एजुकेशन समिट के ऑर्गेनाइज़र के तरफ से आप सबको अपना आभार और साधुवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ। जहाँ तक आपका सवाल है ओपन स्कूलिंग सिस्टम को लेके और उसमें इंक्लूजन को हम लोग कैसे एड्रेस करते हैं, there's a very pseudo notion what is being carried out by the society in general, that open schooling is only meant to those students or the learners who cannot pursue with the mainstreaming or the formal school education system. ये तो पोस्ट कोविड के बाद थोड़ा सा हम लोगों के बारे में भी सोसाइटी को पता चला, अदरवाइज वी वेर वेरी लेसर नोन इन द इन्वायरमेंट। देखिए, ओपन स्कूलिंग की अगर मैं विशेषताओं के बारे में बात करूं तो जो हमारा USP है, हम ओपन हैं, हम रिजिड नहीं हैं, और हमारे इसी ओपननेस को, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी को राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 परिलक्षित करता है और कई बार और कई जगहों पर राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 ने इस चीज़ को चिन्हित करके और इसका वर्णन भी किया है। हमारे यहाँ जो लर्नर्स है, it's the sheer discretion of the learners what he want to franchise upon as far as choosing of the subjects at secondary and the senior secondary level is concerned. हमारे यहाँ बच्चा 10th में वो कानेटिक म्यूज़िक के साथ वो मैथ्स पढ़ता है, इंडियन कल्चर एंड हेरिटेज पढ़ता है, पेंटिंग पढ़ता है और ऐसे कई अन्य विषय हैं जो बच्चा ऑप्ट कर सकता है। हमारे पास ऑन डिमांड एग्जामिनेशन का प्रोविज़न है। फॉर्मल स्कूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम में क्या है कि कोई बच्चा अगर सेकेंडरी और सीनियर सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन में उत्तीर्ण नहीं हो पाता है, वो कंपार्टमेंटल एग्जामिनेशन देता है, उसके बाद फिर उसे 1 साल पूरा इंतज़ार करना पड़ता है। हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में, एनआईएस में या किसी भी अन्य जो स्टेट ओपन स्कूल हैं, वहाँ पे ऑन डिमांड एग्जामिनेशन का प्रोविज़न है। वो बच्चा हमें लिखता है कि मैं असेसमेंट के लिए तैयार हूँ, आप मेरा असेसमेंट लीजिए और हम 15 दिन के अंदर उसका असेसमेंट लेते हैं। बच्चे को पूरा 1 साल इंतज़ार नहीं करना पड़ता है। वी हैव डन अवे द हार्ड बाउंड्री इन इट्स ट्रू स्पिरिट इन टीटो as far as imparting school education is concerned. देखिए, डिजिटल एजुकेशन के चैलेंजेस और इश्यूज प्री कोविड भी रहा है, लेकिन पोस्ट कोविड इन्वायरमेंट में खासकर स्कूल एजुकेशन ने केवल डिजिटल और ऑनलाइन लर्निंग के बारे में बात करने लगा। और जब हम डिजिटल और ऑनलाइन लर्निंग के बारे में बात करते हैं तो बस उस मोड की बात करते हैं। Through that mode, the teaching learning is being transacted. Challenges थे, आप जितने भी फ्यूचरिस्ट एजुकेशनिस्ट को देखें, उन्होंने बहुत पहले पिछले 20-25 साल से ये जो चैलेंजेस हैं इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। जो आज का बच्चा है वो डिजिटल नेटिव है, उसकी जो भाषा है, जो लैंग्वेज है, इट्स इंटायरली डिफरेंट। जो मेंटोर है 2 तरह के हैं। मैं कुछ फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगा। पीयूष जी अभी कुछ समय पहले बता रहे थे हम सबको कि उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड से पास किया है। भारत में लगभग 26 करोड़ बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं। उन 26 करोड़ में 19 करोड़ बच्चे तो गाँव में स्थित विद्यालयों में जाते हैं। वहाँ पे जो टीचर्स हैं, मुझे कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है और ना ही मैं कोताही बरतूंगा। ज़्यादातर अधिकांशतः टीचर हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजिकली चैलेंज्ड हैं। तो एक तरफ जो मेंटोर हैं वो डिजिटल इमिग्रेंट प्रैक्टिशनर हैं, जो इस डिजिटल युग के तो नहीं हैं, बट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम उन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ काम करना सीख लिया है। दूसरा तरफ वो बच्चा है जो डिजिटल नेटिव है, उसकी जो भाषा है वो डिफरेंट है। वो वीडियो गेम्स की बात करता है, वो सिमुलेशन की बात करता है, वो आईसीटी की बात करता है, वो इंटरनेट की बात करता है, वो वर्चुअल की बात करता है, वो रोबोट एंड कोबोट की बात करता है। और जो डिजिटल इमिग्रेंट प्रैक्टिशनर हैं उनके अपने रेस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं, उनके अपने लिमिटेशंस हैं। ये जो परिपाटी है, इस परिपाटी को कैसे बांटा जाए, ये चैलेंज शुरू से भी है। ये प्री कोविड भी था और पोस्ट कोविड भी है। जहाँ तक एनआईएस में इंक्लूजन का सवाल है, थोड़ा सा मुझे पर्सनली लगता है कि जब भी हम इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, तो हम इक्विटेबल एंड क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को छोड़ते हैं, केवल इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं। और जब हम इंक्लूजन की भी बात करते हैं तो केवल चिल्ड्रन विथ स्पेशल नीड से शुरू करते हैं और चिल्ड्रन विथ स्पेशल नीड पे ही आके ये पूरी इंक्लूजन का कॉन्सेप्ट खत्म हो जाता है। जब हम जेंडर की बात करते हैं तो हमेशा वो बाइनरी डिबेट होता है। वी ओनली टॉक अबाउट मेल एंड फीमेल, व्हाट अबाउट द थर्ड जेंडर। एक बहुत बड़ा तबका थर्ड जेंडर का है जो मेन स्ट्रीमिंग से बहुत दूर है। जब हम इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं, हम रूरल एरिया जो वो 19 करोड़ बच्चे हैं, 15 लाख हमारे देश में विद्यालय हैं, उन 15 लाख में 13 लाख विद्यालय गांव में हैं। हम केवल एक नेशनल बोर्ड चाहे वो सीबीएसई हो या एनआईएस हो। सीबीएसई के पास लगभग 16-17 हज़ार स्कूल हैं और एनआईएस के पास हमारे लगभग 1,500 स्टडी सेंटर्स हैं। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा, उनके पास लगभग 3 लाख स्कूल हैं, 5 करोड़ बच्चे हैं। इन बच्चों तक डिजिटल एजुकेशन कैसे जाएगा? सरकार बहुत सजग है, बहुत सार्थक और सतत प्रयास है। डिजिटल इंडिया जैसे बहुत सक्सेसफुल कैंपेन है, बट स्टिल डू द डिजिटल डिवाइड एग्जिस्ट, उसको कैसे पाटा जाए? क्या हमें और अल्टरनेटिव मोड तलाशने की ज़रूरत नहीं है? पूरा डिजिटल एजुकेशन केवल स्मार्टफोन के जरिए ही किया जा सकता है, वो भी शेयर डिवाइसेस हैं ज़्यादातर घरों में। कई दूसरे अल्टरनेटिव मोड हो सकते हैं। टेलीविज़न एक आपका बहुत ही सार्थक सोर्स हो सकता है, रेडियो हो सकता है, बेसिक टेलीफोनी हो सकता है, उसको भी थोड़ा विचार करने की ज़रूरत है। देश में समाज की पंक्ति में जो सबसे पीछे खड़ा व्यक्ति है, उसका इंक्लूजन कैसे हो? जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, डाउन ट्रेडेंस हैं, उनका इंक्लूजन कैसे हो? हर समाज में कुछ प्रेशर ग्रुप होता है जो दूसरों को नीचे से, चाहे वो ट्राइबल देख लीजिए या शेड्यूल कास्ट देख लीजिए, वो नहीं उभरने देता है। उनको कैसे एड्रेस किया जाए? ये सब कुछ बुनियादी प्रश्न हैं। जब हम क्वालिटेटिव और क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, अब देखिए वो कितना विरोधाभास है। इट्स सो पैराडॉक्सिकल। वन हैंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इंश्योरिंग creativity, critical thinking, inquiry-driven approach, divergent thinking, and so on and so forth. But when the assessment ensure करना है, हम conformist approach रखते हैं. We expect all the learners to toe the same line. Then how are you going to ensure? मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आया, and probably National Education Policy 2020 ने इस चीज़ को समझा है और उन्होंने बोला no, there's a requirement of having a assessment board in the country, जो परख करके एक assessment board आने वाला है, वो सारे एजुकेशन बोर्ड को वो गाइड करेगा कि 360 डिग्री असेसमेंट कैसे किया जाए। तो थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir raised a very important point about geographical inclusion, and with that, and he's made this correlation between geography and technology, and with that I come to you, Mr. Vivek. And before we came here in the session outside, you were telling me about how you're moving, using technology to permeate to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And I want to understand that we've managed to explore two facets of exclusion, but if you could talk about how you are using technology to reach a place where other means of mainstream education are not reaching, and as Sir pointed out, a paradox that this is, while we are aiming for technology to be a solution, it's also difficult to use technology to reach some of the remotest places. So how do we deal with this paradox?
Thanks, Sarah, and privileged to be here on this panel. Thank you everyone for attending this, and I must congratulate Hindustan Times for organizing such a beautiful summit where so much good ideation is happening. And all the viewers who are watching it live on the portal, thank you everyone. Coming to the question, technology can serve 3 A's. The first A is access, the second A is analysis, and the third A is affordability. And if we are talking about India, I think we need all the 3. Now, coming to the point, access. So the access cannot be just defined between the city and the rural areas. So the remote access is obviously, very, very easy solution where you can find out technology can provide access to the students living in remote areas, to the good tutors, good teachers, maybe sitting in Delhi or tier 1, tier 2 cities. And that is the duty of the entire system, that even for the students living in villages, we can provide the access to the good tutors. Now, the second and third part are even more important, because even for a school in Delhi, it is very important the role of teacher that is going to be there in the future. In last 25, 30 odd years, the teacher's role was largely the repository of knowledge. So for anything that a student doesn't know, he will go to the teacher and ask. So the repository of knowledge, that role is going to be there, but that role is now shared by Google. So if I don't know anything, maybe I will either ask my teacher or I will Google. The new role that has come up for the teachers is the facilitator of knowledge. And the facilitation of knowledge can happen with the right analysis. So the technology should provide the right analysis for every teacher so that they can guide, mentor, and coach every student in the same class. Now, how do I know whether a particular student is doing something? Has he done his homework properly? How much time he has taken? What is his attempt? What is his accuracy? What is the coverage, etc. And accordingly, I can give them right, relevant, and regular feedback. That is my role now. If I can give not just for the toppers of the class, but for everyone in the class, the right feedback, that is the power of technology. And third is, of course, it comes at a very, very low cost. Internet speeds are very high, the device penetration is high, the device costs are low, and 92% of the data is not happening on PCs, it's happening on mobile phone and tablets. Last 55% internet users are not coming from cities, they are coming from villages. The average consumption of data is about 20 GB per month. Now, all of these things are indicating that the access has been solved to a large extent. The role is now going to be more on analysis, personalized learning, as one of the panelists in the previous discussion explained, adaptive learning. And I think that is where the technology will be a leveler, not just between village and cities, but even within city, the toppers and the non-toppers. So I think that's what I think to start with.
Got it. I think it's a very important intervention you're talking about. Technology as a means to bridge the gap. I come to you, Ritesh. You've heard our panelists, and we've tried to touch on the various seemingly disparate strands of inclusion. And we're trying to see where and how we can fit technology. So I ask you this, that in the puzzle of inclusion, knowing that technology in itself has a paradoxical nature, and I say this particularly because as a country, we've seen that in the last 2 years, while we have had one of the biggest school closures, we've also been a country that's seen the maximum number of unicorn startups in the edtech space. And while the e-commerce aspect of it is completely different, there is no doubt that there is a general acceptance among educators, parents, students for edtech, and all aversion, hesitation aside. So within the larger jigsaw, how do we fit in technology as a leveler when its own characteristic nature is so paradoxical and hierarchical? And just to add, like in the previous session, one of the speakers said that the school, even in its best form, can be a hierarchical space. So how does another hierarchical facilitator come in? What are your thoughts on that?
So thanks, Sarah, for this question. First of all, last session, last speaker, so I think that's a very tall mountain to climb. So first, I think let's sort of try to lay the lay of the land, right? We've been working for the past 20 years with this vision of how do you create a world where every child is learning with understanding. So we've worked with some of the schools sitting here in the room. We've worked with several government bodies in the past. And I think we are at a very historic moment in India's education journey. I think what we've been remarkably been able to do well is that we've built a school everywhere. And I think that's just remarkable. So as you guys, many of you would remember, there was this jingle which used to play called School Chale Hum. And today it's very, very fortunate for us as a nation that within 2 to 3 kilometers of a habitable setup, there's a school everywhere in India. Whether वो 10 बच्चों के लिए हो, या वो 50 बच्चों के लिए हो, या वो बहुत सारे बच्चों के लिए हो. So a school is accessible in Darjeeling, in the remotest part of Udaipur, in Dantewada, every other place. Second, we've got 56 boards in the country today. And all of them boards are able to solve for the contextual needs of each state which is there. So at an input level, we've been able to provide the right to schooling. Now today we are at a place where schools, teachers, the government, as part of the national education policy, have also recognized कि school तो बन गया है, लेकिन बच्चे school भी जा रहे हैं, लेकिन पढ़ाई नहीं हो रही. बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पा रहे. When India took the PISA exam, which is like conducted by the OECD, to sort of see कि बच्चे अगर स्कूल से बाहर निकलते हैं और वर्क प्लेस में जाते हैं तो how well your education system is performing. India last when it participated, now almost a decade back, came second last. So the last country was Kyrgyzstan, we were second last in it. This year we were supposed to participate, but because of COVID, we've again skipped around. And finally, now the elephant in the room has been acknowledged. Pehle, at least there was an ambivalence within the system, within boards, within teachers. नहीं, देखो आप सत्या नडेला इंडिया से पढ़ा हुआ है, सुंदर पिचाई इंडिया से पढ़ा हुआ है. That 1% who are sort of doing so well represents the whole of India was the previous thought process. But now at least there's an acknowledgement, nahin, learning is not happening in the schools. And that's at least a good starting point because we've acknowledged the elephant in the room, right? Now, lo and behold, COVID took place, right? So education policy just came out during that time, the draft version about 450 pages, and then the shorter version was just released at COVID time. And when COVID took place, we realized, so we were working with some of the best private schools and we were working in 10 states with government schools. And we realized that only 10% of children had a mobile phone. And within that, only 60% had a smartphone. And then within that, there was some who could have regular internet access. And for them, for the past 2 years, when school closures happened, so just to give you some facts which Sarah was also alluding to, India had the second longest school closures in the world. So the last country was Uganda. India had the second longest school closures. A huge percentage of children had no educational inputs for the whole 2 years. Just absolutely nothing. So I'm sure there were many teachers and students who got access to technology, but there was a huge percentage of India which didn't get access to technology at all. And that was a huge, huge challenge. So now just to put this in context, right, Chona ma'am and others have spoken about it, but I'll just sort of give a broader context of it. So when we think of inclusivity, one, we think about कि हर भारत के नागरिक का बच्चा पढ़ना चाहिए, which is my maid's child should not be at a disadvantage because of the school which she is going to. It's very aspirational. Education is very aspirational for all of us in India. So how do we ensure whichever school a child goes to is able to learn? So that's the first paradigm of inclusivity, that today there is a large, huge heterogeneity between the best DPS, RK Puram and other schools to the school that exists in Dantewala. It almost seems like such a different India that exists. So that's the first sort of paradigm of inclusivity. Second is today we know, also acknowledged in the national education policy, that all children learn very differently. And when they mean differently means that children will take their own time to master concepts. And we have a huge burden of a syllabus to complete. So how do you enable a competency-based education? Which is how do you enable each and every child who's there in a classroom is able to master its concept. And I think that's where a lot of the adaptive learning, a lot of the personalization comes into play. So that's the second sort of layer of inclusivity which exists. And the third part is far more granular and far more urgent. So one, of course, you've got the spectrum of the special needs that exist, which would be all the way from physical to, all the other forms that exist. But there's also the other spectrum, which is gifted. There's a 1% of our population are gifted in our country who need special attention to be able to really be able to thrive. And they've not been able to get the same, so the number of gifted programs in our country is just absolutely very low. So that's the third piece. Now, fourth, of course, is access. तो स्कूल सबके पास है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी सबके पास नहीं है. And by technologies, there are, just to give you an understanding, about 6% of government schools in India have a computer lab. I'm sure all the schools which are sitting here has a computer lab. And the child has a device at home. Just put that in contrast with a government school. Only 6% of them have a computer lab. And half of their parents will not even have a smartphone. So that's the nature of inclusivity which we also need to address. That is, how do we make it more of an equitable society where schooling to humne de di, but learning cannot be something which is only available to the few percentage of this which is there. And I think that aspirationally, the government, boards like the NIOS and the other boards that are existing, I think the intent is there. I think now it's time for the action. I think there's a lot of civil society, a lot of philanthropists, a lot of corporate action, a lot of schools working together. And I think that gives us that hope. So that's the larger context of this.
Thank you, Ritesh, for that outline. It does explain the fact that access is a multi-layered, complex question, and so is inclusivity. And it almost feels like a deadlock at this point, and we would have gone into more details. But in the interest of time, I am not doing another round of back and forth. If there are any questions from the audience, there are quite a few. Okay, we'll do 2 questions at a time, and then the panel can respond collectively.
My question is from Mr. Rajiv Kumar. So, during pandemic, many universities were conducting online classes, and in the name of online classes, actually they were just pushing the content, right? Content is pushed, kids are studying on their own, and examinations are conducted. So they got the good certificate end of the year. So let us make this one practice. Why not to, promote online education? Kids can study at home at their own pace, whenever they want, whatever the content is available, or the content is pushed. So let us recognize that online education is a possibility, even in the remote areas of India, whether schools are opened or not, whether buildings are available or not. So I think if National Open School also consider such kind of concepts. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा
Sir, just 1 minute, we'll take a question at the back also. There's some second question and then we can combine.
My question is also to Dr. Rajiv Kumar. See, the potential of NIOS is tremendous. It could actually lead a revolution here. The kind of data that Ritesh has said, only 6% of the government schools have access to technology. Number 2, about the syllabus and flexibility that NIOS has. Not many people are aware of it. The kind of flexibility from you can study technology, IT or history or dramatics to painting, the kind of diversity you have, no other boards is providing. But do you allow the schools to, like the CBSE board, all these schools are run on CBSE, but I think NIOS doesn't allow schools to function, right? Do you give permission to start schools? I heard there is one school in Pune. So I want to know whether if I want to start a school in the NIOS syllabus, can I start? That's what.
जो पहला सवाल था इनका कि डिजिटल एजुकेशन को, ओपन लर्निंग को प्रमोट करने की ज़रूरत है, तो निस्संदेह ज़रूरत है। और मुझे मौका मिला है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 की रिव्यू कमेटी में भी काम करने को, नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क में मैं मेंबर भी हूँ। तो मैं बड़ी जिम्मेवारी के साथ आपके समक्ष कुछ बातों को रख सकता हूँ। अगर आप नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 को अगर आपको परिभाषित करने को बोला जाए 2 शब्दों में, तो अगर उसकी आत्मा भारतीय है तो बॉडी, शरीर उसका वैश्विक है, ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव है विद द इंडियननेस। और जब वो ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव की बात करता है, आईसीटी लिवरेज की कई जगहों पे बात किया गया है। इवन गवर्नमेंट National Education Policy 2020 has gone to the extent of recommending government to establish an autonomous body called National Educational Technology Forum. एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म इस देश में आने वाला है, बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है, जहाँ पे अपने आइडियाज़ को, ओपन लर्निंग, वर्चुअल लर्निंग को किस तरह से हम और सशक्त माध्यम, एक रोबस्ट मैकेनिज्म के तौर पे पूरे देश के समक्ष इसको ले जाया जाए। वहाँ पे आइडियाज़ एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं, टीचिंग लर्निंग ट्रांजैक्शन है, कंटेंट प्रिपरेशन है, डिसएमिनेशन है और असेसमेंट है, वो सारा उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे अवेलेबल होगा। अगर अभी आपने कुछ दिन पहले सुना होगा तो एक वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी भी माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी ने उद्घाटन किया है। एज फार एज NIOS इज कंसर्न, वी हैव गॉन फॉर हैविंग अवर ओन वर्चुअल स्कूल, जो 4 क्वाड्रेंट पे वो काम कर रहा है। एक क्वाड्रेंट पे वी हैव मेड ऑल द ऑडियो एंड वीडियो रिसोर्सेज available to the learners of NIOS. सेकेंड क्वाड्रेंट पे लाइव क्लासेस हैं, थर्ड क्वाड्रेंट पे इफ़ एनीबडी इज़ हैविंग अ डाउट, वो डाउट क्लैरिफिकेशन, इट्स अ डायनामिक पोर्टल, एंड फोर्थ असेसमेंट का है, वी आर गोइंग टू कैरी आउट असेसमेंट थ्रू रिमोट प्रॉक्टरिंग. वाई अ चाइल्ड शुड कम टू द स्कूल टू अपेयर इन अ बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन. नेक्स्ट ईयर से हम रिमोट प्रॉक्टेड हम बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन भी हम करने जा रहे हैं. कुछ दिन पहले माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी ने एक दीप करके हमने एक ई लाइब्रेरी को हम लोगों ने समाज और देश को समर्पित किया है, जहां पे अभी 20,000 किताबें जिसमें कॉम्पिटिटिव मैगजीन्स हैं, वो एनआईएस का लर्नर हो या एनआईएस का लर्नर नहीं है, वो सारे बच्चे देश का एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, डाउनलोडेबल भी है. तो काफ़ी प्रयास है और सरकार का भी सार्थक प्रयास है, और अगले 3-4 साल में आप अभूतपूर्व परिवर्तन आप डिजिटल एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में आप देखेंगे. दूसरा सवाल आपका था, एनआईएस के भी स्टडी सेंटर्स हैं, लेकिन अभी का जो प्रावधान है, कोई स्कूल जो किसी बोर्ड से रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है वही एनआईएस का स्टडी सेंटर बन सकता है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे एक पर्सनल कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोग्राम्स का प्रोविज़न है, जो साल में 20 दिन बच्चे को स्टडी सेंटर्स में जाके पर्सनल कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोग्राम, बेसिकली दिस आर द काउंसलिंग सेशंस, वो अटेंड करना पड़ता है, लेकिन वो भी पीसीपी हम वर्चुअल कर रहे हैं. आने वाले समय में वी आर ऑल्सो इन्विसाजिंग टू हैव द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ ई स्कूल इन दिस कंट्री. तो हम लोग उस दिशा में भी काम कर रहे हैं. तो फेस टू फेस नहीं, ऐसा ई स्कूल होगा जहां बच्चा अपने पेस पे अपनी सुविधा अनुसार पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग को एक्वायर करेगा. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. One last batch of questions. Oh, we have.
Yeah. Definitely. You do come to us. You are always welcome. There are certain norms. There are certain stipulated norms, and you have to fulfill. You have to adhere to those norms. वो आप करिए, then will definitely will facilitate you in getting that study center of NIS.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
My question is to Dr. Chona. First of all, my deep appreciation, ma'am, for all the work that you have done. It's revolutionary in the field of inclusive education. My question is that in rural areas, we are in dire, there's a paucity, there's a dearth of special educators. My family runs a preschool in a village. I have 5 special needs children in my school. I've admitted them, but I don't know how to go about working with them because there is no special educator. So can you guide that in sectors where the experts are not available, how do we take care of these children?
मैंने सोचा शायद हमारे जवाब पे भी पाबंदी लगेगी, लेकिन मैं आपसे सहमत हूँ कि आज के दिन में स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स की बहुत कमी है. और सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि हर टीचर को स्पेशल एजुकेटर बनना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक इंक्लूसिव सेटअप में क्या आप समझ सकती हैं, एक गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में जहाँ पे नंबर ऑफ चिल्ड्रन इन ए क्लासरूम इज़ बिटवीन 45 to 50 at times, विद द रिज़ल्ट कि उसी क्लास में अगर कोई ऑटिस्टिक आ जाता है या एक बच्चा है जो सुन नहीं सकता या जो देख नहीं सकता और जो बोल नहीं सकता, और सेरेब्रल पाल्सी के भी बच्चे आ जाते हैं, तो एक टीचर 45 या 50 बच्चों को किस तरह से मैनेज करेगी. एक ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, क्योंकि मैं वहाँ काफ़ी नहीं बोल सकी. आपके जवाब में मैं कुछ और ऐड करना चाहूँगी, अगर आप 5 मिनट और मुझे दे सकती हैं, क्योंकि इस समय मेरी बॉस ये हैं, उन्होंने कहा आके बैठ जाओ, तो मैं एकदम से आके बैठ गई. मुझे बताया नहीं गया था कि आई शुड हैव बीन मोर कंसिडरेबल टू माई अदर पैनलिस्ट, टू हिम आई एम रियली थैंकफुल. मैं एक छोटी सी बात आपसे कहना चाहूँगी कि आज विलेजेस में जहाँ जहाँ पे भी स्कूल्स हैं, वहाँ पे इस समय जो ज़रूरत है वो ICT की ज़रूरत है. ठीक है, तो वहाँ सब गांव में सब जगह बड़े बड़े हॉल्स हैं जहाँ पे भाषण होते हैं. अगर वहाँ जहाँ भाषण होते हैं वहाँ पे बड़े जैसे स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स आजकल नए निकले हैं जो बहुत ही बढ़िया हैं, तमन्ना में हमने लगाए हैं। तो वहाँ से वो अगर एक स्पेशल एजुकेटर भी है या आप किसी टीचर को भी स्पेशल एजुकेशन का कोर्स कराते हैं, मेरे पास भेज दें, हम 6 कोर्सेज चला रहे हैं और बहुत सारे लोग गांव से आए हैं। तो ये समस्या पूरी हो सकती है। ये समस्या हमारे देश की है। यहाँ कमी खाली स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स की ही नहीं, अच्छे एजुकेटर्स की भी है। तो एजुकेशन के लिए मैं जो कहना चाहती थी, जो इस सेशन का सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, वो ये है कि एजुकेशन का पहला प्रिंसिपल है लव योर चिल्ड्रन एंड लर्न फ्रॉम योर चिल्ड्रन। वी आर नोबडीज टू टीच देम। माई forthcoming बुक इज़ आई एम ज़ीरो, बिकॉज अगर हम अपने को अब ज़ीरो समझेंगे तो हम कुछ ले पाएंगे। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे प्रिंसिपल्स हैं। मैं सबको ये निवेदन करती हूँ कि इफ़ ओनली you could love the children, especially those who are different, they will feel one with the others, and I think that will really look after almost 15% of our population.
Thank you, ma'am. One last question we have time for. Ma'am, is there a mic that can reach?
I think I'm loud enough. I'm Malini Narayanan and I'm the principal of the Army Public School.
Okay. So, good afternoon. What a wonderful session. The last session, we're listening to it word by word and soaking in all the information that we've got. Thank you so much for staying with us, and we are happy to be here, and any time longer would also be acceptable. First, let me thank all the panelists for their wonderful inputs, and I think they all deserve a big round of applause first. We've always been talking about empty chairs. I want to talk about the chairs that are occupied. I think the glass half empty or half full, it depends on how you look at it. So, Dr. Rajiv sir, we are a chain of 137 schools, and NIOS centers have been marked out in Army public schools. I just want to know, if Coursera can do so many courses so beautifully, why can't NIOS do it for the children? I also wanted to know about the on-demand exam that you talked about. What is the gap between which the children can take the exam? Right now we know that there are 2 exams conducted, one in October and one in January. But on demand, does it mean that the child can take the exam between those gaps also? And of course, Ritesh sir, I think you touched upon gifted children, and I think that is one huge chunk that the education sector still hasn't explored. I think there's a lot of learning there which we need to invest in and engage in. So thank you so much for bringing that up in the inclusive conversation. So Ritesh ji, I'll request you for the answer, please. Thank you.
Rajiv sir, right? Your question is for Rajiv
sir. Yeah, Rajiv sir.
Ma'am, as far as appearing in the on-demand, ma'am, as far as appearing in on-demand examination is concerned, a child can appear in the on-demand examination just after the public examination. We start on-demand examination usually जुलाई महीने से हम लोग शुरू कर देते हैं, एंड वो 24/7 मैम वन हैज़ टू रजिस्टर्ड ऑन द पोर्टल. वो बच्चा जाए, ऑनलाइन पोर्टल है, उस ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पे वो रजिस्टर्ड करे, फिर बच्चा ऑप्ट करना पड़ता है कि किस एग्ज़ामिनेशन सेंटर में वो अपीयर्ड होना चाहता है. तो आपने सही बताया है, हमारे 2 बोर्ड एग्ज़ामिनेशन होते हैं हर 1 साल में. उन 2 बोर्ड एग्ज़ामिनेशन के अलावा ये ऑन डिमांड एग्ज़ामिनेशन होता है. और ऑन डिमांड एग्ज़ामिनेशन में मान लीजिए कोई बच्चा है जो फॉर्मल स्कूल एजुकेशन बोर्ड से आया है, वो 3 विषय में पास हो गया, 2 विषय में वो उत्तीर्ण नहीं हो पाया है. हमारे यहाँ ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ क्रेडिट का भी प्रोविज़न है जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 बात करता है. वो फिर उन 3 विषयों में दोबारा उसे यहाँ अपीयर होने की ज़रूरत नहीं. हम ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ क्रेडिट का हम बेनिफिट देते हैं. वो केवल 2 या 3 विषय में यहाँ बच्चा अपीयर हो, और बाकी जो 2 या 3 विषय उस बोर्ड में जो अंक अर्जित किया है, जो रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग है, हम उसको भी ऑनर करते हैं. वो पूरा का पूरा यहाँ पे ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ क्रेडिट हो जाता है. मैम, वी आर इन डायलॉग विथ आर्मी वेलफेयर एजुकेशन सोसाइटी. तो हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्टेशन लेटर भी उनको लिखा है. so that all the army public schools could become the study centers of NIS. और अभी वो इसलिए आसान हो जाएगा because we are only implementing अग्निपथ scheme in the country, मैम. तो अग्निपथ स्कीम को हम ही लोग इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है आर्मी पब्लिक स्कूल्स बहुत जल्दी दे मे कम इन द फोल्ड ऑफ NIS as well, मैम. थैंक यू सो मच, मैम.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Unfortunately, we do not. Okay, just one question, ma'am.
जी.
सर इतना ब्यूटीफुल काम हो रहा है NIS में, लेकिन आई थिंक अवेयरनेस नहीं है. As principals, yes, we can log into your website and can see all the information, download the information. But I think if you start conducting few workshops for the teachers and the principals, I think it would really help all of us to know what NIS is doing and what is there for the students and the schools. Because we were not aware, we were just talking. We did not know about this credit, which the student, if is failing in 2-3 subjects, and he doesn't have to pass in all the subjects. This is a very, just tip of the iceberg. So I just, would like if NIS can conduct few workshops for the schools.
Noted.
So that we are.
The point is well taken, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
And हम लोग मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन को विल रिक्वेस्ट सेक्रेटरी स्कूल एजुकेशन अनीता करवल मैम को कि CBSE या बाकी तमाम जितने जो अदर जो एजुकेशन बोर्ड्स हैं उनके अगर प्रिंसिपल और टीचर्स के लिए हम लोग एडवोकेसी प्रोग्राम या ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम NIS के बारे में रख सकें. थैंक यू सो मच, मैम. द पॉइंट इज़ वेल टेकन. थैंक यू.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd also request if there are any more questions or discussions, our speakers will be available outside and we can carry forward these discussions there. Unfortunately, there's a lot we had to cover, and I think we just barely managed to just touch the tip of the iceberg. And I'm extremely grateful to all my panelists that we've managed to kind of examine the different kind of exclusions to talk about inclusivity in the very, very limited time that we had. Thank you once again to all our panelists. Thank you especially to the audience who chose to stay back in the face of a lot of temptations in this universe out there. But thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Rini.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to our panelists as well. Ladies and gentlemen, they've been a fabulous panel sharing their insights and ideas. We've come to the close of the first HT Education Summit, and taking up on the last point that was raised, I think HT would be very happy to partner the initiative of getting a workshop across for our skillers and upskill them as well. So thank you to our participants for having attended, and to our speakers for sharing their knowledge and skills. Thank you, Team HT School. Thank you also to those who worked. Teachers, yes, of course, Tamanna, teachers. Thank you, everyone who's worked to make this summit a grand success. There are innumerable people who've been working behind the scenes tirelessly to get this across to us. To them, immense gratitude. A bigger thank you to the governments of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, EDSIL, the National Institute of Open Schooling, and the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you, delegates, once again for attending. And for those of you who stayed back, there are extra cakes outside for those people who did not stay back to get their cakes. So we hope to see you at similar events. Please join us now for tea and refreshments. And do switch your phones back on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
निकलेगा अभाव का लोहा पिघलेगा आत्मानंद के इस आंगन से ज्ञान का सूरज निकलेगा सपनों को पलने दो नन्हे